Ah, late to the party as usual. But, well, there's just not enough time in the day. Who am I kidding? There's not much of a but on that. There's just not enough time in the day. It's really that simple. I want there to be more time in the day, and there just isn't, so. That's okay. Might change out the music too while I'm at it. I've got like 2 different sets of music, and one of them's actually been, they're all stream safe, and the other ones I still have to go through, and I just haven't. I'll put the freak show ones up. That's like 55 minutes of amusement for a bit. And a half from being using the game anyway. I'm so far behind today. It's just everything. People are like, well, why don't you make like some, you know, YouTube videos too? There's just no time. Just none. Just flat none. Ugh. Announce Discord, the stream's going, and forgot to mark everyone. Nice. The Discord invite for there. Not to activate the social streams, I can do all these things, but gotta do them. Test to make certain both of them work. That works, and this one, right? Good, good. Okay. And my list of things to do, which honestly, I'm just tweaking a few rooms. Be much better than they are. So much stuff has come down to this point needing to put in dialogue. I need to go back and actually do some writing on too. Maybe this weekend I'll have time for that. Good news is I'm so far ahead of what I thought I would be at, where I'm all thinking I gotta have this stuff done by July, and I mean we're at the start of May and I'm getting real close to already being pretty golden, to be honest. I mean, other than cutscenes and things like that and story. Means I'll need to look up sequencer and write some story things and so much more learning ahead. But at least it's fun to do all of it. If I didn't have a regular job, I wouldn't even have a problem. It'd just be like 12 hours a day, no problem. But it's when I hit 16 hours a day between the other job that it's just like too much. I'm just tired by the end of the week. The audio options. I need to look up how the audio options work. I don't have the knowledge for that one yet. I mean, like, there's supposed to be a way to make it where you can work with everything in there. And, yeah, I still know it. I doubt it's that hard. It's probably a tutorial somewhere. Been like 20 minutes. I do have a flying AI to build. I need to settle on how many collectibles are available. Because I got all these weird things sitting over here in the hallway thing, and I kind of want them on both sides just to make it like a... more ominous as they're all going up to it. So kind of this setup over here with the bouncy couch thing, but maybe the masks should be in this hallway, right? Like, it's supposed to be an ominous, you know, leading up to a fight. Maybe these masks are supposed to be in here. Just hear me out. How much cooler would it be if those were there? I get rid of this thing here. And just lead up to it. Now I regret having this door right here, because it would be really cool if there was just masks leading up to it. Just watching you. Hey Lepus, how's it going? I started super late tonight. I'm a terrible person. This is too high up, right? I don't think I want this here. I think I want it not here. Oh, nice, nice. I guess for you it is Saturday already. You're not all weird like me where it's still Friday for like an hour and a half. That's not a big enough shelf for it, is it? It's not. It's really not. Yeah, I got most of it in the Discord, so I can look at it or something. Ooh. There are all kinds of creepy heads in here watching you as you go into this forbidden hallway. Oh, the forbidden hallway, for God's sakes. It should have all kinds of creepy heads. Come on. Sounds good. That will make it easier to show people. Yes, yes. I need to get a bunch of doll pieces together. I really do. And really contemplate what I want to do with the next areas, because I think I want to make more creepy, weird things like this, and I'm not even sure I want to make the water areas. This would be so much better if it was on both sides. Just a very ominous watching you thing. This has to go away. This is just such a lousy location. I hate it. Everything about it. Why is the same thing on... I don't like it. Panic goodie box. Very exciting. The giant head helps out too, just a really big one. Watching. But I think I want them out to the sides here. You know, that's more of a forbidden hallway, but it's still not quite as forbidden as it feels like, but... Why aren't these ones turning? Some of them are turning, but not all of them. That's right. That's what I'm hearing here. One does not simply walk into the forbidden hall. I'm thinking of leaving Charlotte's door open. And then making it where it's like horrifically bad to try to go in there. This really does feel like the final area of a game, by the way. But listen. I'm just gonna take it to 11, yo. That's the plan. Oh wow, that's a lousy place to put this. It blocks by the door. Need to get like ghostly voices or find a way to convert voices into more of like a ghostly type of voice for purposes of like Charlotte, you know, saying, whispering things in the darkness or something at you. I don't want you to have a conversation with her because that would just like, she'd lose so much of her, you know, like her creepy factor if she had like full conversations with you, but her whispering even Poppet's name in the darkness would be good stuff. I'll probably end up changing these. Here's what sucks. It says Charlotte's bedroom on the other side of the door because this is the door that'd be open, because once it's open you wouldn't be able to see that, which kind of sucks. Everywhere else is perfectly fine, but just the nature of how it is. But what's the plan here? Originally I was going to have Oliver give you a key to it, but Charlotte luring you into her own bedroom would be very, you know, much like playing a game with you, like, you know, the level of stupid to go in there. I think I do want to post-process in this room. Do I still have it on the map somewhere? Right here, yep. Well, conceptually, I was thinking of having it where it was just super dark in here, but only if you don't have help. Oh, 0.5, please. This doesn't actually make it dark when you're outside of it, though, which is unfortunate. Yeah, GS Ghost, how's it going? I don't want them to go in here and then realize something is very wrong. Thanks. Well, that should be something of a warning to not go in there. Hi, Seal. Yeah, you've been around a bit. Or you were not feeling well this week and you weren't streaming. I didn't catch much beyond that. I never have free time anymore, but I did notice the announcement for that and I was like, oh no. You're not catching game devitis, right? You know, where the longer you game dev, the sicker you get. You'll eventually just have horrible health problems for the rest of your life. It's been established that game dev is actually rather toxic to the body. That's why every game dev is dying. Oh, well, I appreciate you stopping by. I do kind of stream at the worst hours possible. That's so true. I should stream earlier or later, but hard to do, hard to do. These are the heads of judgment. They're silently judging my lack of game dev at any given time. If I'm not game deving, I'm clearly being judged by the heads. Oh no. Oh, that's right, half the heads weren't watching me. It seems to be random which ones are even watching me. That's awful. Why aren't you all watching me? So many questions. Oh. I'm a goofball, that's what the problem is. Brakes. The heads of judgment are watching. They're just busy attacking me, I'm busy looking at this. No, I want these on the other side. Hey, Shara. I'm putting heads all over the walls again. It's probably a bad habit I have. But is it though? Is it really? In my mind, it's almost the correct habit. Track's end? Nope. If I leave the door open and invite you in and make it get super dark so you're like, hey, wait a minute. But then I have to actually finish this room too, which is a problem. I mean, I'm gonna have to eventually anyway. Instead of ordering Oliver around, I could have him just like hop in a dopey loop and you sort of kind of follow him. That might be more interesting. He just kind of wanders around the room. I also just have a particle thing going on in here. You just have a bunch of smokes everywhere too. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this where I can try to invite you into your death, basically. Because it's supposed to be like opening, it's like the inviting easy way into here like that, and then but I want you to go back through here and get the other key and go into here instead. Also, I don't even know where the washroom even factors into this yet, but I don't need all these here either. Possibly have you come back here later. Yeah, both these rooms need to have some improvements here. I'm not sure I want to keep this glass thing here. It's so heavy. Like, they're fine every once in a while, but it's weird because it didn't seem that heavy in this room, right? Is it heavy in this room? It most definitely is very heavy in this room. I just didn't notice it before. But it's super heavy. I'm gonna have to go through and individually spawn in all these heads too. Because they're just an endless supply of, you know, blueprints that aren't gonna make my life very easy. I sure wish the H-load was actually good for something, you know? Like, it's okay, I guess, but you basically have to spawn in everything that's a blueprint. Sadly, I can't with all these traversable things, which is kind of problematic. In all honesty, if I'd been really smart, what I would do is not have them directly on the benches and then put them all in there individually, because then the benches could be instanced, and they just can't be as it is now. Same thing with these, like, but it's so much easier for placing everything if the stuff's already preset, because I have to individually do that later, then it's hugely pain, you know, just to do it for all these things. Like, you just see all the things I have to do it for. It's like, yeah. You have a static mesh actor as the parent. Stream what this person said about it. I feel like we need to do some research into these H-load thingies to better improve them. Because, you know, it's like something I'm missing. Most of the music stopped. Yes, those tracks are not as long as I thought they were. Fair. The old sort of music I can listen to. Why you need to start doing sound stuff anyway. Yeah, I've got to figure out something about that. At this point, I need more optimization to make up for the fact that the FPS just isn't great. I mean, it's okay. If I close all the helper thingies, the FPS will climb a lot in the game, but still not even hitting 30 in this room. It's not packaged, and you know, the H-load system isn't even truly set up, so maybe it's much better than I think it is. Sadly, building the H-load takes a million years, so... So I guess I shouldn't worry about it until I have time to build the H-load, but since it took like an hour plus and it never even finished building it, I think that's probably not a good idea to waste time on right now. More interesting of a room. I almost know if I want the stick ones out here. But if I do, I kind of want 4 of them. Post-process to make it impossible to actually see things or do anything for purposes of this. I'm not sure if I want to do it that way. I'm not sure I'm doing the Starlet's room there. Actually, no, maybe on the other wall. The problem is giant open spaces are not fun. Like, that's my issue going on here. It's not fun to have an open space. I really don't want that because it's just you running. There's nothing to do. You're just running. Maybe you're running from Charlotte or something, I guess, but there's no decisions to be made in there. You're just running. Cool, I guess. But is it? Is it really? I should have just copy pasted these. Like, for the other ones, did exactly the same thing for every single bookshelf and everything else. It would have probably made my life easier. And those reflections are so heavy in the editor. Just the despawn distances. I'm not hating where this room is going. It's just, do I want this open? This will change the flow of the game a lot. I could just put smoke in there, which would have to spawn when you're in here, and also be spawned in there. You can't just leave it in the world because every particle effect is the heaviest thing in the world, and you have like no FPS if you have that around, so... I'll just black that out. Like, the glass on these things lets you see into areas it shouldn't, but you just black it out. It's like, Then when you look over here, you can't see the ridiculous room, so it actually speeds up the FPS in the editor. Not like a huge increase, but you start to learn just how heavy glass is in this, and how, like, all the translucent stuff. It's so heavy. They're way too far in the wall. Not to say they get over here, but you know, rather than make this place like in a regular toy store type of thingy, I could go with a themed creepy store. I mean, you know, kind of like a House of Wax type of, you know, level of thing where they're to show off the oddities of the world, the creepy and the strange. I almost like that idea better. This fits the whole mode of the game. So I'm thinking about going forward. Because if everything's just these bizarre contraptions and weird things the whole way through with... The other area is pretty, but... does it fit? Also, why do I have to have, even pretty looking dolls? The others, I mean, you know, the pirate doll wasn't even all that great yet. Of all the bosses I've created, she's probably one of the crappiest. So I have a general story to tell, but the actual locations that they're in only have to be generally something. Like, I didn't contextually write anything for them. I was going to add that in later to improve the dialogue and things like that, but... Say the pirate area is always the weakest one. I think the occasional room that is very, like, you know, nice and pretty and everything like that is probably more impactful than having an entire area that way. Also, trains going by. Train still going by, but I was like, I might do the dilapidated, not the creepy thing the whole time. It doesn't have to be dilapidated, but just a House of Wax type of level. Almost like it's Halloween the whole time, which is probably what I should do. It also keeps the theming a lot easier, because then I don't have to have a lot of extra themes that I'm not sure I even want. That's true. Getting rid of themes that I don't necessarily want is pretty good. That means the second floor is getting some serious redesigns, if that's the case. But to be fair, a lot of that, it was just conceptual designs that I hadn't even made until I started building all this. Actually, I hadn't built all this by then, and now that I built a lot of it, it's... I don't know. Not quite what I want. One of the things it runs the risk of is getting to be boring to seeing a lot of the same stuff, but I guess if it's always got a creepy, weird feel, that's, I mean, that's kind of what you would want with the game. The constant creepy, weird feel. A bit of offness. Whereas I just don't think the other area truly covers that, being fair. I mean, I was going to add a bunch of creepy in too, but... A lot of it comes down to, do I need to deal with all the pirate stuff? I mean, I could have a pirate graveyard thing and some sort of thing like that. But it does seem like it's a bit off topic. Like the Wonderland theme, I could get behind for the whole game having an Alice in Wonderland feel. I just don't know about that. Wonderland did have some water things. Kind of went with a Wonderland Neverland thingy, but I should probably lean as hard as possible into Wonderland. You know? As opposed to the other. I'm looking up the very category of like places in Alice in Wonderland. Curious. I mean, the rabbit hole concept is literally that, you know, you're thrust into this whole new world and everything like that. I already have a rabbit hole concept. What the hell's a mumule? Oh, okay. Why not doing that? This looks more like it's not necessarily regular. It's just the Disney one, so less exciting, I think. Also, just do Disney. I'll have to look and see on that. I think I'm obviously okay with this type of section because it matches the like Safari room, which I'll probably change, like the Wonderland room or something like that. But that's okay. And then going down through all these weird things like that, like I'm okay with having essentially like a woods type of area. Where I have some rooms that just aren't creepy. Look at the FPS in this room. That's crazy. I wonder what causes the FPS difference between the two. I mean, actually, I want to test something. I want to see if, like the effect of my What's it called? The Puppet Master. I'll put it here, it doesn't matter. That's causing the FPS drop. That could change a lot of how I view things. I don't think it is. I still like having the sense of wonder and just having some areas be creepy, I think. I don't know, a lot of the other areas kind of got the creepy feel. It's okay there. Let's delete the Puppet Master. I don't think it makes much difference. See, I'd be surprised if it did. It's just cycling through an array. And it doesn't have anyone to even work with, so... Actually, the FPS... Well, I guess to be fair, this is open on the side, so... If I dump the thing that's open, I get that. And there's occasional drops as it's loading new things, but... Also, this should not be in the center. Go off to the side and hidden behind things. Yeah, I think I want to go with more like more weird mushroom world like this than I do with necessarily pirates. I think that's what I'm seeing. This just comes out as more fleshed out to me than the other concept. Also, I'm gonna put the Puppet Master back. I had a window open. I want to see what it is with the window. But thanks, Nima. So I'll definitely do hopefully my best on the quest. Definitely trying to put my all into this game. Yeah, the FPS is about the same. Yeah, the argument here is I don't know how I feel about this pirate stuff. At first I thought maybe, but now I'm like, eh? Like the otherworldly pirate feel. Like I think have a Wonderland feels much better than the pirate theme. Also, many of the enemies now are like contraption based anyway. They're weird monstrosities and things, as opposed to them being all cute and wonderful. So I have to kind of wonder about it. It's like, do I really even want that? Like, I keep the pathways, those I like, but I just don't know about these buildings. I just don't think it's going to be what I keep in the game. I think that the pirate theme is dead. It just doesn't make sense. Not to mention, it's pretty hard to make convincing pirate villages because they don't make very good platforming segments either. That might be what's happening. I'm just debating on like this area is like it's a floor I'm not necessarily working on yet. It's like the second, you know, floor thing you get to, and that's I'm just kind of arguing with myself on it because of how I've changed the theme of the other place. I can see how the theme has evolved. It hasn't really changed so much as it's just evolved much more towards a creepier type of setup. And so now I'm thinking more of like a creepy Wonderland is probably more a better choice than having these pirate thingies that are just not quite that great. A lot of it comes down to also what I think I could successfully realize as like realizing the world and make it look good, make it work. And I only have so many assets too, so it's kind of like, okay, what assets do I really have? How much do they fit with everything else I've got? Can I really make this work? Or am I, you know, stretching myself real thin? Also, I'm just going to get rid of this post-process. I'm not going to do this. I don't think it's too hard to see. It's just stupid. For now, I might just slam the door on this and then just play up to getting Voodoo as the demo. Yeah, as I keep changing things, it's like, you know, everything's very metal, everything's very broken toys and things like that. And there's some rooms, like, you know, I do have the Safari room here, which does have this kind of stuff. So there'll be occasional rooms like that, and this is like part of the second biome that just connects over here, but you do it much later. So not every room is actually all that creepy either. Some are more play around. But yeah, if I just go with a Wonderland theme, that's probably better. Also, I considered I would just have steampunk versions of things as opposed to, like, you know, the wooden pirate ships and the like as well. Very textural as hell? I see. I like to design my world as I go, so I don't like leaving anything as, you know, textureless, gray, garbage. Just, the artist in me can't handle it. It's like, nope, nope, has to look nice. I have to have it now. It must look nice. Yeah, I don't know. Also, a lot of these are not very high quality, which is the other problem I have. I have the Smuggler's Cove, but most of the meshes for it are like stone, which looks cool on the map, but doesn't fit my game at all. That's fair. I just like working on whatever I work on. I mean, I have so much fun doing this that's my motivation. I mean, I love seeing the world come to life as well, but it's just like, okay, well, I'm tired of doing some particular thing and I'm not really motivated. I just move to something that's more exciting in the project. I got to do it all anyway. Does it matter the order I do it in? I mean, not terribly. Some nights I'm like, I'm just building levels. Other nights I'm like, Well, a lot of this is me just placing stuff. I mean, you know. I think of it like decorating a house. I often just try to go with what would give the feel of something. Like if I walked into a place like that, you know, what would make me think that I was in like this type of setting? I was just talking about like a house of wax concept like that, and it's like, oh, well, what would you expect in the house of wax? Like, what would you see in there? What sort of, like, you know, what would the like walls be like? What would, you know, what would the lighting be like in a place that was designed to, you know, kind of creep you out, basically, like that, you know? You'd obviously see all these wax figurines and like that, and they'd probably be set up in lighting that makes them look a little more real, because it would be kind of dark lighting, because if it was really bright lighting, like in like Walmart or something, it wouldn't look very good. So, and you don't want close quarters, because close quarters tend to be a lot more claustrophobic for people, which kind of gives them a different feel. Plus, you can also kind of set up a, you know, smaller rooms with like it's more themed, right? So, I mean, just an idea of how I would design a house of wax. You know, like I hear this is like a Wonderland type of feel. Actually, it was kind of a bit between Safaris and Wonderlands, with the decking and everything being more of a safari feel. But when you think Wonderland, you're thinking like mushrooms, you're thinking like weird blues and fantastical things, sparkly things, just stuff that's very out there. I mean, you could have a literal house of wax too. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's a little more fantastical than the one I was talking about, but you could definitely do these things. I mean, that point I'm thinking like Silent Hill, if Silent Hill was made of wax. Like, you know, when Silent Hill goes all, you know, metal and everything, the walls kind of, I guess they kind of like rust away in that or something like that. I can just imagine if like the walls just melted away. It was just like, or like as it melted away, there was just like other disgusting, like, you know, wax type stuff behind it. Maybe pulsing types of, like, you know, wax, like it's almost like it's alive. I'm a weird guy. That might be. Art me likes things. Yeah. Putting your hand in a creepy hole with weird feeling to it, like, I mean, that's a Halloween activity. probably just got peanut butter inside there, but you're not 100% certain. Yeah, I'm probably getting rid of the pirate thing. I don't see how it works out. But if I do that, I need more Wonderland type things to make up for that. Or, well, I guess to be fair, I was going very safari until I hit this with the pirate thingies, so I mean, it's a steampunk world. So it seems kind of weird to just have wooden ships in the first place. I'll have to build my own ships. I haven't seen a good steampunk ship yet. I've seen plenty of blimps. Whole lot of blimps. Whole lot of blimps. I got a bunch of blimps. Yeah, I'm getting rid of these. I don't have enough to make the pirate thing convincing. I'm not necessarily getting rid of the room. I'll probably still put a boss in here, but I just don't see how this works out for me. To be completely honest, it feels way off from what I'm trying to accomplish. And I've been puzzling over it for like, I think the last 3 months. Going, well, what am I going to do with this to make this work? And the answer is, I'm not. I'm not going to make it work. I'll go like that one. I don't have enough pirate models either, so I was gonna have to resort to putting, like, you know, pirate hats and beards on just other dolls, because I just didn't have any kind of assets that would match what I wanted. So let's just not do that to ourselves. Oh, the cloud thingies? I mean, they're fake clouds. That's the whole point. They're little fake clouds you go around like that. Plus, these ones are stuck against the water and look weird, but I'm not sure if I'm going to keep them per se. They're just like planes. They're not like real clouds. We'll see. This area is like pure concept anyway, so I don't know what I'm doing with it. Same thing I'm debating on the water concept. Like, I want water in some places. True. But the problem with water, if I let you go into the water, I then need underwater physics. Which is like a whole extra thing out of the program. But then I also don't have a lot of underwater enemies. I don't even know how the stuff would play out. I would have to adjust all the attacks to work in a different environment effectively. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. But yeah. I have these fake clouds and just the test thingy for that. It looked really cool in the other room, but you have to reduce the light. I need to get rid of the glass on the sides here. I might still keep this room because it's still weird enough that it almost seems very Wonderland. Plus, I can have Charlotte chase you on it, so I don't know. At least it's kind of more built than a lot of other places, so it's the least concept-y of the rooms. I don't really know what I'm going to do with this thing here. Like, it seemed okay to make it where I made all this weird little garden maze type of area, but it's not really much of a maze. It's very simple. This whole level is so concept. And that's my problem with it currently. That it's so concept-y that I just don't know how good it would even be. But I can gamify this. Big problem. Can I gamify it? I'm probably just going to browse this and set another one rather than try to bend it. Bending it around a corner is nice and all, but pretty unnecessary when you could just put another one in and, okay, whatever you're doing there, stop it. Okay, let me just go ahead and get this. Nice. Just along one plane, thank you. Yeah, a lot of it's going to come down to how much I want water in places. I might keep the water here and like have a secret underwater area here. But I really want to limit how much water is involved with this. I think my concept of having like the this whole area be flooded for some reason, to have like a setup like that, is probably a bad idea. But to be fair, like this room's okay set up for it as is, but then I still gotta make everything underwater to make it gamified enough to work. So if I do water, it's going to be restricted to basically these these few areas and nowhere else. I'm probably not going to put water in here. Because I just don't think it's the right idea. Instead, I'd probably put some sort of like some sort of mushroom grove or something in here. Obviously getting rid of the clouds in here because they were just setting up as a weird side thing here, but for like a pirate graveyard type of setup, but I would probably not want that. I could still have a little bit of water at the bottom, I guess. That's true. Oh, I'm right. Shouldn't have deleted the water first, should delete it last. It's the right shape. I consider having a boss that raises the water up, but then we get rid of the clouds now. I didn't want to make the water the right shape again. It's a big pain. I could just do it this way and it'd be a lot faster. These aren't even the same length. These weren't even close enough, and stepping on them caused problems, so I probably want to put them in closer. Honestly, I probably do like this to make them smaller anyway. I think I'm going to theme more around Wonderland. For a portion of this area, and then I think I'm going to take the rest of it and turn it into something else. I guess I should, I'm going to turn the lights on so I can actually see where everything is. Yeah, those look pretty close. I was just going to merge these so I could move it up and down easily and not worry about it, I guess. Well, I guess I don't have to do that yet. Like, I'm still fine with having some sort of a boss thing here. And having like almost like a mushroom garden around it or something, maybe. Wait, if I do that... Do I go down into the mushroom thingy, or do I do it up into it? And then at that point, do I even want it to be on boards, or do I want it to be on top of a bunch of giant mushrooms instead? So I mean, I always have these mushrooms I can use, and these could be easily set up for a boss fight. Instead of having boards. Mushrooms could also be connected by boards too. So I set these up here. Half the fun of this is just trying to guess what I want it to be. Like, I have no idea where it's going to go. I'm just going to keep testing until I get it where I want. I could build like a way between the mushrooms, or have like a little platform between the mushrooms. Problem is, having enemies jump is very challenging. A lot of times I just move things around until I decide I like something, and then I run with that idea. I don't really know which way I want it to go yet. But I can conceptually change things until I get it to where I want. That's true. Yeah, I clicked this other one with the intention of you deleting it, not the other spline, but thank you. What if I put up on these types of things like that? Obviously it's going to get way changed, but... push mushrooms on this. Now I probably won't keep necessarily these as the things that's in between them. I can have the boss appear at multiple locations, like I can have the boss appear at the various mushrooms to do various abilities. And then you have to try to get between them, run away from things. Obviously the steampunky stuff will come about later. Oh, this is from that same weird tomato village thingy. Looks like there was a gunshot outside. But I'm also in farm country, so they can also just be shooting at random cans too, so. Unlikely though, because then they would keep shooting, but it could also be a car backfiring as well. Hard to tell in the distance. They're probably not shooting cans, though. Like I say, it'd be a lot of them continuously doing if that was the case. Okay, well all these need to be like Let's raise this up and then let's push it to the ground here. Raise it up and push it to the ground. I've done this before, I did not. Could also have been the moon room too, for that matter. The lunar room. What I'll end up doing is I'll build a like small concept room for this, then start designing a boss, and then retheme the boss, or retheme the room is around the boss as I start building the boss. That's usually how it works. That's how I work with the other one too. I start out with a really simple concept and eventually turn into the Forbidden Toys room. Could have this up in the water though, or up in the air, I mean. Oh, that's an idea. Okay, so hear me out. The mechanic of the boss like that, first I'm gonna push these down a bit. Have it so that the boss's mechanic, that the water raises up at various points. I'm gonna make this go down a bit. I'm gonna like 2 on these ones here. We'll do whatever I just did because I have number lock on. Yeah, let's do this. Mark it to 2 or something. Like how the boss tried to raise the water up in the room, and as it raises the water up in the room, then you have to try to either get to one of the platforms where it doesn't get to, like one of the little mushrooms, or something that stops it from raising entirely, like turn it off of some sort of like a drain or something. That's forcing you to, you know, do that, so you have like safe areas like that, and then it just keeps raising up and down throughout the fight. It's not a bad idea. Remember, Poppet, you know, dies to the water, so you don't want to be caught in the water. It would force it up to kind of stay in an area. But if I do that, maybe I want it to be lower. You know, instead of protecting from the water, what if I could just give you the ability to drain the water in places? Like if you fall in the water normally, then it just kills you. But if you drain the water, then you can do that. I can just give you a tarot card that gives you the ability to turn machines on or something. Maybe something that fires electricity. So this way it just zots the machines on and they do stuff. I'll start writing some of this down. Some of these ideas sound pretty decent. Second area, nope. Oh. rooms where you can raise and lower the water. That's actually good because if there's things that float as well, then it would raise them up, letting you go into places. It's actually pretty good. Stuff on the water that raises and that floats on it. Bring it to raise and lower with water. Boss floods the room, forcing you to jump onto higher areas to avoid the water. Well, I mean, you just respawn back at the, the last respawn point. They're basically like death traps, you fall into it and it's bad news, so. Then we're getting caught by Charlotte. Like, those instant kills, but again, you just always respawn, so it's like, it's not like a game over, blah, blah, blah. No, you just respawn. With the rich and creamy knowledge that you did something dumb. Most of them are pretty fair, though. Adds a little bit of danger. Because, I mean, I'll tell you, hey, Poppet dies and jumps in water. And then if you decide to jump in the pool, hey, you jumped in the pool. It's a giant pool. Poppet just said she has a problem with water. Plentiful is probably a bit strong. It's only in certain rooms. But, I mean, like, say, the punishment is you get knocked back to the last point where there was a save. Last checkpoints. It's like, it's not that bad. You're not like, oh no, I lose a bunch of experience. There's no experience, first of all. In some cases, killing yourself off to respawn back is actually faster. That's happened a few times. I actually took one of the save points out for that very reason. It was actually faster to kill yourself to appear back at the save point. And I'm like, that's not what the gameplay I want. Like here, jumping across the mushrooms, it does kill you if you fall in the water, but in the worst world that you get set back, like I think 2 rooms, you get set back to inside this room here, which would force you to have to jump out of this pipe and then run back around to get to it again. It's not that incredibly long. Run back through here. You be back into the same room. So you're only a few rooms away. Exactly. I do the speed. I used to do speed runs myself, so I understand exactly that thinking. And I was like, hey, wait a minute. And the funny part is let's you fall down here to get the Empress from right here, right? And then if you aren't going to kill yourself, I expect you to jump across these by enlarging them so you can jump on them and get over and get this key. But if you die, the other option that I don't stop you from doing is either to go down here and start jumping from here to save yourself some of the trouble, or to run over here and attempt to jump from up here down onto this rock, in which case you would be right by the key. So dying actually gives you alternate routes to get some of the things. So it's not like it's not super punishing. But it does take this area where you would have been really kind of bored, just kind of hopping things and make it a little more exciting. So it's like a little more stressful. And then the other areas where you have a problem of instant death was whenever Charlotte's around. But I mean, that just means you need to hurry up. So if she's around, it's a problem, and if water's around. Those are pretty much the only instant deaths so far. But you can tell where Charlotte is, I mean, well, kind of tell. There's smoke usually around her, and then she wanders around. You caught on something? Yeah, and if she catches you, don't get caught, okay? But I give you save points you could jump into, so, it's a game you're playing with her. Jump into a safe area and she'll leave you alone, and you leave the safe area and she'll come after you. Basically just changes the variety of the game a little bit. It turns what would have been a boring maze area into something way more exciting. And then the top half is platforming. But you could fall into this place and then be sad. That's true. You're faster than her though, so... She can teleport though into the smoke, so... You could easily die if you're too close to the smoke. And she's not around. She could just appear from the smoke and then you're dead. So I mean, you know, I guess to be fair, there is another instant kill in the game, and that's if your sanity ever hits 0, that just kills you. So, but that's not really so much of an instant kill. You're watching that number tick down the whole time, so you know it's just only yourself to blame if you get caught by it. But there's definitely a very hectic nature to the game. I think it might actually be too hectic if I really had to judge it. Especially in the room where Charlotte's got the enemies to help her out too. That's even worse. That one's hard. Part of it was a plant that had really bad collision that kept throwing me down there. I kept bouncing off it. That was a real problem. But she does make it exciting. So it's kind of part horror game in a way, but it's not really that horrifying because Poppet has too much power. Like, throughout the game, she gets more and more powerful. And making a person scared while giving them more power doesn't really work. Who in their right mind was scared in, like, you know, like the Resident Evil games when they got a rocket launcher, right? Pretty much all fear of anything just went out the window, right? Because you have this giant rocket launcher, you're going to kill everything. You're not even a problem. That's the Poppet problem right here. Like, Metroidvanias don't make very good horror games. They can be macabre, that's true. And that's what I'm kind of aiming for. But mostly she's kind of just watching you and only attacks and sometimes, but for the most part, Ghost Girl's just kind of watching and seeing what you're doing, and then water is a threat. Yeah, well, the thing is that you effectively have unlimited mana in this game. So, is it Last TV? How's it going? So anyway, I was saying, you basically have infinite mana in this game for all intents and purposes. The only restrictor on that is that to get the infinite mana, the curse power in this, you have to be in the darkness. If I just let you have infinite mana, that's overpowered. That's stupid. So you lose your sanity in the darkness. And if your sanity is at 0, you die. But if you go back to the light, you get your sanity back, you just don't gain any more curse power. Your infinite mana. So if you want infinite mana, you have to risk death. But it's not that big of a risk. You're seeing it count down. You know it's counting down. You're not like, oh god, what? So it's how long are you going to spend in the darkness? There are areas where I'll make you go through the darkness, but there's plenty of light. So you could camp in the light if you want. You can make it. It's just that you can't stand still. Like if you just sit there in the darkness, you're going to die. That's the price of your unlimited power. So that's kind of the conundrum. Infinite power, but the price tag to it is you must continuously risk your own sanity. As you can see, it goes down pretty slow though, so I mean, you know, you got some time. But if you stand out here and fight these things for long and don't sneak near a light, it really matters in the boss fights, where positioning makes a big difference, because during the boss fight, not only must you watch your health, you have to watch your sanity too, because, you know, if you get too far from the lights, you're gonna die. The battle ends, so plays out pretty well. Is there a giant timer up there? No. And at any point, if you're, you know, need a break from running around too fast, just stand in the light. Just sit there. You can pick any light, just stand by it. You have infinite time as long as you stand. You just don't gain any power, so. Most of the time you don't need power, but as you're like jumping along from mushroom to mushroom here and you're in the darkness, if you stop on one of those mushrooms in the darkness for too long, yeah, you're gonna die. Or if you're being chased by the ghost girl, you can't stop. There's your time limit right there. There's a sanity time limit too, but again, like I said, this doesn't always make a big difference. It's just if you spend too much time fighting in the darkness, you'll get a very, okay, not very subtle reminder that, hey, wait a minute. This is, it's time to go back to the light ASAP. Where are you, streamer mode? I don't want Discord beeping. Hey, Infirmigo, how's it going? We're just discussing the mechanics of the game and what I was gonna do with the next area. Yeah. But for this area, I'm pretty happy with most of this area. The only thing I'm working on is a couple of the remaining rooms that on this floor. Such as this one, where I need some sort of reward for up here. I think it's going pretty good. And yeah, a lot of work. I'm playing around with this room here that the FPS is still trash, but that's okay. I need to just load everything and I'm not doing that yet right now. I've been decorating it with heads that watch. Unfortunately, the heads are not in any kind of anything right now, so they're very slow. This is my squeaky toy. Hard hit while running away, though. Get squeaked. Here. Notice their health bars don't really show up, do they? That's interesting. There's also too many lights in this area. Something is a light over here. Oh, never mind. Those enemies emit light. That's right. In fact, those enemies have a weird effect. Or because you need darkness to gain power, they emit light so you can't gain power. That one's in the ground. Very sure invincibility frames. You suck. Run back to the light as quick as possible. How is it like 10? That's safe zone. She needs a wand or something for this hat. The magician. I kind of want a magician's hat, not a wizard hat, too. Or not a witch's hat. But her witch's hat was iconic because she used to be a witch doll. So I decided to change that because it wasn't very cool by comparison. It was okay, I guess. That was cool for a long time, but... Some dice. These have to be near this thing in order to kill with it. Oh, that's not gonna hit him. Aha, sucker! Probably not enough to kill it. Heard it though. I missed. This is such a bad weapon to try to hit something on a chair. I just kind of want to see if I can. That's half the fun of this weapon. It's like a... Feels like you're playing pool half the time. Got... Nope. Get him! I should have thrown two originally. Dead. Nah. A weirdly fun weapon. Throw some healing dice. Yeah, I need something to go up there because I intended for you to have these weird little platforms to jump on to get up there. Where the heads watch you the whole time. Yeah, that jump is actually really hard to do. I wonder if it's too high. Might be. Might need to move it a little bit. You're not supposed to have double jump in this area, even though I double jump enabled, so... This double jump shouldn't be on. I don't want to do that. Oh no, you can easily make that. I just flubbed it. That was the problem. Remember, this is actually surprisingly hard because these little platforms are pretty unforgiving. Because the edges of them are a little more slippery than you want them to be, mostly because they're angled down. So. Yeah, double jump, you can just go straight over, but. Anyway, trying to decide what to do with this room as far as having anything over here, just so you have something to jump on top of. Some reason to wander around. It's a hallway, and the problem with hallways is yeah, they're not that exciting. Dev tool, yeah, I've got pretty much all the stuff enabled to play around with. Guess I can put a crystal ball here too. Kind of weird putting two of them in here. I don't really have anything else better to put in here at the moment though. More collectibles, I guess, would be a thing. These should probably be more in the corner anyway. Honestly, I might put the wallies in here. It seems like a perfect area for the wallies. A perfect area. Someone put some in there. I'm gonna spawn these things in after I've figured out where I want everything to be. Well, I don't like the color of that one. I don't want two ones of the same color next to each other. It's less fun that way. Like defensive turrets or something like that to keep you out of the room. I'm not sure I want the ones on sticks in here though. I might take those out. Because I kind of want the wallies in here instead. Maybe not though. We also have 4 wallies there. I think 5 might be a bit much. Also, they're not very symmetrical, which kind of bugs the crap out of me. Also, the train's going by. I think I'm gonna get rid of the little ground ones here and just have the wallies instead. It's like they don't keep getting hit by these. These things are so weird in reacting to those. They do go up, and they do take damage. I don't know why the health bar doesn't show up, though. I think I might have just the cleaners down there and not have the cannons and have just wallies on the walls instead. As opposed to what I currently have. I want this room to be really interesting, so I'm just going to keep messing with it until this room is like awesome, because it's right before the final boss of the floor. I'm hidden by this thing, you can't shoot me. Get wrecked, loser. This just doesn't seem to do damage to him. Also, their health bar just doesn't show up. Make note of that. Type contraption. Health bar doesn't show up. Anyway. It'll kill us all so I can go after the wallies instead. Hearing two musics is weird. Almost out of sanity. This thing you actually pay sanity for health, so it drains your sanity really fast. But if you're in the light, it's just a full heal. You can then also trade your health for sanity if you want. You got to get both options. I mean, they're two different versions of the card you got to find to get them, but it seems kind of a brawl. There's also no lights over here, I noticed, so that's a problem, but that's okay. The wallies have a satisfying death, just because the giant head goes flying, I guess. The fact that there's no light over there is a little annoying. I think this light is actually close enough to the light, right? It is. Just block it with this table leg here, like a champion. Yeah, they seem okay where they're at. I might put more wallies in the room and less of the little cannon sitting on the ground. Just for some extra variety. That's right. Hey, just gotta keep moving and shoot things. Shoot them in the face. Why literally shoot them in the face? You're gonna get a lot farther in the game if you just shoot them in the face. You're in the face. You're in the face. I'm just gonna spawn the wallies, and I like the wallies here. I don't know if I want to keep any of the pipe contraptions. I might just go with the wallies. Oh yeah. I mean, listen, it works. Behind chair legs, chairs, lamps. You know, if it's there, I'm hiding behind it. No reason not to. I'm gonna replace these with wallies. They're the new and improved. Also gonna add some extra pipe cleaners on the ground. We'll probably put like 4 wallies there, a couple wallies over here. Um, yeah, I'll probably put like 2 of them there. Do I want more in here beyond that? These things are kind of in the way. They don't do anything, they just watch. I kind of have a lot of just watching going on though. I mean, that's just what these are. They're just on top of a stick for some reason. Oh, thanks for your room, Cupside. How's it going? You're just in time to hear the debate on how many Wallies are necessary and why this is secretly Kingdom Hearts 47 or however many there that exist. I don't know what their numbering thing is for Kingdom Hearts. I tried to figure out their numbering scale and failed. I could probably just put a couple Wallies here, like a Wally there because it's open space. Honestly, there's probably a Wally there, so maybe like 7 Wallies. Yeah. You've been found? Oh no. You have been found. This could be a brutal room. But to be fair, this is right before the boss of the level, so I'm willing to assume that you deserve a brutal fight. Oh. Morning room comes out. I mean, it's technically 12:14 a.m. for me, so that is, in theory, morning. that's kind of morning, sort of. Huh. I'm still actually, I'm just starting my day. Honestly, it's not really still awake. Well, just starting my streaming day. I guess I got up at 3 p.m., but whatever. All right, I need a bunch of spaces here. Is 11. How'd the stream go? Do anything exciting? Oh, I'll shout you out too for that matter. Not that I have many people watching at this point yet, but and of course, it's doing an ad break. Nice. I need to double check for this stuff. I don't want to hear that track. All right, everyone done with the ads? Stupid ads. Anyway, if you missed all that, oh well, okay. Yeah? What sort of new abilities? Tell me things, so that I might know. These last 2 are pipe cleaners. Oops. Everything else is a Wally. No, no, no. I'm going to spawn in all these things in here. It's going to be awkward. Oops. You can have Wally guarding the couch. And we shall call it Couchy. Oh, nice satisfying neck pop there. Wonderful. That's how I know I've gotten old. When a neck pop is a good day. Very sad. Ain't nothing on the ground in here. Yeah. Only have them floating things. It's actually not even correct. There's plenty of things floating on the ground. Where was 5? Did I move 5 up there like an idiot? No, okay. Nine to... That is even close. I moved 9 over here. Let's replace 9 with a Wally. And then we'll replace one of the lower ones here. Number 1 can be one of these pipe cleaners, and I'll just move it instead. There's not number 1. This is number 1. Zero's a Wally. Let's go 7. Six. I need one last one over there. I could space these more towards the center too. Wouldn't be a bad decision. Alright, just delete all these losers. Alright, turn that off. I very much expect you to use this in this area. Clear away those losers. I wasn't going to put the Wallies in, but because I gave a ranged weapon, I can do that now. That shoot me? It's like aiming down. It can't even shoot me. Well, that's lame. That's not effective at all. This because a little like tube on him is aiming down a little bit. They like shoot at her feet. Hell yeah, I'm gonna try to cheese my own game. What, do you think I don't understand what players are gonna do? Yeah. I gotta figure out how easy it is to cheese my own stuff, and if I think that's okay. Like, I mean, I don't mind if you cheese the stuff. Like, if you find the right weapon to deal with something, good. But as long as it's a fun cheese them and not like a lame cheese them, where they're just like, ah, this is lame, or just, you don't pose a problem. They're just kind of dumb. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, nah, nah. Why is the mesh there? There's not even a character mesh. It's just this. That's weird. Why is there a sphere radius? I don't have questions, but I'm gonna go and shrink this down. This actually needs to be angled up. At least the projectile arrow needs to be angled up. Mm-hmm. 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 So that it shoots a little straighter. I just wanted to click all children, but I guess not. Actually, I just move the whole scene. That's right. I just do this and then rotate the whole thing. Why is the scene down there? I have questions. That's awkward. I usually put them all on a scene so I can move them easily, but I guess you can't move them all at once, huh? Unless they're part of the scene. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Yeah, move these all straight down, right? No. It's so weird that you can't do that. That's usually why I put them in a scene, but I wish I hadn't put them so high up because this is just like in the weirdest location ever. So maneuvering them is kind of challenging. I don't know why I did it this way, but I hate it. I hate it a lot. Yeah. My goal is for you to have fun. I'm not here to. This isn't intended to be like the most challenging game. I mean, if something is fairly challenging, like, you know, it's like you feel like you screwed it up, it's your fault. I don't have a problem with that kind of challenge. I don't want the game to feel unfair though. So, but you know, I really just want to give you the feeling of wandering around this bizarre place as a little toy. So, the strange mystery going on. Again, they're shooting really low. I think it's like marginally higher, but not high enough. It's just because they angled themselves down. No, let's go from there. I might need to set them higher on the walls so they can shoot you. It's supposed to be based on the arrow here. I guess to be fair, the rotation's always going to be based on that arrow. But this should still fire from a better location. I put it up here. Does it shoot me then? Because I'm firing from the projectile arrow. They most certainly are. In reality, I just need to put higher up. That's all. They're just too low to really shoot you. I actually reduced the number of save points in this game because they heal you up, and I was using them in combat and everything, and it was really dumb. Really? Still super low. Can you shoot me now? Hopefully. I could, but I just don't think there needs to be as many save points either. Like, there was way too many. It kind of fires at the feet, doesn't it? Okay, now, what is up with that? Like, you should be able to... I guess, to be fair, I did tilt the arrow up. I'm just gonna move the arrow before I move all the pieces. Invincible, so of course it'll miss. At least hits there, so I basically just need to tilt these up. Yeah, I think it's just I want certain rooms to be like considered like largely safe, and other rooms to not be. But I also have the painting world, which is I think a better save system, because the painting world has a punishment to it, and the punishment is that if you go to the painting world, then you come back, everything is respawned. So you sure you get a heal, but it ain't free. The other one didn't have that problem. It just you jump in a box and you're golden, but I don't really want that. You know? So they also need an additional black thing in there to block their mouth off. Just a simple cylinder would be fine. Black plastic, please. Trace it. I go to whenever I need something in the shadows. Black plastic. It's not even going up. What is up? This is up, huh? No, it's not. There we go. A little confusing given the way the arrows were facing, but sure. Not that one. Just so when you see inside that there's like a cannon. I could also just put that as the cannon itself and it wouldn't be the worst choice, but nah. One five, move this up. Those foolish people giving me doll heads to work with. Only they knew. Only they knew. Now it has a hole. It's firing from a weird area though. Like the arrow's too high up, so it clearly won't fire where I want it to. I still have to make mortars too. Mostly shoot your feet, but that's okay. It still explodes enough to get the job done. This one still can't really shoot you. That ain't cool. I definitely want you to be shot up one on the table there. I could move one of the pipe cleaners up here too. I think I might do that. These things are better sparingly anyway. Well, wait a minute. Because then you'll jump out of the paint and get hit by a pipe cleaner. That's stupid. Maybe I'll put it over here so it's got a little distance to travel before it reaches you. But if you come in through this door, then you'll get a little swarmed, I guess. Well, not really swarmed. There's only 2 of them there. There's already a bunch of wallies over there. The wallies aren't that threatening either. I might make them more threatening, to be honest. Like their damage is surprisingly low for that. I mean, I didn't make them with any concept of when they were going to be in the game, so. Projectile. Gonna duplicate, make a projectile wally real fast. The only difference I think is I probably wanted to have a longer lifetime on them. Maybe I'll get like double the damage or something. Oh, oh wait. We did 5. This whole only doing 5 thing seems a little bit. I did swap it, right? Like I'm not crazy. The code just wrong? I mean, the code could be wrong. Oh, it doesn't matter because I changed this here so the projectile it fires doesn't even matter. Also, I can change out Z only to like homing instead, make it more interesting. Does this get used anymore? I guess I need to check the BPMPC. It does, but not in the way I was thinking. Because I make better versions of stuff and then I just stop using things and it's like, cool. Oh, never mind. This is a component. Projectile class is what I'm looking for. I do use it. I set it all the time. And then this thing here. Do not use you. Apparently I do use you and it's just lying to me. Fair enough. That should fix it. I also gave them a homing thing, so they should aim. It should be a little more likely to hit you now. Oh, it's hitting the side of the shelf. I'm definitely doing things to make the game more difficult, though. It definitely didn't seem as difficult as it could be, because I was so worried the players would be too crappy to beat it, but... you can't hit me behind this light. Think of that. Right. Light is my friend. How come I have... Oh, because you! I always forget these things are in the game. But they screw up your ability to recover first, so... Just forget about it. It's great. The only thing I don't like is that this one can hit the side of this here and it just blocks them. So maybe I just put it above there, but then it will probably hit the ground in weird places. Maybe I just put one over the side and say screw it. Actually, it's supposed to be a Wally here. I didn't even notice the little thing. That's sad. This table's just gonna get blasted, I think. I'm not sure I want that many facing table. Maybe I just want a couple of them that can hit it. You are going to spawn out of here. Is this a Lilliput game? Or like Lilliputian, like Gulliver's Travels? Because I mean, we are a tiny doll, so in a way it's sort of like that, I guess. Not quite the same theme, since Gulliver was the big one and all the Lilliputians were tiny. It was like, what, Brobdingnag or something like that, where he was the tiny one. So it'd probably be closer to like a Brobdingnag, right? This is much closer to like Little Nightmares, I think, as far as I guess the feel of the being a tiny toy. Well, I guess you're not a toy in Little Nightmares, but some weird hybrid between Alice Madness Returns for the bizarre theming and every little creepypasta doll thing you've ever heard of. Yeah, I rather like this room now. It's gotten a lot better. That's true. There's nothing along the top yet. That matters for like a reverse world. You go to these areas, but they're all upside down as well, which I'm testing as a concept. So I might want a bunch of weird pipes above it and everything like that, like a weird little pipe maze or something, or just pipes in general that you could jump on later. A lot of stuff was built to the floor already, so it's going to be kind of weird upside down. But I guess these upside down do something too. Man, they're probably terrible platforms upside down. And there's this room, which just needs a huge amount of work up here. Yeah, once I'm satisfied with basically these two rooms, I think I'll be satisfied with all the layouts of the first floor, except for, you know, like the stuff that happens after you kill the first boss, these 2 rooms. But, well, I don't actually know when this room happens. It's just here. I kind of want you to have to sneak into this room from a different area. I don't have a single room where that's the case, where you can sneak into the room from a different location. But the problem with this particular room is it's sandwiched between the Forbidden Toys room, which I've locked away with these arcane symbols, and Charlotte's bedroom, which I've also locked away with arcane symbols. Both rooms seem like they would be locked away with arcane symbols, so I don't really know how you're supposed to get over to that. Perhaps if I had a hole from here. Oh, that's a long trek, and the building's not built for that. Can I make that a thing? Is that what I want to do? I like the idea of having a room that you can only access through the windows. As at some point, I've never made a point of doing that. Well, actually, that's incorrect. I sort of have. Because in the first area here, that's not the first area. Actually, I'm launching fireworks out there. You can go from the magician room. No, that's also not. That's still the same room. That's just like a missed opportunity right there. I'll have to use that in the future. I'm trying to retool with the border of this floor down here. I don't like it. I want you to be able to go in and out the windows, so I might just be putting windows back in these areas again. That's probably going to happen. As cool as I thought this whole system was, really. So, if I wanted to make a way to sneak into there, you have to go around an edge of a building. These were never really set up to go through. But then I'm on the hook for designing yet another room for the demo. Even if the concept is cool. That is still one additional room that I don't know if I want to design for this demo right now, or if I want to hold off on that. It's actually on the right wall already. Because I already have this one here. There's an option to go outside over here. The music back on while I'm thinking about stuff. Other than it being a curiosity, going outside hasn't really proven to be that interesting. It just lets you see the city largely and remind you where you're at. But besides that, there's not much to do on the pipes. Like, you're usually just running really fast because you're running out of sanity, so you have to get back quickly. You grab something and then you run back. There's a bit of platforming in some of these ones over here where I put little things in, which I should probably just include everywhere. You just have water around the outside of the building so you can always, you know, fall to your death or something. Or oil or something. Basically any liquid would be enough to kill Poppet. It's because she's a sack doll, so she would just soak up whatever and sink. So her natural weakness is just that. It's just that she's a sack doll. If she was made out of porcelain or something, she wouldn't have any problem with water. Oil would still be kind of weird, but sadly, I don't really have any kind of animation to have her bloat up from being, you know, like that and just floating on top of the water, which would be pretty funny, but if I had money to make the game, like, you know, if I had a budget, stuff like that would be in the game. I do not have a budget. I have a whatever I can scrape together as a budget. So that's probably not making it, but I would have to turn this room into something. I think I don't want to do anything with it yet. I think I just want to leave it not used. It's not that I don't want to use it so much as I just don't see how you reach it. I mean, Charlotte's room would be where you would go next. And this room's unfinished. I'm probably going to have like some sort of weird toy maze or something like that to go in here. Just something that's... Well, maze is the wrong term, but just all kinds of things around there so you can jump around on them. Because giant open spaces like this are really boring as a toy. If they're just huge and they're just nothing. You just run across them. At least here it's... There's things to do along the sides. I mean, in the end of the day, it's still a hallway. There's limits on what I can do with a hallway, but... Obstacles help make rooms more interesting. There ain't that many obstacles per se, but... I also don't have as many corridors as I would like, just weird little tunnels to go through. Like, I don't use those as often as I should. Like giant contraptions for the toys to play on. I think the washroom just doesn't make it to the demo. I really just don't know what to do with it. Even though it is cool to run around in front of this mirror. But I guess to be fair, there's a mirror over here, so... This mirror is not very cool though because it's blocked. Like, I think it adds to the ambiance of the room. But... Not a very crystal clear thing either. Kinda... mediocre. I wonder if there's a way to make those just use less resources. They're using so many. What does that do? Oh, it's terrible looking. Oh, I see. So you can reduce it a bunch with that if you want. But then it's hideous and pointless. Like, why would you even bother with it if it's gonna be that ugly? Oh, I could hide Poppet from the thing. That's funny. On low? That's low? That thing already is like the most heavy thing in the world. I guess I haven't H-loaded everything in a while either, for that matter. Probably do that in order to help speed everything up a tiny fraction. I take a bio break while it's building, but first I got to tell it to build, so give it a second and I'll do that. I'm just telling it to build the HLUD stuff, or actually, I guess delete the HLUD. It's not going to do the actual build. The build will take over an hour for that. I don't want that. But I do want it to be a little faster. Hey, bird. I was just about to take a bio break and get a drink, but I wanted to set this to do that. To build the HLUDs. Well, not build, but delete and run them again. You don't select everything. That's ridiculous. The FPS will die 1,000 deaths. As you can see, I've been rebuilding this room to be much more something. With convenient Wallies now. Yay, Wally. I don't even know if Wally's an old name or not, but it probably is. Like if it's a time period, but I thought it was funny because, you know, it's a face that's on a wall that attacks people. I figured it'd be perfect for, like, you know, what like a 14-year-old girl might name a thing that lives on the wall and shoots people. Eat Wallies. That one's actually just floating in the air though, it's not even on the wall. In theory, it should actually not be doing that. Closer to the wall. Kind of tell in the dark. Yep, I put those in there now. And masks to jump on top of and things. Took out the cannons, but not the cannons early on and everything like that, but eh. I fell. No. Apparently I'm too lame to grab hold of things. Yes. Ran off. Thankfully, Poppet has invincibility frames, so you know, that's a thing. I wanted to be able to use this while jumping. I don't know why it's locked out on jumping, but it needs to not be. Yeah, look into that. You know, I made the pipe cleaners to go through pipes, and I haven't used them in pipes even once. Instead, I made some dolls that crawl around in the pipes, but the pipe cleaners could go through the pipes. Might have some of those in there. Yep, I'm gonna build this real fast. Grab a drink while I do it. Shouldn't take that long, but you know. Gotta do it every once in a while, otherwise they aren't in the H load. We're back. Might improve the speed a little bit. I should also have a bunch of some geometry brushes still, I think, too. Alright, let's building something here. Oh, it's the floor. I can just complete that. What's this? Well, this is the one in Charlotte's room anyway. Add a quick collision to it. The box simplified because it automatically will hit the bounds of a box, save no trouble. These things are so heavy that you really want to get rid of them as soon as you can, but I kind of forgot about them. I'm just going to go ahead and say I mostly just forgot about them. I mean, there's only 2. I've had like 50 of them on there before, then they're really slow, but this ain't 50. Oops. How do you get all adjacent surfaces right? I'll check. Where did that? Yeah, sure. I just need to check and see if the floor was good. That's all that matters. That was all I was looking for. Nothing else is required. Many of the actors that are actually on this floor are all like in this area. Like, there's so many of them that are just... These faces on the walls need to be basically spawned in. You can't just really leave things on the map. I mean, you sort of can, but it's kind of been my experience that you can't really do that with these. I guess that's incorrect, right? I could have it where they aren't a blueprint, and it's just whenever you get near one of them, then it rotates them towards me using like a master controller. I guess if you turn them into a static mesh actor, they can be H-loaded. I don't know if they can if they have code, though. It's something I need to look into. Always looking for that perfect neck pop that makes me, you know, my neck not hurt. Gives me better movement and stuff. Never question the perfect neck pop. It would be nice to not have to spawn all these in. And each one of them is running the same code. But to add themselves to the other thing, they have to all have they have to all announce themselves to the thing. I guess I could get all actors with face as an actor, or like whatever they are. I think they're just faces. All face. Master controller could probably do it. For the Puppet Master. Control all doll faces. You can't tag a static mesh, can you? Let's find out. Well, this also lets me change their base color, but if they didn't run the code all the time, that's probably a little better than just having them always run code to see if there are poppets nearby them. Because one thing cycling through an array is much better than having, like, you know, 40 different things cycling through, like, to see if poppet's close, right? I'm assuming. The problem is the timeline. Just typed immediately, but nope. Make the Puppet Master really useful. Have it just control everything. Oh, I forgot to tell it to start. Like, I know I did this right. I just forgot to start the chain. Oh. Oops. Reversed. They only slowly jerk to where they're supposed to go. Hmm. Oh. Downside of copying it over there, I forget little things like that. This could be way better technology. Well, now they're all in lockstep, which is weird. How they do it all at different speeds. We use way less resources to do it. It has to be better. I should use this for all the ones that don't have a full-on tree thing, because even for the their possessed objects, having them check a target every time when they don't even need to is weird. You get all the gameplay tags. When I can just get all actors with an actor tag, basically like this, and just have a control for all of them. I could also technically spawn them in too, so it's like a double thing there. Hey Matt Roots, quiz. Just hey Matt. Not single names there. How goes things? If you're streaming, I should look your stream too. I mean, I can't listen to music right now, but oh, you're not streaming right now. Okay, well, fair enough. Ah, pretty good, pretty good. I'm working on the last couple rooms that I want to do for all the way up to the boss. Like, I'm just making them as cool as I can get them, and then it'd be pretty golden. That'll be in the Forbidden Hallway and then the music room, which is a big change from the reading room. And I have a real doll head fetish, apparently. I heard her. Now they all watch. They do things. You can blow them up. Well, you can blow up these ones that shoot at you. The other ones just watch. This is exciting. But these are my platforms, and I'm going to make them into weird centipede things for later. Which I think would just be awesome if they just come after you with all like centipede legs, and I don't know what they'll try to do. I'll probably give them a different head, obviously, but the concept is there. That's all that really matters. Yeah, I was adjusting the code for these so that they were a little better, and they didn't all have to do it. Now they're just turned by a puppet master that controls everything. Yes, yes, they are wonderful. I love them. But they were a little jerky and weird. Little. So I'm playing around a bit. Oh, actually, why would I do that? Like 0.15 would probably be better. I don't know. 0.05, sure. Let's see how that's good enough. Yeah, originally I had them all doing a loop to face the target, like to, you know, face Poppet, but now I'm trying to make certain that they don't all do that, because that's kind of unnecessary. Yeah, I'm making an ever-increasingly powerful Puppet Master that it basically takes every single enemy in the game and moves them all around for me. So none of the enemies actually control their own actions. It also moves possessed objects around too. And now it moves doll faces. So in theory, do these need any form of code on them? Am I just incorrect? Yeah, they don't. I wonder if you can H-load those. Like, I was heard you could turn them like a static mesh actor, and then well, don't do that. I want to reparent them. Don't open that. Need to open Visual Studio. Oh, actually, Visual Code. Actually, there's Visual Studio. Visual Studio good. I could do that. Well, they do have code. They have construction code, which just changes their color. I'm in optimization land. At least I don't need all this code. It'd just be an empty thing. Technically, I don't even need a scene. Here we go, static mesh actor. I just heard that you could H-load these, so I'm curious about it. I foobarred that. Right. Oh, well. Never mind on that. I'm not here to make more trouble for myself right now. I've got enough things to work on. Where did they go? Made my life really hard for some reason. Huh. Right, so never do what I just did. Apparently reparenting them causes them to go away forever. And undoing cannot fix this. Cool. I was worried that I was making my life too easy. I have fixed that problem. Oh, we'll put them back. In a newer, more exciting pattern. Oh, these other doll heads? Sure. Not the one I'm thinking of. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. They have a head again. Yeah, they just all vanished from the world, apparently. Fair enough. Did you have a new idea? Why did I type it branch? I'm dumb. Random color. I want to arrange anyway. Looking for just a random color option, but there's not actually one of those. But you can just do this, and this creates a random color, which makes me wonder why there's not a random color option. But just to save having to do this. But here we are doing here we are things. And I'll just default random color on, I guess. Nine times out of 10, I probably don't want to specifically set it. And then the other thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to do a sequence. Random size. Let's scale 3D. There's no random vector range? Fair enough. I think I'm just gonna have them go between like 3 and 8, I guess. Let's default that to true as well. Wow. First off, that's way bigger than expected. Second of all, it's super irritating to watch it constantly flip. Yeah, about that. Random size might be a little wonky. Also, it's way bigger than expected. Oh. No, don't do it like that. Random it all exactly the same. I think that random's all the same, right? It does. Cool. I'll place a bunch and I'll figure out where the wallies were. I think they're only like near the door anyway. So much faster. Where are these sticks? Can't even see. What is going on with that? That's okay, having one over here isn't too bad either. Train going by again. Yay, train. The silent judgment is strong in this room. Hey, Charlotte. And emojis back and forth. Some, might as well. Weird person, I guess. That's at the point of the year where I'm about to move the AC unit over into here because it is, well, 1:43 a.m. and it's still pretty warm in this room. What the weather is today? Oh, current temperature. It's 62.5 out there. That's not bad. Today it's supposed to rain. Hell yeah. It means it's only getting to 73. Then it's going to be like 84, 88, 92 on Tuesday. At least I stream at night. That's something to be said about that, I guess. It does make it where I don't have to deal with heat as much. Still pretty bad. Alright, let's test this out. I like it better this way. Sometimes you just make a dumb mistake, and to fix the dumb mistake, you make your room better. With even more silent judgment. Okay, it's better now. The more random colors is just better. I think what I'm going to do is also mess with Poppet stuff here. Where it checks to see which room she's in, so this way it only starts calculating all this crap if she happens to be near that room. As opposed to the other where it's like, every one of them all the time. Let's get room information. Because less than that would be, oh, that's not bad. This would be all I need here, and then I don't want to promote that to a variable, but it doesn't hurt to have it as a variable anyway. So armed with the room information here. Just like switch on the string here. Playroom. And in the hallway. I have the names exactly right. Neither of those do that, but then everywhere else just do this and wait. I use a longer delay if she's not in the room. I think the delay will be like maybe every 5 seconds it'll check if she's not in those rooms. Of course, the first time they won't really move with her for like 5 seconds, which is kind of a long time. Oh. Thrown in the other room. We can easily test this though. Wait, I don't need the set edge, need to get it. Length. There's off keys, nice. You're gonna click this, aren't you? I just need to run in and out of room with this on just to be certain it's doing what I want. It should though. $37, okay, good to see. Oh. Well, I checked because I want to... I want to set this as a clear array, right? It just says a clear option, clear array. Oh no, I didn't use clear array up here. I just no, and this one's a clear, it just removes all invalids. I was just checking occasionally for a 0. That's a lot better. Instead of doing it this way, I could have them all check the room they're in. So this way she won't have to use every single one in every room to go through. Or at least not she, but her. Or the Puppet Master, there we go. My brain knows what it wants to say, my mouth wants to say something different. Okay, so... Not that. Oh, but I gotta put it on all of them? Oof. If I want to use these all over the place, then I really would want to just have them like that. I'd have to... That means that, like I say, instead of him manipulating all of them at all times, it'll only manipulate the ones that are in the room. I guess it's probably worth it in the long run. Actually, does that really save much? Because it only manipulates them if they're within 4,000 of them. And if it's only within 4,000 of them. Right now what it has to do is it has to find them all anyway. And then it has to ping every single one of them with the room information. Is that really better? And it's like, okay, well then out of the ones that are in, then do the calculations. But that's a whole interface call versus just doing a distance calculation to see if it's close enough. And then doing something about it if it is. Something has to be better. I mean, it's going to be worse the more of them I have on there, but that just happens no matter how I do it because it'll still have to ping every one of them for their interface to see if they're in the right room. I could have gameplay tags for the room, but then is that any better than just having a freaking string that's the name of the thing? I don't think it is, because I still got to individually set them, so it would be kind of dumb. Probably take longer. I don't think the room information is particularly better, plus there's the upkeep cost of me having to constantly change the names on all of them, versus just pinging all of them. I guess I don't really want to do that anyway. Okay. I'll leave it as it is, because it doesn't hurt and I didn't have that as a thing, because it's not like I'm actually calling it, so it makes a difference. It seems like if I was just programming it to make it just work, this would have been done so fast, but since I had to program it to try to make it, I should have put all these in here as a mistake. Actually, they're all in here right now anyway. I'm trying to make it more optimized. It's a little less easy. They're all in here now, so let's move all the forbidden hallway while I'm thinking about it. Just makes it easier to find things. I'll move the first one of these to Charlotte's bedroom. Charlotte's room, I guess. And then from there, they'll all be in there and I won't have to do the other thing I just did. So much better. kind of want broken toys in here, but I gotta get a bunch of broken toy assets and put them all over the place for here. All the broken toys have to be static meshes so I can fuse them all together into giant mountains. I think it would be a lot cooler and better on the engine. If I didn't do random coloring on these, the way I'm doing it, I'm curious. Does that work? It's just my own personal information here. Not sure if I'll make use of it, but if I drag a mesh out, right? It's out of curiosity. Make it huge so I don't lose it in this mess. 8, please, not 80. Oh, that's right, they're kind of hard to place because they're actually like rigged to be on top of a body, and these ones here I've moved the thing so that the default thingy is closer to it, so it hides that, but I can still answer my question. I can tag these, right? Yeah, you can give actor tags like that. So rather than have code, I could actually do this, and then they would be like way more performant. Obnoxious to place. I don't know why I'm rotating it, but it doesn't matter. Curious. I guess it's not a... Well, a static mesh is an actor. I guess maybe it doesn't count as an actor, it's just a static mesh, so they can't... It doesn't get all actors like that. Look at all static meshes. Curious, curious. This doesn't work like that. Or if it does, doesn't seem to. These are static mesh actors. It really doesn't count? You have the tag, right? You do. I spelled it right? I did. I thought for certain this would work. Now that I'm right by it, hopefully that makes a bigger difference. Nope. Fair enough. I had to know. Eh. Oh, wait. No, that might have worked. I forgot that I restricted the rooms I were in, and I'm in a room that doesn't work for that. I gotta know. It's this could come in real big handy later, especially if I don't want to waste a whole bunch of resources, because having a bunch of static meshes in the world isn't bad at all. They're instant, they can be rotated, no problem. That I can live with, but make it big. Put it where I can see it. But its location in relation to that might cause problems, that's true. Oh yeah, I went for Charlotte's bedroom. I did write Charlotte's bedroom, I didn't write Charlotte's room. No, I did. It's gonna be really awesome if it works. Resource requirements are so much lower. All the others work. It doesn't get static mesh actors, so I guess they don't count as an actor. That's weird because it's called a static mesh actor. You'd think it would count, but here we are. Doing here we are things. My mouse stopped working? Okay. I was like, wait a second, the mouse is not working. Yep, okay. Oh. Okay, well you got me on that one. I didn't think about that. Oh, okay. Because it's based on the, where its point is. And its like initial bottom point there is, of course, not there. So you should hold like Alt to move this or something. No. All right, I forgot about the pivot point. Unreal Engine, move pivot point. It's Alt middle mouse. It doesn't quite work the same way because it doesn't respect the pivot point change at all. I'd have to change it in the other thing. It won't work for this anyway. If I had something that had a pivot point that was like right on it, it'd be different. Since the blueprint has its own pivot point, and the mesh has been moved to that pivot point, it's moving the pivot point of the actor and not the pivot point of the mesh. It works out okay, right? Because the actual pivot point for everything is, this thing's way down here, but the default root pivot point is just right here. See where the scene is, it's on top of it. So it's good to know that that does work. It does suck that that's a problem, but I don't have to change it. It's not a big deal. Okay, anyway, I had to know. The only downside here is that there's quite a few of these going on. I noticed I didn't keep that in there, but it's like a million of them going through, so... Still not quite as good as spawning them in, but the problem is it's really difficult to place them. Like 47 of them and then 0 here. Well, it's still better than having them individually move, so that's something. I don't want to shake the camera if the player isn't being hit or if the player doesn't hit something. The whole camera shake whenever they hit anything is kind of weird, right? Like the whole world just shakes randomly. But don't get me wrong, I like the camera shake, but... not all the time. Put it back. Because at that point, if I'm putting it on basically everything, what am I not putting it on? And it's only something as damaged that even does it anyway, so... Which means it has to have one of these things. Eh. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this room as it is. I'm trying to think what else I want to do to it, and I just can't think of anything else I want to do to it, so it's probably just fine. If I come with a better idea, sure, but otherwise, yeah, it has a couple weird platforming sections. It's got bizarre gimmick that makes it seem like, you know, it's a new room entirely. I gotta put a bunch of those in the other room now, too, though. Because they vanished from their little poles. Am I randoming their color? Probably not in this room. But I will remember to mark this one as being in the correct room first. So this way I keep track of them better. Maybe it's just the right size for this one. Maybe just they're huge, so they just watch everything you do. They're just ginormous. I want to put eyes all over the walls in this room, so that's going to be the thing I do next. Just glowing eyes, I think. I'm not rotating these. These will just rotate themselves for the most part. I'm just gonna go ahead and turn the lights back on so I can see where they're at and undo my mistake a little faster. That's exactly what it was, just a big mistake. I mean, experimenting with things has taught me a lot, so I'm okay with breaking things in order to learn something, which is kind of what happens. I just break something and go, yeah. Next time I know that breaks it, but I also learned how to unbreak it, and sometimes I learn more interesting things about it. Sometimes I just learn that I'm dumb, but, you know, it's fine too. Can you really learn this lesson enough? Probably. But I think I'll learn it a few more times before all's said and done. Hit them all? No, there's one more. You guys need to put more eyes all over this room and probably just call that room. I'm pretty happy with this room because it's just, you know, very much what it does and not much else. Like, it doesn't really care beyond that. What am I moving? With the exception of maybe I want one more smoke thingy. Just so there's like no entrance to it or something, just all smoke everywhere. I just do that and then okay, I don't want the same one over and over. It's just not nice looking. I don't want a different one. I'll grab one of these ones or something. Well, really is just the music room that I have a problem with at the moment. And I think the problem I have with the music room is not actually the lower section of it. I think it's the upper section of it that I have a problem with. Like, it's not quite there. So it's like, Also, there's a hole in this now that I don't think I need, because originally you bounced up to it without a way to bounce up to it. Also, I was going to have like a music puzzle in here, but I haven't made that yet, so it's possible I want that in there as well. There aren't any real puzzles so far, though, so it'd be like an almost Easter egg puzzle. I could start adding in more puzzle type things in the game. Like, I really haven't put a lot of them in, but I could go through and add them in post and really gussy up the place a little more. It's part of the polish thing. You just keep adding in things and making it better and better. After all, you know, I could have, say, like I had 6 floors of this place, but they were all like average. That's not as good as having like 3 floors that were amazing, right? Because the first floor takes like an hour and a half to 2 hours without story. You know, 3 floors of that, and then I use the upside down world, and suddenly, you know, I'm approaching 10 hours of gameplay or more. Which for Metroidvania is pretty long, especially a game like this. That being said, I might want to do more, but I mean, like I said, I'd much rather they be really cool levels than... Also, I think I'm probably going to put the windows back, to be completely honest. This here doesn't connect very well. Like, it seems like it'd be really cool, but in practice it actually just looks kind of weird in a lot of instances, and I kind of don't like it. Just gonna say it, I kind of don't like it. Thought I liked it. I will say I think it sucks a lot. I'm probably gonna put these back. Just gonna suck it up and put them back. I didn't even copy the windows either. I have to do that too, huh? Yeah, I think that's just better, because you don't have that problem of basically seeing this emptiness crap over and over. I have to copy all the windows as well. Honestly, I'd probably just copy everything. Plus, I didn't go outside. Like, previously, I couldn't really go outside. I'm gonna turn the lights on. It's just ridiculous doing this at night. Designing is just hard to do in the dark. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Thanks for follow, Father Provides. How's it going? Oh, pretty good. I'm restructuring the building a bit because I had second thoughts and wasted a bunch of time over the process of it. So typical game dev things, you know, can't complain. Well, I guess I could, but I don't know why I would. Selecting every portion of this floor is very challenging. Yeah. Oh. No control when I hit that one, and I'm not about to select it all. Okay. Really? There we go. Why am I not just clicking the windowsills? Should be pretty easy though. I'm just gonna drag it all down. And make my life a lot easier. See what game dev? Making cool things. Always have to ask. So I might have something really cool to show me. Still a student? Learning? Fair enough, fair enough. Well, we're all learning. Sometimes it's a real learning experience, but you just kind of go along with it. You're like, yeah, listen. What I did was not the smartest. I had a really learning experiences today. Yes. Many learning experiences. Fourth floor exterior. I don't know why there's a 1 after it. I don't care. I'm gonna do one more here. Where's the little doohickey? It's up there. Sure, whatever. I'll figure out where to put it in a second. Oh. Third floor exterior. Is getting kind of big. I'll be in the exterior of the building without a problem, hopefully. Did not move the folder. Nice. Really? Never do it that way, apparently. Oh. I should just go ahead and rename that phone. Yeah, whatever. This chair is winning the fight. It's not the most comfortable chair in the world, fortunately. take this third floor exterior and let's dump it into here, and hopefully it moves the folder like it should. Thank you. And then we have this one here, move it, and the fifth floor exterior as well. This way I don't have to go through and select everything again manually. And then for here, I just need to make certain it's kind of about the right height here. It's kind of not right now too. The fourth floor exterior. These exterior pieces here aren't the right ones. I need to put different ones on there, but I didn't do that. We just select all descendants like a champion. Fortunately, it's all over there, but I can at least see where I need to put it, kind of. It only matters for this one room right here. As long as they're relatively close, I'm good. And somehow they don't. Somehow it sticks in a little bit. That's a little bizarre. Seeing as how I moved it directly down from there, you wouldn't think that would be the case, but it sort of is. Huh. That's weird. So if you're still a student, like, you know, where are you going to school? Like, what you doing? You going to, like, one of the game dev schools? You going to regular university kind of thing? I mean, you don't got to be specific. You don't want to be specific. There's curious. Do those people actually bother to get educated? Yeah, this whole thing is slightly off kilter and slightly too low. Fair enough. Dragging it down would so fix this problem, but it so didn't. Well, you can arrow key this. I forgot about that. No, wait. It's like control up or something? There's supposed to be a way that does it. It's alt arrow key? Ah, it's alt arrow key. I learned this when I was trying to flip a building upside down. Very hard to flip an entire building upside down because it's full of a lot of crap in it. It did not work out in my favor very well. Slightly off still. Might be because it's like too low though. Let's alt. Okay, that's actually ruining it. It's actually because it was too low that way. Oh, it's not on this side. I hate that the navigations are so bad. Keeps looking like it's under like the wrong direction, and then I look at the other thing and it's not. It's like completely right in a different way. It's just me, or does that seem to be the case? Like, it's like, okay, cool, but wait a minute. It moves it, and then I look down here and it's fine. It's just, I think it just needs to go up, to be honest. It probably doesn't move it up, does it? It probably just moves the other direction, I imagine. To move it up, I probably have to drag and hope. Oh, maybe not that much up. Very challenging to place that, and I think it's actually at the right connector thing. It's just, no, it's still too low by that tiny fraction. Oh, that jumps so much. Isn't this exciting? Not even close on these either? I don't even know. It's relatively there. And the bottom one I'll have to deal with later at some point, but mostly now it's not. It was pretty terrible looking before. The other system was terrible. Oh, I'm not worried about those at all. And the reasoning for it, so one, the game has a more stylized look anyway, like a more cartoony fun look, so I'm not looking for realism. Like, realism would ruin this. Also, it's played at night, so in most cases you're not seeing a whole lot anyway. It's just, it's hard to see where things would land otherwise, so I have to you know, kind of adjust a bit. This is probably the brightest room. Where'd the music go? Oh, I'm between rooms, that's right. Okay, let me go ahead and ditch that obnoxious French string because I don't need it anymore. I do need that. I do want to clear this array on tick. That is true. On tick on pretty much every time it loops, but different story. So as you can see, it's already, you know, I guess that needs to be pushed down a bit, but aha, get bubbled. Yeah, it's relatively dark already. Why aren't you moving? I have so many questions. You're making me look bad. Get floated, you suck. I don't know why those two aren't moving, they're just weird. This is my giant squeaky toy for the fool. Where's everyone going? I don't know. They're just running away. Is the targeting messed up? Oh, you hit me. I have all the dev tools enabled, so I get to cheat. Big time cheating. Yeah, I like the main mechanic of this game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is like your mana. And if you're in the light, you gain your sanity back, but you don't gain your curse power. So and this is the insanity effect. So it goes away as you gain your sanity back. It's just targeting thing. I don't even use behavior trees anyway, so I don't use outdated technology like those. So Epic's looking to discontinue that crap. No point in using something they're going to discontinue. I guess I gotta put more things here because now that I don't have the glass there anymore, it's kind of a little different, but I still like it better with the bricks. Oh, the flying AI? Oh, I gotta fix you, buddy. This is like, she uses tarot cards for abilities. This is the Empress. It grows and shrinks plants is one of its abilities. Water kills Poppet. That's the main character. You're playing as this woman who's been killed and her soul's been put into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store. Unfortunately, there's a curse on the place that powers all the dolls, and if she leaves the place, then she'll die because there's no curse powering her. I also made a flying AI that all it does is currently follow the character, and I gave it to the little shark thing, so if it looks like it's awkwardly in the way, that's why. It's there to make my life hard. To remind me I need to actually finish it. Because swimming AIs and flying AIs are the same thing, so I just need to, you know, make a swimming AI for it. But as my punishment, it will now block the camera in this room. Fair, it's on my list of things to fix. Not a very high list, apparently. High list. Oh wait, never mind, that's a plant. I already have the Empress. Got the Magician that can manipulate drawers, cupboards, turn lights on and off, open, actually can move door handles if you have the key for it. Kind of the universal telekinesis toy. Kind of like Control. If Control had a bunch of tarot cards and didn't spend anywhere near as much time on its telekinesis mechanic. Yeah, about that. Or dash too, which doesn't work too well in pipes if there's a lip, but you know, whatever. Guess I can use the moon, which is cheating, but here, you can have it. One of the moon abilities is it can destroy these moon doors. Well, supposedly it can. Supposedly it can? Okay, wrong button for it, my bad. You can also make clones of her, and then you can detonate the clones. Also dance party. Running up cords, jumping over the cord like an idiot. Oh, oh. This is very effective against them. They can hit the clones too. It kind of exploded at the wrong time, but this isn't even supposed to be in my demo. It's like super far ahead. I just decided it was fun to have, so. Dev privilege. I get everything. Oh yeah. I mean, the game's still being made, so. You only worry about FPS while you're still building it. You worry about it when you optimize it. So I do a bunch of optimizations, but the unfortunate things are, one, I'm streaming and my computer is only so powerful, so I lose an FPS to streaming, and then it's not a packaged game, so Unreal's running on top of it, which costs more FPS. So it's like, once you dump those, it gets around 60 FPS, so... Computer only so strong. So sad. Well, streaming, I'm happy if I get like 20 FPS. And people are so all about trying to optimize FPS while I'm still building. So weird.
So just do it. Make your dreams come true.
Pretty much, yep. There's some LEDs in here like that. Not as many as there could be. Right now I have the H-load instancing thing, so it doesn't even load a lot of things at a distance anyway. So you don't even see the stuff. It just has. As opposed to a lot of H-load, a lot of LODs, because, well, if they're not even there, then they're not, the LOD wouldn't do anything, right? At least that's the theory. And I have 3 different H-load setups. One for the city outside, which is much farther because the city's really far away. One for the building, because I don't want the walls to not load. And then one for everything inside. And then I also have spawners that spawn all the enemies in the room and everything, so they're not running the rest of the time. So this way, that's a thing as well. Don't get me wrong, there's still a long way to go for the thing like that. As far as the physics stick for the AI, I mean, my AI is only trigger only so often anyway. But I have a master controller who, a puppet master, if you will. And the puppet master goes and controls every single enemy in the game. So it's just one, actor that runs everything. So a complicated system of straps, pulleys, and one hell of a lot of graphs. Some of the graphs are pretty complicated too, especially the boss graphs, which are gross. Why does this have a thingy on it? You don't need that. Take on, foul thing. You do not belong in this world. Blue's graph's actually not that complicated. She has extra abilities that make her more complicated. The extra abilities are on her. These just tell what an action to do. When to trigger specials and everything. I think Patrick has 3 graphs. The big one being this graph. It's giving him more things to do, and then it goes over to the actual enemies. And the enemies are then told what to do, and then they can run their own attacks and stuff like that too, as far as what they got. So it just sends over an interface thingy saying, this is the command you're supposed to do, and then I have them set up into things, and I have an NPC that covers a lot of the base things, so they're all children of that, so they've got the jumping and moving and things like that. Right, the macros are, those obviously don't do parent-child on that, so. And a reset action so that they, using gameplay tags, so this way they can't do multiple actions until they're finished. They have to go through the whole line of things first in order to do stuff. Basically what I found out, it was either Activision or Ubisoft that actually used blueprints to do their AI. And I was like, wait, so the AAA company does the same? And what people kept telling me is that for really complicated AIs, behavior trees suck. And I was like, they're like, for simple ones, you should just use blueprints. I was like, the only time I want a behavior tree is when it's like a medium AI. Why am I using them? I mean, I can interface stuff back and forth and everything like that, but I found it a lot harder to have a master controller too. I mean, I'm sure it could be set up too to do it. That behavior tree could then order things, I suppose. But then I heard that Epic was replacing behavior trees with state trees, and I was like, what does it even matter? Like, what? I don't know anything about state trees. I finally saw someone using them, but the problem is the documentation, like everything for Epic, is horrible. And the guy's just like, And the dude works for CD Project Red too, so like it wasn't like a nobody, and he was still having problems with it. And I was like, okay, well, if he's having problems, I'm staying far, far away from that. That's right. Too complicated for me, buddy. So now you know. So I do it with blueprints. So these guys have got a new targeting problem. I wonder if I changed something on the targeting that's messing things up. You know what I probably did? Because I added a new thing to the Puppet Master to move the faces around to look at me. And I get the sneaking suspicion that this is the problem right here, because it's probably checking the room name also somewhere else. I don't think I'm recycling anything else. And this is running the whole time too, just in case there are doll faces around, so I'm assuming that's probably the issue. I do have a targeting system set up on this, which is down here. It's like a faction system. Mostly it just has two factions. You're either on the player's team or you're not, basically, at this point. And then picks all the targets. It's so I can charm things and then they switch factions, basically. Or I guess, well, nothing charms you, so... You know, it's a... You know, you're playing a Metroidvania, so... It'd be kind of lame if your solo character gets charmed. Like, that would be kind of lame and stupid. They're probably just wandering randomly. He came after me. You seem to be doing something weird. What are you doing, buddy? That's a good question. Do you all have problems? Or is it just that loser? One music at a time, please. It's kind of annoying to have to. Catch you later, Father Provides. Thanks again for swinging by and chatting with me. Those things are shooting me just fine. Do you move towards me? I think so. I think it's just the other one has some issues with its AI. Well, its behaviors, I should say. Because after all, it's one AI running everybody, so... But it just tells them what to do. They operate their wrong behaviors. I could also improve the lag by closing up the other windows too. The amount of lag you get off of those is incredible. Like, it's so high. It's wild. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's probably only 10 to 20 FPS, but it's not zero, let's put it that way, okay? Like, it's a lot. Like, especially the content browser is weirdly incredibly heavy. Which I guess is probably fair, because it's probably loading up a whole bunch of assets or something. Yeah, I really think it was just those one enemies that have problems. Also, these are still in the thing. I need to raise them up or move them farther away. I guess I should fix the things that are stuck in there, because right now I'm just in a polish phase anyway. So it's fixing all the dumb crap that just makes no sense, like them being stuck inside of things. Probably a good idea. Probably a good idea. Are these stuck in the thing too? Also, I need to figure out why Temperance behaves so badly with these things. They also don't appear to have a health bar, which is weird. Yeah, it's stuck in the thing. Also, yeah, it has like no health bar. I don't know why. It should. Let's move you up first off. And let's look at the pipe contraptions and figure out why they have issues. Not me, right? if I can convince the various YouTube people to sub periodically. I need to get to 1,000 subs so that YouTube can help pay for my game. Yes. Don't get me wrong, if I had 1,000 subs on Twitch, which I'm also sure, that would be awesome as well, but I don't demand all that. That would be awesome. And my game would be so much better. I'd be able to afford so much better stuff than I currently have. Also, I could afford to get custom music and have voice actors. Maybe ones that weren't even on Fiverr. I think this alternate death thingy is the problem. Where in the, it's like target damaged has it, I think. It should. But I don't get why some of them would have it, but not others, because they all borrow from the same thing, with the exception of the alternate death option. Which is where I'm a little sus. Line trace, sure. Where are we talking about that? Also, because I can see a little better. I hid the chat. It does have a health widget. Alternate death wouldn't actually check until they died. Oh. Why am I not setting the visibility of the health widget on a line trace? It's like most of them. Oh, never mind. I already have this, it's just I didn't have this up there when I split them off, but they both have a check here. The same code. Writing is hit both times. It literally just splits off there. Otherwise, it doesn't care. Okay. That's because not everything uses a line trace, so I have a separate thing for when it's a line trace. Which honestly doesn't seem to make a big difference. The only thing I need to check is where the blood's at. It already hit, so it's like, Hmm. Uh, a more comfortable chair. I thought this was a, you know, a good chair and it had great ratings, but I think I sit in it longer than was intended. There we go. A definite improvement, to be sure. Oh, I was checking to see what was stuck in the floor. This is the only enemy that's stuck in the floor because it doesn't fall. All the other ones like fall into place, but this one does not, so yeah, it's stuck in the floor. But it's also not at the position you'd think it would be. It's kind of weird. I don't want it floating necessarily. There are a couple little rockets on the bottom of it, but well, it had to be like steam that it's on top of. Sometimes I'm tempted to randomly spawn things in, but then the problem is they would end up in places where they didn't matter. Like on top of things that she couldn't reach, or they just, an irrelevant enemy would be put on an area that would say, okay, well, this doesn't have a cannon, it's on a shelf somewhere, or this has a cannon, but it's easily blocked off, you know what I mean? Like, lots of things like that would just prove to be less good, so. Be fine. Guess I'm just checking to make certain everything's in the right locations. Actually, these are the only enemies that matter for that purpose. I'm probably going to want to retool the enemies in each room anyway. Pretty good. Oh, that transform location's kind of crap. Nope. Nope. Oh, a little bit low. I think the bottom gear is fatter than I think it is. Pretty good. Make certain the other one's about that height too. I didn't really double check, but well, they actually are exactly the same height. I could have just copy pasted, but I thought about it afterwards. I was like, wait, was that one even a good spot? I don't know. Sure. I don't know how I feel about these little landmine things. I guess they are nice to speed your way up. Hey, Gerald Love. How's it going? Oh, yeah. Well, 5 nights a week. I'm here. Well, usually about 8+ hours. Yesterday I was here for 10. And I'm just like, alright, well, my brain was just mush by the end. I was just getting nothing done after a while. I was like, alright. It's definitely time to back it in on that one. I think I will get rid of the landmine here so she can crawl through. Do I even want these landmines here? Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. Definitely not blocking her off though. Also not blocking those off. She can't really land on any otherwise. Hmm. Oh, you want to see the landmines? You jump on them and they explode. They have messages. Problem is, you can't just spawn them in with the messages very easily, so I need to change that setup, I guess. So they launch you in the air. And the other one was right by the thing so you can grab hold of the ledge. But the problem is Charlotte's trying to get through here too. And because of that, I don't think I want it there. But I'll smooth this over. And then you have even less time before Charlotte comes after you. And she'll just come straight away, and then I don't think you can make it up in time. This way you can, but... you also need to be pushed into the ground. So that they don't block Charlotte. Like this or something. Well, I mean, they do damage to the player. They're there to be random amusement. But also you can use them as a way up. At the cost of health, you can save yourself. So I mean, like, they do something. Not everything has to do a whole lot for the player either. A lot of things can just, you know, be a curiosity as well. And I might put them low intentionally, so this way they're just kind of stuck in the ground, and then you just aren't paying attention. You step on them, get blown to bits. They might kill you, but I don't know. But most of the time, they're the best way to get places. Alright, double jump right now, so it doesn't really help much, but I can trigger them off that, so now Charlotte can go over those, and Charlotte doesn't trigger them, so... she's a ghost, so... yeah, I don't care. She just does her thing. It's all spooky about it. I don't have anywhere else, just in this room for funsies. Well, this is the room where I introduced Charlotte, so... well, it's an explosive device. But things can be fun and not like, you know... like, they can just be there. They can do things. Not everything has to be like the most useful thing in the world. But it's also essentially a trap. Like, you run over it and it launches you in the air. You take a bunch of damage, but you also get up higher so that Charlotte can't catch you quickly. So there's a price tag to a free ride, basically. Like, okay, well, if the ghost girl catches you, you die. So if you jump on the landmine, you don't die, but it hurts. Which is kind of why they're there. Well, they were also there just because they're fun. Because otherwise she's like wandering around down there. But you might not catch you if you go whoop. Of course, that one's not close enough to collide with a thing, so I probably want to change that. Yep, they're just extra fun things to do. Also, if you're running around through the smoke, you might blow yourself up, which is always cool. That's because you've never played the game. Because if the ghost hero catches you, you die, so... Plus you can also heal as well. Like, you have ways to heal. It's not like you're just like, oh man. But it's enough that it might kill you if you aren't, you know, if you're using too often, you haven't healed. Because, I mean, if she catches you, you just die, and you go back to the spawn point. So this thing, at least you're like, oh, well, I didn't die, but I took that damage. Plus you do have heals at this point. You have the Empress, which can just heal you up. But if you don't find time to heal, well, you die. It takes 4 of them to kill you, so you'd have to really go nuts on them. So you can even see them too, because the letters show up in the smoke really well. Well, mostly. If she's nearby, it's too much smoke probably, but you also don't have to jump on them. Like, you know, you could take the normal way up. I ain't stopping you. You want to take the normal way up? You can. A lot of times I take the damage. It's much faster, it's much better. The normal way up is to manipulate the shelves to get up. Which would be like, I'll do it over here. Manipulate the doors. If she comes nearby you and you're on like the below this 3rd drawer, you die. So don't. He can catch you. So as long as you can get up fast enough, it doesn't matter. I have double jump enabled, so you wouldn't have that normally, but yeah, it might increase the damage on the landmines. The punishment for using them. You know, because no free rides. Besides, you can heal. You'll be fine. I might also put them in other rooms too. It'll be a lot more threatening in other areas where, you know, well, the deal will be less good in areas where there's enemies. In this room, since there's no enemies, you just get up over probably on this table, heal up, and go, yeah, that was the thing, or over by that other light and heal up, and what? Oh, I can't grab the ledge because of the stupid double jump. Because you won't always be able to heal. Like, you might be in trouble, in danger, you're running out of sanity. You got to get to these points here. In this room, they're an explainer to you. Like, you know, there's not a lot of penalty for the first time I show you something, because I'm just showing you the thing. You know it's there, and you know that's bad. When I start putting these in other rooms where there's additional damage sources, suddenly there's a problem. But you don't just put something new in a room that's like the hardest possible to use it, because if you do that, then they don't have time to learn the mechanic or whatever. But later on, these things will be around, and, you know, you could use them, but there's also enemies running around. If you take enough damage, you're really hurt, and you jump on one, you're gonna die. So, plus they're just kind of funny. That's what games are. They're all about, you know, additional steps to do things, right? You're adding additional obstacles to get from making point A to point B that much harder. And that much more interesting, because after all, if you don't have obstacles, then you're just running across an open field, and Really boring. Ain't nobody want that. Honestly, that point here too. This might be too big. Yeah, because it's like a little bit bigger than it should probably be. But they are fun. That's just it. They have funny little dumb messages, and they're a quick way to launch yourself into the air. Like, you don't have to jump on the landmine. It turns out, you don't have to jump on a landmine. Totally fine. But they add additional strategy to the game because, again, like, you can just pay life to get up. If you want. Or I took a hit there while I was on it, thus I was invincible, so I took only damage from the hit. I took less damage than normal. But I mean, they're like one of the most strategic. They're actually awesome. They're like one of the better elements in the rooms. I end up using it more than the drawers if I have the option. Because I mean, they're just so efficient for getting up. Admittedly, they only launch you to about this height, so I need shorter things to get on top of. But I might add something over here too, like instead of having this table. Why am I doing this in the dark? It's so hard to position things in the dark because the walls are so dark. I can't see if I'm against the wall. There's actually nowhere to read in this library. I just thought I'd point that out. It is what it is, you know? Yeah, I don't know if I like the free ride here. No free rides. You want a safe area? You earn your way up this safe area. It's a landmine. They don't have fuses. The whole point of a landmine is you step on it, and as soon as you lift your foot up, you go. But in this, well, you don't weigh very much, so. What are you talking about? It's like literally you step on it and it blows you up into the air. It's literally an insta escape. Have you not been watching me use it? Like what? It does exactly that. You're being chased and you're like, nope, way up into the air, avoid the ghost girl. Or just a quick way to travel if the ghost girl's not around, though. So far, they're in every room the ghost girl is, so technically it's just a way to avoid her right now. But it will eventually be a way to do other stuff, probably. Not like these are the only rooms I'm ever going to use them in. Well, I mean, like, you're just suggesting... I mean, I pretty much refuted everything you said for why I have a specific thing. Basically, what I'm saying is your idea isn't very good for this. Like, I listen to the idea, I respond to it, but if the idea isn't very good, I'm not gonna take it. I've explained why I don't think it's a good idea. Why it is as it is, why it's fun, why it's strategically useful, what the point of it is, versus... Yeah, I don't know why you don't like him or why you're so fixated on him. I mean, you can not like him if you want, but the fact is, they do exactly that. They're a quick escape from her. But there's a price to the escape, which is, I mean, you get launched in the air, that's fun. The price to the escape is that you take some damage, because otherwise you can get up this way, but it takes longer and you might die. This way's free, but it's not totally free. So it's another way of getting up things, like an additional option. You don't gotta take it. Otherwise, it's an instant escape to the higher areas, which the Ghost Girl doesn't go upon. Currently, there's not a lot of enemies up there. Is this where the platforming goes? Oh, I've been responding to them. That's what I don't get. Like, that's what I've done. Responded to each one. They were all upset about it, but nope. It's just responding to each one as you say them. Why things are. Not trying to make it seem like it's some kind of argument. This is just why they're in here. But I'm actually really receptive to criticism, as I respond to each one and often change the game based upon things if I think the idea is a good one. People suggest a lot of ideas. Some of the ideas were good. Some of them, anyway. Just depends. I don't put something over here. I kind of need this to exit out onto here. I don't need this. Also, this should just not be there. It's not a special item. That's special. The special items are... oh, should be special. If it looks special, it should be special. I guess this doesn't have to be here. I can just have you pop out and fall into some sort of thing down here. And that could be like an alternate way up into the pipes. I don't hate it. Because, you know, at this point you have to get into the pipes from this side of the room, and it's kind of lame, and that's the only way. You gotta run all the way back. It's kind of crap. I would much rather have an option to get into the pipes from the other side too. I don't think you can make a jump from here to here, though. Test it. You could almost make that. Almost. So I just need to move it over some. Probably spawn these in and then have some way to input messages in on spawn. That'd probably be a lot smarter. Have an Empress way up here. Weep. That's way better. Having just another direction to go and a place up on this side, because this side's so boring on the ground. It's just kind of running away from her. Like a punishment area, I think, is what it is. Because you'll fall over here, and then you basically have to run all the way back. And that's not fun? Wow. I'm trying to give you lots of routes. Because, you know, it's not really about making it impossible to get places, it's just about having a lot of ways to get lots of places. Where I think you might want to go, and maybe you do, maybe you don't. I don't think the plant is big enough to get you to the top. I'll have to double check, but I don't think it does. So I'm going to have to change that. Push these against the wall, because if I don't, then Poppet can sneak behind them. And I only want you to do that if there's some reason to go back there. Otherwise, it's kind of just weird. It's kind of fun to go behind stuff, but at the same time, then the enemies can't really follow you, so it's like an easy hidey hole. It's not great. Why have you launched it? Thought I launched it. Did I launch it? Are you frozen? Yeah. They said moving those shells was too powerful. Oh my god. Do this. Oh, well, yeah. That would be no problem to get that high. I guess I misjudged how tall that plant is, but I think the plant's going into the thing, so I need to move it a bit over to the side. At this point, it's just embellish the room as much as possible. Because, you know, if I want to make a demo that hopefully gets me an Epic Mega Grant, it had better be awesome. As I get caught in a plant. It better be awesome. Caught in a plant. Huh. You should probably put a light up here too. Yeah, and they can easily make that jump. Here, you should probably put a light there though. There's smoke in this area, so anywhere she spawns from, I don't really need to put stuff because it's already kind of weird in the first place. To like, you wouldn't go over there intentionally because, well, you're very likely to die if you run into her smoke. That's kind of Oh, I forgot to post that. Got all excited and forgot all about that. This is considered a safe zone. Do I want safe zones around here? Well, I'll put one over here for not safe zone, but a landmine there. Technically, you can use that to get to the thing like once. I probably do need a way to spawn them in though. I really like how these just like no books on this side either, but there's not much to really do as far as that goes. Like, I mean, the pipe maze is the most interesting thing. Otherwise, downstairs there just isn't much to do. There's very little reason to be on the ground, which I don't like. But to be fair, that's true in a lot of rooms, honestly. Like, there's not a lot of reason to be on the ground other than trying to get to locations, so... And much of it's, you know, if you fall, is pretty much the reasons in this room. I guess there's destroyables down there. There's quite a few of them. But yeah, like, you basically want to get up higher and then do all the stuff. And then I guess there's a reason to go out here, which is something. I don't know why I left this open, but oh, can be open, not is open, sure. I guess I could give all my funny comments on them and then just put random, you know, the same one there over and over. Or a few varied ones. Or I could have an interface upon that, but I don't really want to do the room thingy, have that as an option. I think I would rather... I could also just cycle through my funny messages and have it random them in, but they're more fun if they're contextual, so... That's true. Game looks so much better at night. This room has gotten a lot better. It's just missing some things. There's just quite a brawl on the bottom. If you fall, that's a problem. There are these cubes to carry the light through, which does help. A lot more enemies in there. The enemies need to be better too. I still need a bunch of sound effects. I still haven't done that yet. I'm just a terrible person. Like, I'm not very interested in sound effects. Or one of my least favorite parts of the game design. And there's all the pipes here. What am I doing with these? What was the goal? I could actually have a secret. Actually, I'm curious. How far does this go? Like, how high is it, I should say? Actually, I can just move it over and see how high it is. Yeah, it's like midway on the window, so it doesn't really help. I was like, do I keep a fake floor? But the problem is the windows are so high up, because that's windows, you know, they usually are pretty high up. So, I mean, like, I think Poppet's barely, I mean, she can get up here, so she's barely, like, you know, got enough space at that point above the window if I put something there. I can have areas to crawl through, though. That is true. Like, there could be areas to crawl around through. Like, jumping on the ceiling is kind of weird. But it's kind of blocking it, so it's not like a bed problem there. That's a little bizarre. You want more areas where you get to creep around through things, because there's the pump room has that. And I really like the concept of it where you're underneath all the floor there. And I haven't done that anywhere else. But to be fair, there aren't many rooms that can get away with that. So I don't know how useful it is. I don't know. I'm taking a brief bio break anyway, and I'll think about what I'm gonna do on that. Be right back. Okay. The things that need to be fixed. Yeah. Some stuff I don't think is actually going to be even included in the demo, so I don't know if I care. I mean, neither of these are even in the demo area, so I don't even want them on the list here, because, you know, why worry about things that just aren't in the demo, right? Not saying I won't fix them, but yeah. Let's fix. Oh yeah, the flying AI. I guess I should deal with it. Okay. About the flying AI. So, I have this at. I imagine movement was the first one I was working on. There's a lot of movement things that aren't really in here, like I don't even... I guess face the target actually is on thing on that. I should probably just have a grid for you too. I don't even know if I ever used the stop movement thing anywhere. I don't think I do. Also, I don't think it really gets used anywhere either, for that matter. Some of this stuff is really old. My original plan was I actually let them randomly jump at things, but with no ability to guarantee where they're going to land, like it's better to have them like launch at the target and everything like that, just to jump their direction thingy. Which I guess, to be fair, the jump now thingy is not. There's already a jump graph, so I don't understand why I need that. I could just command them to jump really high. Like this was probably, I think, like 3-4 months into development, so basically a year ago when I was using this jump now thingy, trying to understand how to make the AI jump. I didn't understand the AI. I was trying to use behavior trees too, which probably didn't help. Yeah. I don't believe anything uses this. I can't think of anything that would use it. I guess unless the violet AI uses it, but that was like the one time I really played around with the blue behavior trees. It didn't. I mean, I got to do what I wanted. It was just a lot of extra steps. But to be fair, at the time I knew so little that the extra steps probably could have been avoided. But I didn't. I didn't know. Just didn't. That's how I learned. I don't think anything is. I don't feel like indexing them all right now. I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of it. Then I'm gonna hit play real fast and see if it broke anything. Seems to be just fine. I mean, I'm up in the air above the building, but that's not surprising because I was looking at the moon. Oh yeah, splines. Ever since 5.4, there's been a spline error. There's been a lot of spline errors. They pretty much broke splines in 5.4. You can still make them work, but oh god, it's so much more. Yeah, so many more bugs of them. What is this? Spirit travel? I redid the AI for every single thing in the game, and not a single thing uses anything called spirit travel. I did it all when I put the when I put together the Puppet Master. Turn is used. I'm just gonna make my life easier by putting everything where I can easily find it. You know? I think this does get called. Unless the other thing does it. A lot of stuff was done by a BPMPC originally, but now it's done by the Puppet Master. But it might not be. But it should be. Well, I'm looking for target height, which the bosses would make use of target height if it was anywhere, but I think that well, let's check. Vu would use it. Guess they don't. That means I probably need it. Fair. Nice. I got scammed. See how it is. You can't trust anyone these days. Oh my god. I've been betrayed. Yeah. Sometimes. Single tier. Single tier. Betrayed. Okay. She's got like 1 million viewers. Well, good for her. That's what happens when you know, do things that aren't game dev. You get like 1 million viewers. I mean, for my credit, like there are 52 people watching me on YouTube. 54. Just there's not that many on Twitch. Oh, that's what I was doing. Oh. Oh. Well, damn. Yeah. You can tell her that I'm muted. I can't hear anything she said, and I just, you know, I don't even actually remember who it was, so I don't know. I should go back and tell her that have her muted, so I can't hear. Yeah, yeah. You can tell her that I couldn't hear, so because I'm streaming too and don't want to get copyright struck. Yeah, that's it. Listen. sometimes things happen. And you just nod your head and smile.
I don't remember it. I still
Oop,
don't.
oop, oop, oop. I don't remember who it was. I'm a terrible person. But good for whoever it was. Anyway. So I was gonna work on the data and I got sidetracked by the chat. Well, but I'm a villain, so if I'm not terrible, then I'm not doing my job. It's in the name. They'll take away my villain card. Oh no. Well, yeah, that works for Twitch, but I also stream to YouTube at the same time, and YouTube does not have such a feature. No. The YouTube VODs are available as you do it, and you can rewind and, you know, all like that. So it's just like pretty much if I raid people, I have to be real careful that I've already logged out of the YouTube version of it first. I had a fear of that. And like I say, like I get way more people watching on YouTube than I do on Twitch, so it's like, I guess, I mean, I'm not monetized on YouTube yet. I gotta get like 600 more subs or something, but anyone wants a sub, I'm just saying, on YouTube. Help a guy out. But yeah. Hey, maybe I'm a good guy? I don't know about that. Like, I'm trying to beat those allegations. I don't want to be a good guy, be a bad guy. I sit around and play with my dolls all night and convince people to watch. I'm obviously not a good person at that point. You're doing your stream YouTube at the same time? You figure out if I'm lazy? Oh, it's pretty easy. If you use OBS. If you use like OBS, and there's a glorious plugin called, I believe it's called Multiple Output. Complicated, I know. And you just set up all your accounts in that, except for whichever the main one is. Like I set the default to stream to YouTube, and then I just click start to stream to Twitch. Yeah. I always stream to both, but I was using Restream.io, which is actually probably the easiest one. Like you just go to Restream.io, it's free for the first two. It'll even give you a combined chat to look at, so you don't have to, you know, try to figure out what's going on. And that's it. I did that for the longest time. The only reason I switched is that I was hoping to eventually stream to a few other locations as well. I just work like 12 to 16 hours a day, so I haven't had time. I do have my weekends off, which I tend to do more work on the weekends. Listen, so, you know, just saying. Just saying. Some of us work way too much. I need to look at the Jeff AI. But yeah, if you want help on how to do it, I can show you a quick way to do it. Takes basically no work whatsoever. And I can show you what I was doing previously. It's very, very easy. Very easy indeed. Why is there a 2? I'm just gonna name him Jeff. This is funnier. There's Jeff the Land Shark. I do know a lot of good non-copyright music is, so it would be too much trouble regardless even if I already have my VODs this way. Then YouTube wouldn't be bad, but I just kind of want to keep VODs on Twitch, but delete them off YouTube, eh? That's the thing, is YouTube will strike you midstream. There's no wait for the VOD. YouTube will strike you midstream. It's savage. Like, yeah, like, I mean, it can get rough. Like, I remember the worst one I had was I was on Fiverr and I was looking up voice actors on stream, right? And I listened to someone's demo reel. And I didn't realize, like, they don't tell you, but they actually are a voice actor for Aniplex USA. Guess what you should probably never play on stream? Anything made by Aniplex USA? I was like, wait, what? Where'd this happen? I didn't watch. Oh, the voice actress. Oh my god. I looked and there it was. It was only a copyright claim. But yeah. Bad. But yeah, no, definitely let me know. And yeah, and get some sleep, man. What I should do but never do. Sleep is for the weak. Sleep anymore. Beyond that now. I've moved to a higher plane of monitor radiation and caffeine goodness. Yes. Yes, indeed. So, move to target works. So the way you have to do this, if they're flying, is you have to add velocity because you can't use a nav mesh because the nav mesh only works on things that are on the ground. Same is true for swimming. So somewhere I figured out move to target and then promptly made the move to target thingy cover everything? I don't know. Sure. Whatever. Oh, it's these little dots that are in there? I see. Not really need the dot in there necessarily. So it was get actor location and then the elevation thingy there. The move away from target should be pretty easy because I just negate the vector, right? But when moving right, I don't want to negate the location. Yeah, it's right here. This is the one I want to negate. He just knew it worse. I always thought streaming YouTube was worse than Twitch. I was right. I might just search and upload videos. I did. That's fair. I just get a lot more viewers on YouTube. Hope to get monetized someday on it. So I can make more games. Make them faster. Yeah. Hey, you too, Char. Simple. I should have done this the same day I did the others, because now my memory of what I was doing is not that great, and I have to try to remember things as I'm going. Memory serves, the plan to make certain that they were reaching the target. Okay, well, I thought this would all end up in here, but I guess not. Okay. Was that I set up a new looping event, right? And the flight destination reached. Because obviously it doesn't have that option for if you're just setting a velocity and launching him towards it, which is what I'm doing here. Which literally just a looping event there with a sequence delay and all that, and then just move location and accept the radius and seeing if it's reached that, and if so, it just sets the velocity to 0. And that's it. That's all it does. And the acceptable radius is just set here. Right? These are just all part of the custom event that's used here. Well, look at Jeff's thingy, so I can just tell it to move away from target, I guess. I don't know. Sure. What is this? Oh, okay. Why did Jeff say that doesn't matter? Just does it too. So we'll just switch this move random. Actually, they're both moved to target, so fair enough. No, thanks. I could use all the luck I can get when it comes to this. Never know. So let's put a Jeff out here. Let's put a few Jeffs out here. Should probably make him an enemy or something for underwater. Oh, I should make their move away really slow. The move speed is pretty slow, but I want to catch him. I like how they're like a little blimp, but they're not moving away from me. Did I forget to change it? I might have forgot to change it. No, I'm not. They're not moving. Sorry, it says it's supposed to. Well, that's not correct. Which one am I monitoring here? Yeah, they only move towards me, so clearly my move away thingy is not acceptable. Okay, so where is the error? That would just be a simple negate vector. I'm just getting the actual location for where the target is. And then adding an elevation height, which makes sense. And that's the move location. Except that's not what I want to do. This doesn't specify a distance. I do have a distance, right? Do I? I have move distance. I wonder if I can just borrow a bunch of this. I need velocity. I'm really terrible when it comes to this math. For this kind of stuff. me look at the code here. Right. I'm just so quiet here. Quiet track, I guess. So I'm gonna look at raise. This gets active location. I think I need to find lookout rotation. It doesn't make sense to just get the active location then add an elevation height. If I got a forward vector here, and then the forward vector I multiply it by I mean, I'm getting the right velocity, it looks like, because I'm negating it, so that would make sense. It's just this move location would be, I would assume, incorrect. So let's dump it into this here. The active location, except for I need 2 points here, so I just take the same thing here, because this is what's feeding me the thing I need. I need the endpoint. That just gives you the move location here. So I take all that. And then I just the rest of this, right? Over here. Track is so quiet. Use this track instead. Okay, apparently we gotta do the save trick because it only moves everything once. Sure. Alright, so it's already negating the vector, I assume. Or never mind, the negate vector happens right there. I don't even need to negate the vector, because that's the same thing. Alright, so then this gives me a move location, which I can just pipe into here. And then set a flying velocity here. Think that works? We're about to find out. Go on success. just pipe up to the same one, I guess, or I just can't do it this way. On fail. Also, I'll probably just pipe to the same on fail as the other one here. I'll try to and fail. And this doesn't even have an on fail option if it's the wrong one. More. Actually, that's terrible, but whatever. It might not even work. So before I get all crazy about making it look nice, it works. Does not appear to. Oh. Bypass that crap. I don't think I'll fix it, but I should bypass the crap too. Yeah, they're not moving away. Oh. No, it's still finding me. On the random. Or move away from target, which honestly seems like it moves a little nicer than the other one. Maybe I don't negate it at that point. I'm already negating the other location, so in theory if I negate based on that, then it would just put it facing forward again, right? And that's the theory, right? Am I crazy? I mean, I could be crazy. Fair. Okay, well, they are moving away from me. That is true. They're not facing the direction, but they are in fact moving away from me. So I have uncovered at least one secret to what I need. Moves away again. Okay, well, it works. Vector math and I are not always the best of friends. I admit it. I remember how long it took me to come up with this other stuff here previously. But it makes sense if I basically just picking a location and then using that information in order to get where it's going to go. Iron chirp. I want to find look at rotation here real quick here. So if it hasn't arrived, what I want it to do is keep looking towards the location it's supposed to go, because I'm not using the nav mesh, it won't rotate automatically. I have to do it. And this thing's already looping anyway, so it might as well also set rotation. Right? Like world delta seconds or something like that. We'll let it interpret like a 2 or something like that. And the current is bit actor rotation and type. Oh, I can't get off actor location. No, it doesn't need that at all. I can just get it without that. Very sad. Who's sad today, though, is the question. So many. Hey, Martha. How's it going? I could get it from the tick node, but I don't use the tick node. Welcome back, Lepus. Guess I was kind of hiding the wrong chat again. Oh, that's adorable. You think Yui's going to give you the FPS you want? Yui gives you the FPS it wants, and you accept it and you like it. Let no one tell you different. Okay, well, that's fair. I mean, listen, it worked for Silent Hill, right? Here we go. Look. Did Jeffster escape? Oh, he's coming after me now. Run away. Run away. Run away. Not far enough. Okay, he turns a little slow and a little crappy. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I don't know if it'd be better to have a longer or shorter time on that. Real jerky, though. We'll figure it out one way or another. You know, half the time the fog in UE is actually pretty heavy. I don't know. He still turned back real slow. He sure turned towards me really fast, though. You notice that? He's like, oh no! Maybe. I don't know. Particle seems insanely heavy. In case look at target is not true. If false, do this. It's probably because the look at target thing is much better at what it does. Well, use a timeline, but you can't really. A timeline on a looping event isn't that great. We do a thing where there is volumetric fog around the player and the rest is fake, so it's alright. That's fair. What you didn't realize is the player is actually a chain smoker, and that is why they have perpetual fog around them. Yes. I mean, would save on the optimization. I know the amount of pain I've had over having to have the city in the background is really high. Like this is not free. It's basically 200 assets that are always loaded. To be fair, the HLoad has never really been built. It's just, I just delete the HLoad thingy and I don't ever use the build HLoad function, which takes like over an hour. There's also not much point because every time I do it, I'll have to delete it. Otherwise, the HLoad will load in things that aren't even there anymore. So the biggest optimization hasn't even been done on my game yet. Once we get to the real optimizations, things will change. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like, UE's really good with, like, foliage actors and the like, because it just goes into, I mean, it just gets instance, you know, in the HLOD stuff, so it's not too bad. Yeah, that's fair. This is my game. My game is about UIs. Anything else? No, I just like UIs. Okay, that's fair. I mean, you just do a visual novel. That's basically one endless UI, right? Nah. Just make more UIs. All problems are solved with more UIs. I guess this is like there's 2 times going on here, so maybe it's a bit much time. I don't even know. That is so slow. Why does it seem like it got slower? Never mind, interpret speed. It's not a time. It's different. Not a time. This is the time. Not that. I think. Right? Yeah. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I get like 80 to 100 FPS in my UIs. What now? What now, chat? My game's not optimized, huh? 80 to 100 FPS? Yeah. Here. A little faster. It's still jerky. I get the feeling I shouldn't tie this into this because then I could have had a better speed for rotation, but that does affect it too. I don't know what I was doing. I lost quite a lot of FPS, but now it's butter smooth. Yeah. Butter smooth. Whoa, whoa, he's headbanging over there. Oh, yeah, yeah. He's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's going on? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm almost here. Yeah, yeah. Never mind. Oh, he's confused. Wait, why are you confused? I guess it's probably calculating based on the distance to Poppet here. It's caught on the little thingy. Okay, you know what? A little jerky. It could have been nice if Lumen gave us a way to artificially darken an area. And this might be too much to ask for. I thought there was like light blocking volumes where you could just put like static meshes in the way, but I thought I know you can click the cast shadow on a static mesh or something and it will cast shadow, or you can make it not cast a shadow. Actually, it's the lights themselves, right? You can make lights not cast a shadow. Right? What it was? Just put us more in. I don't even use Lumen. So it's like, light blocking volume? Is there a light blocking volume? Actually, how about this? You don't need a volume to stop Lumen. Put a post-process volume in there and just lower the lights in the post-process volume. Huh? Huh? You step in there, boom. All the global lighting reduced. No problem. Huh? Huh? Did I keep it in this room? I think I might have. Is there post-process still? I deleted it. Oh no. I was gonna say I had exactly that going on in here and it made the room dark. But I can just put one out and show what I was talking about. There we go. We take it to post-process. We move the post-process down here. We'll make it real big. Ginormous even. We'll go here so I don't step on Charlotte or something. Aha, I'm here to help. We can all be dumb together. Yes. Global. Gamma. Reduce gamma. It'll be like 0.5. There you go. Whoop. Oh my god, it's dark. Oh. Because I was just doing it earlier to make this room dark. Test it out. I thought about making the room seem evil and like that, and I might still, but yes. Now you know. My weird experiment earlier proved to be handy for someone. Yes, yes indeed. I have that. Alright, so back to that. So now I have an idea of that, and really I think I can just cheat and use the move stuff I've already figured out for a lot of this anyway. And then it's just a question of getting, well, the same thing, I think. Wait a minute. Do I need to ever change that? Did I change it here? Oh. It's just to get active location this there, so I can just recycle every single thing. Oh my god, my life just got so much easier. If they all use exactly the same information, then, or at the very least, this should be a macro. No, it should not be a macro. Never use a macro, my bad. Macros don't inherit, so because this is the parent, I should use a macro. Not a good idea. It's not. Do it. What I can do. They all feed into the same one, right? I can just make a function of this too. I don't need to. Because they're all going to connect up here anyway. Let's make things less confusing for me for a moment. First move to target didn't actually use any of that crap. Actually, it totally does. I just skip all this thing here because it's... Yeah, it's just adding move location even here, so I don't need that at all. Random point might be interesting to do. That one doesn't have a nav data, so I can't use that. So that's going to be a problem. Actually, why am I just making... Do I need to be a graph? I think I'm just gonna make them functions, right? That's what I did with the other ones. I made well, actually I made them macros and it worked. Seemed to. Guess you can do that? Huh. Okay. This one that does not work, but And everything's been moving around up to this point, so clearly I am mistaken. Flying target. Oh. I have to keep the same naming conventions across the board so I can remind myself later. Man, 62 people watching on YouTube. Wow. Awesome. Well, thanks to everyone who's watching on it. And don't forget to sub so I can build my subs up on that. So like, subs whatsoever. Funny. So let's see. Flying away from target. So if valid. Why is it set that way? Is not. Okay, I have questions here, and there are many of them, but they should be a lot like that. Not the other way around, like I had it. No, that's dumb. It's a little less messy. So if valid, we're heading over here. If not valid, we're skipping that and just going back to turning that off and moving on. I don't care about anything else. And everything's just going to the little flying velocity option here. The VPN PC is so smart, it does everything. The whole game. Whole game in its own right. Moved around a point I'm gonna have to skip for the moment because I don't have a good method for that. I'll probably need some vector math for it, basically like that. I'll keep them separate, even though they do seem pretty identical, just in case I decide to make some changes later that would impact that. Which there could be a lot of changes I might make, you never know, but... Oh, it's got a little crappy dot over there? Sure. The previous statement. I have auto size comments on, so I can just do that. Flying, move left. Why did nothing exit out of you? I have so many questions. Very ugly. I don't like it. No sir, I don't like it. I guess he's having his valid check on the actor, which is not necessary because I'm not necessarily facing an actor. I'm simply picking location. So it makes very little sense to need to do any of that. I don't need this anymore. We neaten up this graph even more here. Why does it connect to the output? Oh, because of that. Sure. I guess. Yeah, because this doesn't have a true output on it. Like, it doesn't stop there. It just starts this. Sure. Don't delete those. Do delete this. Clearly, I don't need half this crap. I'll test all these in a second, but I mean, if calculating the move location is the same no matter what, and it's just the velocity, then the velocity is calculated by the exact same thing. It doesn't seem like I need to change much. I do dream of being able to not need the nav mesh anymore, because the nav mesh will often steal like almost 20 FPS from your game. So it's not free. Like, it's... nav meshes are... like, maybe if your nav mesh is real tiny, it's not so bad, but the amount I see it take, I'm just like, but if I don't use a nav mesh, then that's just free FPS for me. For me. Okay, well, I'm just trying to grab those, not the whole thing. Forwards. Go and dump this in this graph here, which is huge and probably doesn't need to be this big. It still looks like a wreck, but we're getting there. This should not be there. They're both in the same thing since they're both going to the same location. I'm not even using this move fail thingy because it's not a thing anymore. It's from the other one. I copied my move graph, if you haven't guessed, and then have just been adding to it and improving it because I watched a video on how to get basically the calculations for the velocity to fly around. It's pretty much all it told me. I'm just like, oh, cool. And from that point on, I'm just like, oh, yeah, I should do this. Okay, well, this is backwards. Just running that, move out of the way. I love when they're backwards. Random's not happening at the moment. Aside for the moment. Here we'll get to move to a random point in a bit. Do a bit of a test here. Apparently they just spin in circles because they're just moving left forever and they're not moving a distance. That's good to know. Not quite what I was hoping for. Interesting. Forwards probably works. Backwards, it probably needs to finish executing the command. You can't keep looping it because it seems to... I'm assuming backwards will keep getting a different direction. No? Seems like that one works. Looks more like just moving away from target though. Where'd they, oh. They get culled out of existence, okay. My next step is going to be an inventory system. That's fair. One step closer to that visual novel, right? I don't know if right's going to work when left didn't work. They're probably going to loop forever. Obvious. Let's make certain I didn't break move to target and all that. Actually, never mind. Move to target was working. Let's make certain I didn't break move away from target. I didn't move a lot of code around, so it's possible I connected something weird. We double check that stuff. You never know. It's like it does exactly what the other one's supposed to. What backwards is doing. This works just fine. I go towards him. He comes towards you. Perfect. Visual knowledge, wish they had the freedom to know. Exactly. Yui's an incredible engine. The things you can do with it in such short order is just absolutely wild. What an engine. Very random vector. Yeah, it's just a normal one there. You know, it occurs to me that I could actually just have the character turn and then have them go forward every time and never actually need to have move left, move right. Just saying. I also never checked to see if face the target would let it work. Might. There is a random vector. It's basically this, right? Am I wrong? I don't think I am. I'm pretty certain that's all it is. They're all kind of going in the same direction, though. We interrupt one and see what happens. They're all kind of going in the same direction. Why'd it collapse into a graph anyway? I've seen all the systems up, so I have a clear idea of the game too. That's fair. I don't know. Definitely will change how you're going to build your game as you start building the systems that make it. Yeah, like you'll start changing ideas in your game as your systems are more realized. Can I not be adding to like the actual location? Alright, it's broken about it. Kind of swims around. Yeah. Doesn't go very far, but I don't think that's the problem here. I think that I just didn't give him a very big distance. And he's very big, so you know. It was definitely random, but there should only be an output there. All right. That's right. The fish is fancy. You're fancy. This has to get after location. I was hoping it didn't, because then it would mean that it was easily fixable by adding it. Aha, 69 people watching on YouTube. Nice. The only output on the graph is this one here, and it's only if it reaches its destination, supposedly. Come on, I believe in you. Yeah, it finishes its flight too quickly. Does the number just have to be like that much bigger? Is that the problem? I'm assuming that that's not, it can't possibly be the case. Something must be wrong with my math on this one. Yeah, it seems to finish its flight too quick. Makes me believe that the other thing is not correct. Taking a screenshot. So those are not the same. I don't know what tolerance they're using there, but that tolerance is wrong. That tolerance is right, but then out here, the tolerance is wrong. Yeah, once again, tolerance is wrong. Like, how is that finishing? Like a 4,000 spread there. But on the other one, it was working fine. They moved towards and it did exactly what you would expect. There's only one left, right? Like I deleted every other one? Yeah. That is puzzling. It seems to deem 4,000 is close enough. Actually, that's wrong, because 4,000 here, 9,000 difference there. The 200's within range. That would make sense. That's fair. Then there's this, and this is 8,000 off. 6,000 off there, and it's still finished. How is that true? How is that true indeed? Just to see it tell me it's true over and over for a few seconds there, I suppose I'll do that, but clearly that math is wrong. Because those clearly are not equal. I don't understand how that node could ever yield a result like that that's just completely off. Wait. So you're saying false, false, flight finished. The node's yielding the right result. Never going through here. Oops. That's right. Guess it should have been a macro, I guess, huh? I'll take a quick bio break and then I'll come back to it here. Need to stand up, move around a little bit anyway. I'll be back in a bit. I think a better way to do this. Hmm. I didn't need this output at all. Kind of ghetto, but it might work. Like a charm. Think. Oh, like a charm. Well, the big problem is, well, the macro appears to run inside of things on there. I can't make this a macro on EPMPC and then have it work, right? Let's test. Can't do the macro. Right now, the only solution I actually have is to sit there and just create a macro on this on every single person. Because I can't use a function because it has a delay in it, and you can't delay things in a function. Also, functions don't have multiple outputs. It would work. It would not be ideal, but it would work. But I guess to be fair, that would then let me have multiple options to move, so that's probably what I do until I have a better solution. It sucks. Remember, BPMC can call its own macros, but not the other way around. The system's becoming better than the other one. Interesting. Interesting. It seems like stuff actually works now, and the only thing that was really stopping it was that. Whoa, look at him trip. These have little rockets. That's kind of fun. I'm all little rockets now. Jeez. Seems to work very well. So, the flying AI does what you would expect it to and deals with the Z's, but the swimming AI would basically ignore Z or have a cap on how high it can go. I need basically like a cap on what Z they can have. Of course, from spawning in, it's going to be a little harder to set that dynamically. But, I Oops. What if I zero these out? Will he always maintain his height? Actually. Also, I already have some there. If it never adjusts to Z, then that's fine too. When he lets something he can't figure out what to do because he has no way to go around it. Um, uh, until break. Just setting up a simple ticker that after they repeat the thing too many times, it'll just break it. Oops. So this is equal to that. I'm gonna set the previous location there real quick, and then I'm going to I'm gonna set previous location either way. So if it's not equal to that, set a delay instead. Could force a. It's coming okay. I've been playing with an AI thing. It does kind of jerk around a bit in these small areas because it's kind of stuck from it looks like, but at this point they at least will stop and move somewhere else. Fortunately though, it doesn't seem to work that hot for in these small areas. Making a flying AI, it's not the best yet. Works out here though. Once it did. I guess I haven't tested out some of the changes. I guess I don't specifically need this, but yeah, like he does great as long as he doesn't hit anything. Problem is he's so big that he kind of hits everything. He also gets screwed up by that curb. Yep. It's pretty much what matters most. If I just keep at it, eventually I will get it figured out. Might just be too big. Seems like he's hitting something though. Might just be this water has a collision that he doesn't like. I don't think he's just too big. Like, if I make him tiny, would he be better here? Find out. Oh, look at him go! Still gets stuck really easy though. Joined the wall? Wait, what? Really want to lean off camera to snag food or drinks? Yeah. I don't have a very wide camera. Well, I don't have a very wide green screen. I'm using my phone as a camera. Oh, you do just went to the wall. Sorry, I thought you were on me. I was like, wait, what? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, he's stupid. You can't use, nav meshes with, flying. So, I'm trying to figure out how to make him figure out how to get around stuff a lot better. Mostly it's just move to directions, and if he fails, then to, for too long, then just go a different direction. But I don't quite know how to see if he's going to be successful there, because I mostly just give him a velocity and let him go. And vector math is not my strong suit. Most definitely not. Well, it's not moving and getting stuck so much as it's just, well, I mean, I guess it's in way getting stuck. It's just giving it a velocity and launching it in that direction is all it's really doing. And then it's sitting there and looping until it's ready to go, oh yeah, it's arrived at the destination. Which is what all this information here is going through. Once arrived at destination, it sets its velocity to 0 and reports arrived at destination. Then I have a macro on here that's going, okay, well, is it arrived at destination? No, okay, then it starts. It used to just loop a delay until it got there, but now it's checking the previous location to see if they're in a certain range of it, and if so, it starts incrementing a thing while keeping track of the previous location. After 10, it just goes, no, it's good, and it moves on. Or it doesn't have a set path at all. It's mostly based on the direction that I tell it and the distance I want it to go. And then it runs calculations. So, they're not entirely set. I mean, I guess it's based on where it's at, it would go a certain direction. Which I'm going to set it on random and just let it have fun for a bit. Which would probably help a lot. That's probably true. I was testing its ability to fly around in all directions. Which is actually pretty good at now, but not so much when it gets blocked. It's really stupid when it gets blocked. Don't go, little buddy. You still stuck? I think it's trying to go down, and it can't. I'm almost certain that's what it's doing. To be fair, my flying AI wasn't really designed for swimming, it just happens to be kind of working like that. Well, you can't use like the normal move to location thingies. Like I do here, where, you know, it's like move to location or actor. You can't use that because that relies on a nav mesh. And nav meshes only work if you're on the ground. They don't work in the sky, so that's why I'm having to get a location, then use velocity to get there, as opposed to just going, oh look, use the move to location or actor node. Or AI move to node is the other one. Oh, AI move to is like the crappy version of this. Is it an enemy or flavor? I don't actually get what you're asking there. What do you mean or flavor? Like, is this like an enemy? Like, is this character an actual enemy? I don't know on that. But the there are going to be flying enemies and swimming enemies in the game. This is just what I have to test with. I don't know if this specific one's going to be it might be. I don't have a lot of swimming enemies, so it probably will be, but maybe not. Could be an NPC. I'm not even sure it'll be in this room, but it's kind of cool. But I need a flying AI for when I have like little toy blimps and everything attacking you and stuff. So, and the next section has water areas, so it's like, well, I kind of need an AI for that too. Even though the water areas are in debate on how much I'm going to keep them. So I've just been hard at it, trying to figure out an answer for that. Well, maybe not that incredibly hard at it. Yeah. Well, I want the water in some areas, I just don't want it in a lot of areas, is the issue. Because I don't think I have enough stuff to make it happen, like make it a whole underwater world. Plus I have to add in like underwater physics and the like if I do that, and oof. I do have secret hidden areas, so I probably will be doing something like that. I don't know. I was considering putting things. I actually was gonna have pirate areas, but I decided to cut those out. There's water in here too. There's water in places, so there could easily be an underwater world. First, I need to see how I can come up with a swimming AI, like how good it is. I'm probably gonna do some research because now we're dealing with vector math and velocity, and well, velocity is vectors. My math on those isn't very good. I must say it. Yeah. I definitely saw one for a flying AI, which basically just explained how to make it move to the target. Which mostly I took the how to get the velocity thing off of it, and that's pretty much about it. I used the same move to location stuff I already had for figuring out how to move to places. I already have that set up for regular movement, and then it was just adding velocity. But I haven't seen a good tutorial on how to come up with a good AI and that sort of thing yet. But I haven't done the research yet. Not as much as I could anyway. Not enough free time. But since I'm not streaming tomorrow or the day after, because I always take 2 days off for my weekend, I'll have probably some time to figure it out. Yep, that's the plan. It'll be interesting. I'm not sure how necessary it is for the demo though. That's what I'm debating on, but I will be needing it in the future. It's not. It's a question of will it be in the demo. I don't know if it will. The demo is only the first floor. That's the only water section in the demo. And nothing flies in the first area, so I could probably easily drop it. But like I say again, I gotta figure it out at some point, so. Just kind of where I'm at on it. There aren't many things left I want to work on. I got more room stuff to work on as well. Also potentially adding in some puzzles and things. But yeah. Oh my gosh, there's like 90 people watching on YouTube. None of them sub today. Crazy. It's wild. Yeah. Well, I know how to make puzzles. It's not a question of knowing how to make them. It's a question of what puzzles I want. That's really where I'm at right now. Like, I know how to make the puzzles. I just go, do I want this kind of puzzle? Is that going to be good in this type of game? Metroidvanias aren't known for puzzles. Usually for good reason. Oh, it's not really that hard. I've already made puzzles before. A lot of things new are actually much easier than you think. You'd be surprised. It's actually rare they're harder than I think. UE is an incredibly easy engine to do stuff. It's amazing how easy it is to set up just about any system. But what is difficult is coming up with the right ideas to make something, you know, cool, fun, and interesting. That's fair. I mean, you know, some things are harder than I think. That is true. I wouldn't say everything, but polishing a game is incredibly hard. That is, I agree with the statement that that's where you'll spend most of your time in a game, is polishing it. Very true. Very, very true. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do about it, you know? It's just making a system is easy. Dropping some characters in level is easy. Making it look good, oof. That is challenging. Making it play good. Oh my gosh, I watched a video on Game Feel. Oh, yeah, okay. That I agree with. That I 100% agree with. It is. I thought you like harder to make it, but no, yeah. It's always harder for the player than it is for the dev. Because I know what the answer is. I also know where to go and all these things. I've been adding in things for those. I just don't know if what I want to do for a puzzle here, how I would hide the puzzle pieces, and if I want a puzzle piece. I mean, I don't have a lot of puzzles up to this point, so I need to retroactively go back and add a lot of them being like contextual, with like using the various abilities to get your way through things, which is kind of what I do. Yeah. Difficulty layer is in fact dissolve it. This is true. I'm doing something with this room. I just don't know what. Make this little pipe maze more interesting. Probably replace this thing with one that doesn't have a hole in it. Or I keep the hole in it and just say screw it. But why is there a hole in it? What about the Skyrim puzzles? Like, I mean, it's kind of obvious, you know, the difficulty for, you know, a player is solving the puzzles, you know, it's like, oh, it's so simple looking back on, okay, yeah. Most puzzles aren't that hard. Oh, hey, Sarah, how's it going? I'm on, somewhat late in the day. Chatting with people on YouTube, and Twitch too. Yeah, a lot of puzzles really aren't that hard once you know the answer. Actually, most puzzles really, well, no puzzle's hard once you know the answer. So looking back, every puzzle is going to seem real easy, but unfortunately, some days you just don't get it, you know? Sometimes a puzzle's just real tough to someone, and like, it would have been easy a different day. I mean, maybe they just missed the right things. I don't know. But most of my puzzles are based entirely upon abilities, so usually it doesn't take that much to figure them out. This one would be different though, which is why I'm debating on how I'm going to add them, or what I'm going to do with them. Yeah. That's why I'm debating if I want any kind of puzzle like that, or if I just want it as an Easter egg. Because it's possible it's just an Easter egg thing. Or it unlocks a non-vital secret. I don't know. That's why I've been thinking about it for this room for a while. As I added the pipe maze. I don't think I want to just put the key hanging out here. I think I want to have everything kind of loop. This is not really a puzzle maze here. It's not very good. It's set up poorly for that. Yeah. Oh, I'm not making any final for progression. I'm hiding all the secrets in the game, so, you know, you have to find them and earn them. But the keys, like the important keys, the ones that open the doors to the next areas, are not in these puzzles. There are things like hidden outside over here on the things. You could just go grab it. Okay, I'm just gonna get rid of these. I need different ones because they just kind of stick through things and it's kind of awkward. I also don't care if the puzzle's too easy. I don't want it to be like a joke either. I want it to be like, I don't want it to be like, you know, horror levels of easy, because horror games have like the easiest of all puzzles, since they rely on you being chased by a monster the whole time to make the puzzle harder. That's fair. Yeah, there were times. I remember, gosh, what was it again? There was a Super Nintendo game a long time ago, obviously. Star Tropics, that's right. And there was a submarine in it. And the way you solved the submarine code is in the instruction manual. It gave you this stupid piece of paper you were supposed to dunk in water in real life, and it told you the code. And because there was no real internet to see that in advance, you had to have like a Nintendo Power or something to find it. That was like the worst, most egregious thing I'd ever seen in my life. I still remember to this day. The game was good except for that one thing. Ruined the whole game. On a few games I give 0 out of 10 because unless you have that, the game is unbeatable. You happen, and if you rented the game like I did, you never got that because the instruction manual didn't have the little dunk in the water thingy. So it was so stupid. Yes. One of my most hated moments in video games. And then I think the next most hated would be the desert in Breath of Fire 3. I hope whoever made that steps on a Lego. They deserve it. A small one that'll hurt real bad. Just so they know the pain they cause the rest of us. Jesus. Just imagine a desert whose sole purpose is like you have to follow the stars at night. So every time it's night, you just have to stop. Or every time it's day, you just have to stop and wait. If you get to an encounter, you come out of the encounter and you don't know which direction you're facing and you have to start all over. It's terrible. So you just have to wait until night and just start walking towards the star. And they give you these really cryptic messages. They don't really give you a very good idea. And you gotta walk towards this star a certain number of nights and like this star numbers. But again, it doesn't really tell you. It's kind of like these really vague hints. You do that enough days and eventually you do find your way out. However, you're slowly running out of water and your stats start to drop the whole time too. And because they give such poor instructions, God, I beat it one time ever and I never bothered to beat that game again. I like the other Breath of Fire games, but that one sucks. It's the worst one of the lot. Fair, yeah. Definitely not a jank in the 90s. It was... They didn't give you a lot of secrets. No, they didn't give a lot of things. A lot of games just said, hey, yeah, you'll figure it out. Remember the Magic games were famous for that. They're like, yeah, you gotta go save the world, buddy. How am I gonna save the world? What am I saving from? Which way do I go? Do I get a starting hint? No. Just you'll figure it out. There's no hints whatsoever. You're just like, all right, just start walking. Pick a direction. The enemy's too tough? Okay, don't go that way. Oh, yeah. Like, people these days have no idea what it was like dealing with that. Now the answers are just easily available. Remember, the advent of game facts, it saved a lot of time and effort. You're like, okay, this is ridiculous. Most of the time I would just solve it anyway, but some things were just, there were just a few that were just egregious and... Or some games that are just outright broken, and I was very unhappy about those, but that's a different story entirely. Really debating on if I want to keep this hole in here or not. I might redo this whole thing. But yeah. I think of what other weird things out there that were... So there have definitely been hard puzzles, but... they're almost all solvable. It's just the games have gotten a lot easier these days. Like, they're so hand-holding that it's almost patronizing, I would say, would be the best way to put it. While you're just like, wow, really? I need a tutorial for that? Are you sure? I mean, I could have just hit every button on the controller. I would have figured out what to do. No, I need a big old tutorial. Okay. How stupid are people these days? Like, it's just not that hard. No, okay, fair enough. So I'm like, okay. Like Final Fantasy 13's like 11 hours in there with some tutorial and some other, but why? Pretty certain your game's poorly designed if you need to give me tutorials 11 hours into your game. Like, really? And to be fair, 13 was a terrible game, so there you go. I won't call... Oof, is it the worst Final Fantasy game? Oh, it might be. Oh wait, it just is. Who am I kidding? It's totally the worst one. It ain't even close. We can argue on the best one, but it's pretty hard to argue on the worst one. 12's pretty bad, but at least 12 tried to have something unique and interesting. 13 just sucked. Actual Final Fantasy 2 sucks pretty hard too. Credit where credit is due. The real Final Fantasy 2, not Final Fantasy 4. Final Fantasy 2 is pretty bad. I don't know where this maze is going. I have no idea. I'm just kind of putting these places and hoping it figures out where I want to go with it. Yeah, I don't have fond memories of gaming back in the days at all. I really don't. Like, people have all this nostalgia for these old games. I'm like, no, I mostly played them because those were what was available. I'm not looking to go back, that's certain. I didn't beat Final Fantasy VI like 30 plus times because it was the most amazing game ever. I beat it that many times because there were so few good games that it was like, okay, well, I'm gonna rent a game for the weekend. I guess I'm playing this. Yeah, Secret Man was an okay game. I mean, I enjoyed it. I don't think it's much better than a lot of the other ones there. I think at the time it was better than a lot of games. That's true. Like, I definitely enjoyed it. I think a lot of action RPGs are better now than that, but when you compare it against many of the other options, I mean, the only games like it at the time were what, like Secret of Evermore? How many other games were even like Secret of Man at the time? Because like that was probably the closest to it, and then, I mean, Zelda plays it a different way too. But I mean, it was pretty. Well, it didn't have a party system. There were many party systems. Yeah, like I said, I think Secret of Evermore is the closest you're gonna get, and it's not quite the same because you didn't really switch between the party members all the time. You did have a dog that you could switch between, so it was like two characters. I'd say it's probably the closest. Yeah, I had fun with it. The alchemy system was a lot of fun. Soul Blazer and Illusion of Gaia were both single characters. There weren't that many action RPGs back then. Mm-mm. That's why Secret of Mana was so good. It was because it was unique for what it was. Or rare, I should say. As opposed to the regular Final Fantasy games that were not that rare for what they were. Well, I guess before there weren't that many, there wasn't that many games back then. Not much else to say about it. There's just so few games back then. There was like anything that was even remotely a gem was like god tier because everything else was so bad. I couldn't go back and play any of those games at all. Hell no. But they were cool for the time. Am I grabbing that one? I'm done. Grab this one. I'm trying to grab the key, not this. Thank you. I remember so many of the games I played back then because there were so few to choose from, but now I barely remember half the games I even played. It's kind of funny. To be fair, I don't even play that many games anymore because I don't have any time, but if I ever did have time, I play my own game. It's about the thing I do 90% of the time now. Where is the entrance to this is the question. Well, if I didn't put a thing here, I could cap it off here. Yeah, I do that actually. Well, that's not what I clicked on, but thank you. Broken splines are broken, and I spline. Cap this off, like so. I guess to be fair, I didn't even have to cap it. I could just have the pipe thing, just the normal ones there, just dump it on there instead. Kind of hard to work up here with this tiny little space. I almost don't want pipes up here, but I've already put a bunch of them here. But I think next time I have like an area that's above that doesn't have pipes and just has weird little like things to crawl around under or something. Maybe cords or something. I like have cords as an option. I don't think I want this here. I want you to jump up this way, so I'm going to get rid of these. You just cap the end here. Oh, it's a little mini maze. It's nothing huge. That is not what I grabbed. Doesn't have very big space. It's just some weird area to crawl around through. For you to fight stuff and get access to a key if you want it. You don't need the key, but you know, if you want it. I'll make you earn it. It's for an upgrade, so, you know. I don't want you to be able to sneak into these pipes very easily, so I'm just going to cap them. And force you to go in this way. That gives you the longest possible path to have to beat it. It's not a long maze, like it'll probably take like 2-3 minutes at most. I mean, there's only so many paths and most of them loot, so. Of all the mazes I put in this game, there's a lot of little mazes in this game just because you're running through pipes or on top of pipes, which on top of pipes isn't really much of a maze, but all the mazes are usually really simple. Well, the flowers, they work great now, and they just, I guess when I switched to DirectX 12 and set everything up for nanite, it messed with all the collision on things and set them back to like the basic default Limo collision, and I had to re-auto convex them to get the collision I wanted. That's about it. Collision was a bit off, and it is not off anymore. No. No, it is not. Could you just crawl under this? Maybe she can. Actually, she probably just can, right? Yeah. Well, well, well. How the turns have tabled. It's alright. How the turns have tabled. This pipe cap is not even in the right area. Oh. Which that poses a problem, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. I put them on here so I can do this. Well, you can still see through that thing. That's a problem. I see, that's weird. really need this cross pipe anyways? I should just make one thing that goes across and not have this problem. Yeah, I could. The problem with having exposed on the roof is then they're able to freely run around on the roof. And, well, then I have to worry about having something on the roof to do. It's just empty and flat, and there's nothing here. But, you know, if it was like a really important key and not just to upgrade, I would probably consider it, but that's a lot of extra work. But for the most part, you'll wander through this weird little maze and things like that. You'll fight some things along the way, and then you'll get a key if you happen to. And if you go the right way, it's actually really short. You had to get up here in the first place, though, so that's like part of it. Get all the way up and use the plant growth to get up here, then run through the maze thingy, and then find the right way. And if you find the wrong way, you know, like I said, there's only a couple ways to go, so you'll get it eventually, I'm sure. It's true. One of the problems and the reason why I don't really want to do that is the H-load system, right? I have the H-load set to only load certain far, and a lot of things like in the building itself don't load. But if you're high enough up, you'll see that it doesn't load. So I'm trying to avoid open vistas. Like the city's set to load. I'm just sacrificing, you know, something for that. But otherwise, it's like I have to basically build something so you can't see the directions just to avoid the H-load problem. So that's the little reason why I try to avoid. Otherwise, I would have huge open vistas all the time because it's really cool. But well, you know, kind of a slave to the FPS gods. They are not kind. No, I gotta drag him out from here. I always keep just clicking it like that's what happens. That's not how it works at all. So that is the unfortunate problem. And the bane of my existence. Looks like a 12, pretty close. Let's hit on top. Get pretty thin. Way too big. Is it too big? Yeah, it's close. I have considered having things on the roof. I actually cut out a lot of things too because of the fact that it was just too much work. Like the scope of the game was getting too big. So to avoid that issue, I was like, alright, well, I need to cut back a little. Because it was getting real ridiculous. And I do want to finish this game. So there was like two additional, actually there was a floor and a half above that got cut. And the basement had 2 floors and one of them got cut too. That's okay, and cutting those things I came up with some better ideas anyway, so I was expecting to have to reel myself in at some point. That's not bad. Yep. Big important thing in game dev. Because knowing that is pretty much kept the project in check when it otherwise would have fallen apart. Huh, I mean, I find that constraint often makes the things happen all the time much faster because you come to your senses and aim for the thing that's much easier to achieve. I'm aiming for, you know, well, just hopefully a fantastic game that, you know, is of probably no more than 10 hours. I mean, it's real, it's an indie, you know, Metroidvania, so. And a 3D one at that, so it's a rarity. But maybe there'll be some EX stuff, you know, like that makes it longer, but like basically DLCs that come up with later or something, extra missions or things, something to do. But I just want a really solid game that aims for about 10 hours, and after that, I already have about 2, so I need to make it so that bends up and down. I probably need to give them a light too, because otherwise this is a maze without light, and that is rough, because the right way is not that way, the right way is actually this way. You really don't have very long before you run out of sanity. That is a very big problem. Also, that's the reason why I'm running through there, is to see how crappy some of these pipes are. I definitely need to fix right there. That is a mess. Easy way out. Just jumping down here, so that's good. It's also harder in the dark too, and because you'll be fighting along the way, it's... And now they have things that crawl through the pipes. Everything has changed. Yeah, pipes. I'm hardcore, DMS. I'm hardcore. Let no one tell you different. Also, I guess you don't sleep that long. That's probably fair too. That probably helps. I've been going for 8 hours and 21 minutes, so I guess you don't sleep that long. A matte finish on the inside? Maybe. Problem is these pipes use exactly one material, so in order to have a different material on the inside, I'd have to actually remake the pipes. I just didn't bother to have a different material for the inside when I made it. I could have set 2 materials, I just didn't think about it. And I don't know if I'm going to do that. I would be more likely to just change the material to something that didn't reflect as much across the board. I'll get myself something else to drink. I'll be right back. It probably would be. The thing to, I guess the thing is that this place is not really dilapidated or like that, so maybe it would be, everything's kind of bright and shiny because it's all steampunk. Maybe, I don't know. I might change it out. We'll have to see. It's like I gotta change the earbuds. They're making saying battery low in my ears over and over. It's annoying. But I may play around with the material at some point because it can be edited. Admittedly, I don't want to edit this material directly because if I do that, then it'll edit every single instance of it on the entire level, and that'll take forever. But I don't know, it's used for pretty much everything that's shiny and everything in the whole thing. I recycle that material like crazy. But there is an issue with the too much light in the pipes. Click off that, click on this, got one more bugs in the engine. I guess I could put a light cube up here or something just to make it interesting. Well, there's a light cube. Let's give him a friendly little light cube to play with. Yeah, there's definitely an issue with the when I swing the Fool in here and everything. Like they're okay otherwise, like they look fine at this point, but swinging the Fool causes so much extra light that it gets all reflective and terrible. And that kind of sucks. Like it's very psychedelic. Well, it's actually not the Fool itself, it's the messages. Because the messages make a bunch. Well, I guess the Fool has a light on it too, so when it swings. So that's kind of a problem. It's definitely the worst offender by a lot. But potentially I might reduce that there. If I did, I'm going to try it on a different map though. Yeah. Well, actually, I could just duplicate and play with it there. I'll just put one here so I can run inside it and swing a thing. Oh. Select this new material, then select on the pipe here. If the pipe is selected. Oh, it's a pipe spline. I can't change that. I can, however. Oh, can't I? Okay, it's actually a static mesh. That's it's. I can't change it. It does not work like that. But I can put this one over here or something and stand inside it and get at least some idea of what I want to do. or just how bright it is. Raise the roughness and then it'll be a little less reflective. Oh, that makes it look like wood or something. That's terrible. That is way shinier. This is... maybe. Yeah, a little less roughness. Metallic multiplier value. What do? Nothing. Got it. Oops. I'm just typing into the other options it has here to see what it comes up with. There aren't many options that really do anything that are pre-made in this material, but I was like, well, maybe, just maybe. I was just thinking if that actually changed much. Yeah, with those. Now, beetle color I could change by doing that. Make it reduce it some so it's less reflective. I like the coloring. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a light based on swinging the weapon, so as the weapon moves around, it's gonna move the light around a bunch. Also, these are made off of geometry brushes, so it's actually got a bunch of sides because there's no other way to really do it. They're not truly round or anything. Which is why it has a weird reflection of sorts, but... increasing the roughness is kind of a... I'd say increasing the roughness is like considerably better from the look of that. So it's just a bit less reflective. Not sure if I'd like the rest of this being less shiny though, that's true. It'd just be the inside of the pipes. I could just change only the pipes. Have a second material for just the pipes. That's true. I experiment a bit with that one. Get back on. Can I change the material in masks, or do I have to do it manually? Come on, move over. Those 9 million extra windows. I don't see a material option. Nope, gotta change it manually. I figured that might be the problem. The content browser 2 available, so this way I can select this material. Here. It. Of course it does the other one because it sucks. And that's not even one selected. This one, please. No. This one. Okay, fair enough. I want to be able to just click over and grab it. Why aren't you selecting this one? Fine, I'll drag it over. Be like that. Let me better control all the pipes here. Oh, I'm just changing the material on all this. This way, I can change the material whenever I want. And it will allow me to adjust the pipes, like all the pipes. So they have a separate material from everything else. Because everything else uses a much shinier one there, but inside of the pipes, it is pretty jarring. Right now, I'm doing a lot of polish anyway. That's kind of what I'm doing. Most of the game, most of the first area is largely done. But there's a few things I'm still working on. It's a little better. Like, it's not as jarring, but it's still there. It's still jarring. So not anywhere near as awful, I think. You know, it's not anywhere near as bad. Still happens some, but I don't know if adding specular even did anything. Occasionally flashes some, but it is definitely nowhere near as ridiculous as it was. The question becomes how the lights, the pipes look in the light too. All those pipes don't count. Eh. I think you're right about the matte look a little being better looking, honestly. Or just, you know, honestly darker and less, more roughness. Oh, these use their own special thing. Never mind on that one. I'm okay with this little mini maze here. It'd be good in the upside down world too. In the upside down world, having mazes on the ceiling or like pipe things on the ceiling will be really helpful. Thus letting me have things for people to jump around on. Assuming the upside down world becomes a thing, which it might not. So largely this room might have a puzzle in it. I guess I want books on that shelf. I'm gonna turn the lights on so I can see what I'm doing. How much longer I go tonight? Might only go 9 hours. We'll see. It's just wild. Like, I got more followers on Twitch tonight than subs on YouTube, and there's like 10x the people watching on YouTube. Wild. I'm like, maybe? You do realize that this is like a weird, bizarro toy world, right? Like, it's not supposed to be like, you know, necessarily functional things. Like, it's largely, you know, a bizarre playground set up for the toys. The algorithm's been blessing me like crazy. Only problem is if I don't get enough subs, I can't ever get monetized, so it does absolutely nothing. And you get a few more people to know about the game, I guess, but I'll have to come up with like videos or something to get people to sub so I can get to 1,000. Once I get to 1,000, I don't give a crap. Because, you know, if YouTube I get 1,000, YouTube starts paying me money towards it, I can have an even better game. Well, I won't. But for now, Twitch is the only one's actually paying me. And I put the money from it towards the game, so it has improved the game somewhat. I think I got up to like 92 people watching on YouTube at one point. Sitting at 86 right now. Nuts. Nuts indeed. My watch hours is going to be wild. We probably have like 4,000 plus watch hours in just the month. Oh. I was trying to bend a pipe a little better because it was a little awful looking. Did I delete a pipe? I don't want the pipes to connect to a pipe organ. That would just make them useless to run through. Like, because then I couldn't run into them like that. They would be stuck coming out of here and they wouldn't be useful. Where'd this pipe go? I don't recall deleting it, but here it is. It's gone. That's a thing. Probably because of the weird spline bug where you have clicked on another spline, but then you, like, you know, it keeps the last point you clicked even if it wasn't on the spline you're on. Okay, just fix it. Connection is terrible. I need to put a nav mesh. Actually, I should check the nav mesh. What am I doing? What's the nav mesh showing? Yeah, I'll pass on that. That's actually not the goal here. Things are supposed to look weird and out of place and bizarre, not functional. Yeah, the constant jerking around is really annoying. It's bending these things to fit in these is kind of challenging, so the nav mesh can actually find the way. Pretty far to the side anyway. Gonna run into other pipes at some point if I'm not careful. And I'm not adding a pipe organ. I'll save yourself. I'll save you the trouble. At least not here. And this one is just having some severe issues getting this stupid thing to work right. I mean, it's already got a cohesive identity. It's already a giant, you know, music thing going on here. But there's lots of weird ducks and everything above stuff. But also the film playing is not really about making sense. No, not so far. Not sure if I'll have any more instruments or places or not. It might just be in the one room. I just don't like the idea. I don't think it's a very good one, so I was passing on it. It doesn't fit with the world. The whole place is nonsensical and not built to, like, you know, do things like that, so it's not... Basically, it's like an anti-world building, I think is my description of it, because everything else is designed to be very weird and built specifically for the toys, and then this thing would be built for a functionality that's not for the toys, which is not really what I made me for. No. This pipe just does not want to mesh with what I want. No matter what I seem to do, the stupid thingy will not get it through there. Alright, well, let's try this. Yeah, it's just wacky. I haven't seen the pipes have this much trouble. Holy crap. Well, thanks for that, Wing Poo. I don't know how much longer I'd be streaming, but you know. I guess I gotta keep streaming for a while longer, though, right? That's how it works. Wait. Wing Poo. That's fair. Yeah, it's definitely getting late. It's still up a while yet, I guess. Liking those sweet YouTube watch hours. Yeah, hopefully your day is going well too. Hopefully the rest of my day will be sleeping. So, you know, that's kind of like, that's good. I like sleeping. I'll wake up in the evening like some sort of deranged, game dev vampire. And the cycle will continue. Yes. Yes, indeed. Except for, wait, I'm not streaming tomorrow, the day after that. That's right. Those are my weekends. Weekend. Which I could definitely use at this point. Anyway, I'll let you head off. Thanks again for the raid. Sleep well. I'm probably not making it more than another hour at this point. I'm just gonna compress these together, do something different. Oh, you just are a piece of crap pipe. I'm just gonna delete this pipe and start fresh on you. You are garbage. Holy crap. Maybe the nav mesh is having problems. You know what? Let's reload the level and see if it fixes the nav mesh, because sometimes the nav mesh just gets finicky and dumb. And it can't be changed to what it's supposed to be no matter what you do, and you're like, yeah, it's already almost 9 hours. I probably streamed 50 hours this week on top of my regular job. Thankfully last night I did manage to get about 7 hours sleep, which is basically like a vacation for me. That's like amazing. I never sleep that long. Well, it's working a little better. At least now they connect. Yeah, the nav mesh gets finicky. It's real questionable. And look, now it already connects better than it did. Wow. Okay, so anyway. Remember, I had nothing I could do to get it to work, and then suddenly it's just like, yeah, bro, no problem. Yeah. Normally I would, but then I remembered that the nav mesh is kind of garbage. Like, you see the weird things it does, like, what is this? How did this even happen? Do you remember when I set this earlier and it was working? You remember that? Remember how I went through all the pipes, slowly following the path that set this perfect? And now look at it. I didn't even change these pipes. Why is it floating in the air? Right? That's not what nav meshes do. And yet here we are. Doing here we are things. But the nav mesh is just like, yep. I live in the sky now. And that's just how it is. I just live in this wonderful sky world where everything is not good here, or they are like, what in the world? Load it again. My struggle is so real sometimes with the nav mesh. Once you get it set, it's good. Oh, that's fair. I mean, AI is... I did AI today. Yeah, it's fun. Okay, well, now you're disconnected and in the sky and... Holy crap, guys. Look at this. What is this? What is this? It's on the ceiling now. Really? What the? Oh my god. Why? It's not screwed up anywhere else. It's fine everywhere else. Up there. Nah, man. Nah. It's just... Nah. Alright. What's right here? Pretty much, yeah. Undo cut. Let's see if that fixes it. All right, how close are we now? Looking a lot better. Looking like maybe passable. And this is where I had gotten to, but at least it's like not floating. Yeah, sometimes when the avalanche just doesn't want to behave, you just got to delete it and put it back so it knows what it did. Is broken? Oh, okay. That one's broken though. I hate nav meshes. But at some point, you just gotta do what you gotta do. I don't think you get the point of this, Gerald. I really don't. I am trying to make the player realize it's obvious that it's been assembled for them. That's the goal. Like, you're being toyed with. I think you should think that one through before you ask that question. It's kind of an obvious answer, so I don't know why you're asking it, but it's a secret because you have to go up here to find it. The whole area is toying with you. They built these things for you to play around in. You figuring out that they're built, it should be pretty obvious that they built it for you. Or they built all these things for the toys to run around in. You're kind of in a weird area that's built for those things, you know? You're uncovering kind of a mystery of what's going on, but the mystery is not that they built a funhouse for you. That's pretty obvious that they built a funhouse for you. Well, they built the funhouse for other toys, not specifically just you. You're not the only toy, obviously. There's a lot of toys. Oh, yeah. I hate the green thingy, but at the same time, it also shows you where everything is. I don't know why I'm cruising around the building with it, though. I don't need it on. It's worthless for most of that. Why is this over to the side? I don't know. Nothing else overside. The whole building didn't get moved. I mean, you don't really have to wonder too much. This is like the water. And it's pretty shallow. So, I mean, this is what it looks like, water. And it looks cool, but the rest of the place isn't really built for the water, you know? Like, there's gonna be later areas with water in like the second section, but this is the only water section in the first area. Partially because it looks cool, also as a transference to the next area. Also as a place to get the Empress. Because it has all the plants, the Empress is a plant thingy. So it's like... adds a bit of wonder and a bit of mixing things up, because, you know, before you're in a lot of rooms, then you come to this giant room, you're like... I mean... it does have giant mushrooms in it, I'm just saying, like... clearly there's some nonsense going on in here. Yes. Some things are built to kind of work. You know, there are things like pumping water play stuff. Random pipes that they just laid on the ground for you, they work because they're random pipes they just laid out. Like, you don't have to have... the pipes don't have to do anything. You can lay pipes on the ground and then crawl through them. I crawled through pipes as a kid myself, too. We had playgrounds with them, and they built and buried them underground. We had little bunkers. It was awesome. It was, like, super fun. And it led to little, like, crazy areas and everything like that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you know. I want the player to explore. I like to reward exploration. Places are very weird. There's things going on that aren't normal, but you're also, you know, a woman who was killed and your soul stuffed into a doll. So already off the bat, normal has been thrown out the window. You have tarot card powers. I mean, what in the world is that? Normal has been thrown out the window. Some things make sense, because we can't have everything be total nonsense, otherwise it would be... you'd have nothing to judge the nonsense against, right? But there is a lot of nonsense. Like building this giant monstrosity, which is the real maze, if you really want one. Clearly, I mean, like, come on. Like, if it's not obvious that they're playing with you at this point, I mean, this is like early in the game. Like, yeah. I mean, it should be real obvious that they're playing with you, especially with the rooms that are built specifically for toys. A lot of rooms aren't necessarily built for toys, but like there's toy stuff in them. But there's also human stuff too. I'll scout the game design mental process skill where you reward the player for doing something some of the time and instead of all the time. Like checking dead ends? Yeah. I have a bad habit of that. Like I reward too often, and I know I do. And I need to reward less. Like force you to go down paths that lead nowhere. Yeah, it means more, because if every single path has a reward, then no path is rewarding. Like it's just everywhere, it's just the same. Like it doesn't feel special, it doesn't mean anything. But you know, if you go down some paths and there's nothing, then when you find a reward, it does mean something, so it's very cool. Oh, it's not nonsense when convenient. You can't have all nonsense. You have to have things that are, you know, a normal thing to compare the nonsense against. But there's nothing nonsense about laying a bunch of pipes for, you know, things to crawl through. There's nothing special about pipes. Pipes don't have to go anywhere. Pipes work as pipes. You can crawl through a pipe. It is a pipe. It is fine. So that's not like nonsense. It's not even weird. It's... I mean, people would do that for kids all the time. Like I said, I had those when I was a kid too. Nonsense is weird heads on the wall that look at you while you're going by. That's nonsense. That's weird. That's out there. Why do they do that? I don't have to explain it. It's nonsense. That's the whole point. Like it's weird, it's creepy, it's just designed to set a mood. I've been putting more mazes on top too, like more pipe things, because, well, I'm gonna have an area where potentially where I flip the whole building upside down and have you go through the place upside down. So having things on the ground actually, or on the ceiling, means they'll be on the ground in the other world. Then things will make even more sense. Or less sense. I don't know. The world will be upside down at that point. Does that make more or less sense? That's a question that you'll have to, you know, I guess ask yourself, really. Is the world more sensible upside down or right side up? And most areas aren't really built for that yet. I flipped an old version of the building there. That's right. I took it from Symphony of the Night 100%. I realized I wanted a broken, weird world for later in the game, and I was like, why didn't I make everything upside down? Work for Symphony of the Night, and it's kind of fun to wander around. Like, I'll fly around the old version of the building, and you can see what I mean. It's not gamified or set up specifically for this at all. Like, it's really not. What is this? What this? Oh, it's preparing things. Okay, give it a second. Well, it figures itself out. So, I have plans, and there's a reason why you put a bunch of things on the ceiling, too, because in the flipped up world, those are now the floor, so the world will be very different. And much of the things that are on the ceiling are now very worthless to you, because what can you do with them? Nothing. We're waiting for whatever. What is this? I have questions. Get a room where you have to explore by entering it through different places. Then walking on walls, ceilings, this puzzle. Oh yeah, one where it's like different gravity, like where basically you're stuck to different walls. Maybe. It's possible. I mean, I've got like one of the floors designed of like 5. So, as you might imagine, there's a lot of space for more stuff. I appreciate ideas. I mean, don't get pushy with an idea. If you like, you know, if I say I'm not going to do an idea, I mean, just not going to do it. But a lot of times I write them down because they seem interesting, and the whole walking on various walls would be kind of neat. I don't know if I have a place for it. Is the only thing, but I might. I don't know. I can't have everything because, well, at some point there's so many mechanics already. I don't know what this is. Oh, yeah. Why is the giant arrow there? I don't want the giant arrow there. I don't know why it's there, and I hate it. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like the MC Escher style walk on walls thing. I just will have to think about it. Because I'm going to have to theme the other areas too. I had some ideas for themes, but So while this one isn't completed, you can actually see that now said maze is now on the ground. And it's changed the entire concept of it. The enemies are just spawning on the ground as normal, but you know, you'll be able to wander around through it instead. Yeah, and so far it's doing exactly that. Like, I don't know what your point is there, Gerald, but I've established rules of the world, and that's what I'm following. I need to enable the world for this, speaking of that. Speaking of the world, this area is really annoying to wander around without it. Try this again. Goodbye, world. Yep. You can lose the world. It is true. It is a tarot card you can in fact fail to get and get a bad ending for the game for it. 100%. Thankfully, I have the ability to fly right now, so I can just cheat my way through this place, which is pretty important because I haven't built it for anything. As you can see, some rooms where you'll have like tables and things upside down, it'll be more interesting to wander around. I'll have to give more verticality, like more abilities that let you go flying higher in the air and everything. And flying will probably be much near the very end. Oh yeah, well, let's be real here. If you're watching me make this game, if you watch everything I make, you'll see like spoilers for basically everything, right? Like if you watch me make literally everything, you're gonna see spoilers for everything, right? I'm trying to hide some stuff and I'll try to warn people a little, but this is a concept that I'm testing. I don't know if it makes the cut. I like the idea of wandering around through the world upside down. Using a little airship thingy is kind of fun. Unfortunately, I can't even find the right way in this room because it's hard to find anything. Kind of a maze. The most interesting rooms are often the ones with the... Here's the magician room. Once again, here's pipes all over the ceiling, and these are the most interesting because you have something to run around on. I'd have to create things that are like of different heights. So what I'm going to have to do is come to an upside down world and build stuff for the ceiling. Which is actually what I should be doing with that pipe maze above there. I should be building in this world with it upside down. So then I have some idea of where I want things to go. Also, these door pipes are really bad because you can get stuck on them. I like the toy maze being upside down to get inside it. So when I hide things inside, you'll have to like, go inside these other ways. It'll be interesting to see. Like I said, I don't know how well it'll play out, but... Actually, there's ways over here, right? There's no nav meshes or anything. I didn't change anything. I literally just flipped the building upside down to test, so... Things aren't going to be very well set up at all. You probably have double jump by... Oh, you 100% have double jump by now. There's no world I wouldn't give you double jump before. The freaking world. Yeah, the world abilities is that you're just immune to the darkness. Like, you just gain curse and sanity at all times. You'll need it in this world, trust me. Without it, you're gonna have a real problem. Because most of the lights are on the ceiling. Only a little secret. That makes them hard to hit, or hard to get to. Like, you can get to this one. That's true. You also regenerate health. It's really not a very fast regeneration. But... I realized that to survive in this world, you would require that. Yeah, I don't know how to get through the upside down toy maze. I don't. I don't know if you can, like, without using the chariot. I didn't build it this way. So it's gonna be interesting to see. I'm gonna have to tweak the chariot to work better in here too. As you wander through all these craziness. There's a way out. That's all that matters. Yeah, it's a strange world upside down. I'm trying to get to, I opened all the doors so I could just show people things. That's Patrick's room. That's not where I'm trying to get to. Those can still shoot at me. Oh, there is a sanity heal thing. That's true. But remember, you can only equip one of them at a time. I'm not sure how I'm going to work the world, like if you have to have it equipped all the time or if it's a passive forever ability. Probably has to be passive forever. Just like the Emperor. I'll have to see. Oh yeah, the Jeff thingy's in here. Yeah, most interesting things will be wandering around on top of these things. Oh, I guess I'm in the water because it's up there. Yeah, the water's on the ceiling. I haven't sat in this chair way too long. Way too long indeed. But yeah. I'm catching the top half of that. You can jump to the bottom of the mushrooms. Bottom of the mushrooms. Yay! Well, there is actually a thing where you trade health for sanity. Thinking about it, yeah, there's that. There's also a heal where you trade your sanity for healing as well. That's the star. And obviously the star would be pretty good here. But I'm okay with that too. Because, like, it's just literally heals you. It only heals so fast, so it's not even the fastest heal on the block. Hey, Big and Jeff here, he's like, yeah, 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 yeah. We'll have to see. I plan to give you the world first as a means of getting here in the first place, because you need all the cards to get here. But we'll see. Obviously, the games has changed a bunch since I've flipped those. Like, I've built so much more of the building since then that it's changed a bunch, so it's... I really do need to flip the buildings upside down and start building. It's like, I should be rebuilding the pipe maze in there. I don't know why I'm building it the way I was building it. I basically need to flip the entire building right now as it is, and then add all the stuff to the ceiling. Now I'll probably complete the area if I'm going to do that. Which would mean every room would have to have stuff on the ceiling. Because otherwise it's really boring, right? Like if everything has nothing on the ceiling, you'll just wander around and it'll be flat and lame. But most rooms were not designed with anything on the ceiling. Yeah. Just a handful of them were. And that's unfortunate. But to be fair, with enough mobility, it won't matter. But I mean, to be fair, like, as far as like ways to get sanity back, you have the sun, which currently emits a light that it drains your curse the whole time, but you didn't gain sanity while standing in a light, so it's just like standing in a light that you get to move with. You have the star, which will happily trade your health for sanity. And now the world, which just regenerates sanity, but makes you immune to the darkness. But like I say, by the time you get that, if every level takes, we'll just say all 5 levels take an hour and a half. I mean, you're at 7.5 hours before you can get there. And I think it'll take longer than that to get through those. So, you know, if like, just say 7.5 hours in, you get the ability to be immune to the curse, or immune to the darkness, just the darkness version of the curse, not the whole curse. That seems fair to me. I might create areas with very little light for purposes of wherever the sun is. I don't know. I'll think about that. All I've really figured out so far is this floor up here. Like, everything after that is very up in the air. So, yeah. I do like the upside down world for messing around with it though. It's a fun idea. It might not work out though. I think one of the problems I have so far that it solves is a reason to have more vertical abilities. Like right now I have very few little reason to have that. So it's like, I'm kind of limited, but if I flip everything upside down, accessibility to everything is really bad. What's the PC specs? Let's see. So I have a Ryzen 7 5 series at 5700, 3.8 gigahertz. It's like an 8-core, 64 gigs of RAM. I have a 3060 Ti. It has 8 gigs of VRAM, and a 6700 XT, which has 12 gigs of VRAM. The actual game and engine just runs on the 6700 XT. It's not run by the NVIDIA card I have is for streaming purposes. it runs up the whole stream. So. And they got like 3 hard drives or something, a couple of them a terabyte, another one thinks only 256 gigs, but you know, gets the job done. Oh. Yeah, well, I mean, that's fair. Like, if you don't have at least a 2000 series card, I don't like your odds. I'm gonna say it. Epic already mentions a lot of the specs. You're perilously at the bottom of the recommendations for Unreal Engine 5 games at that point. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, you can give it a shot. I'll have a low graphics options. I mean, it might not look as good, but that's an old card. I don't know what to tell you. That's an old card. A really old card. It's like over a decade. I mean, I'm hoping to maybe get it to run on, like, you know, I have a 1080 I can test with at my office, and that'll probably be my low-end testing computer. Beyond that, I don't have anything lower than that to test with. Sorry, that's the office computer will be the chosen one for that. It's full of all the parts I used to have when I was streaming Unreal 4. Unreal 4 had way lower requirements, but this is not. But I haven't got to do a lot of the optimization yet. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, sure. When all the testing goes around, I'll deal with all that. You know, I'll figure it out. Ugh. Hey, Fluorescent Strawberry, how's it going? You're just in time to be catching like the tail end of the stream, probably. I'm in like almost 9.5 hours. Discussing how I'm trying to get this to. It's going well? Nice. Glad to hear, glad to hear. I was trying to get it to. We're talking about getting it to run on a much lower computer than expected, and I don't think it'll work. That's okay. It's fine. It will probably work, sorta, I guess. Can't even joke on these things. I'm terrible at my own game. I have the world enabled. Screw that. The world sucks when it's enabled because it's too powerful. I'm gonna disable it. I was gonna test something. I think I know what I was gonna test. I knew I was gonna test something, and then my brain was like, "What are you gonna test?" That's when I know the stream's coming to an end sooner rather than later. Does the background slow it down? What do you mean the background? Like the city itself out here? Is that the background you're talking about? Cause a little, not much. But I mean, a lot of what slows it down is I'm streaming. It's not packaged, so I'm running Unreal Engine on top of it. The game's still being made. There's that. So there's a lot of things that are being added and stuff. That doesn't help. I don't know if you've noticed, Joe, I haven't actually inserted anything. You just keep saying it over and over and over and asking and perpetually pestering. but you never back up your ideas or come up with good reasons. You just keep saying it. And the more you do, the more I already told you no. All you're doing is looking foolish when you do that. Because I've been talking about suggestions for like hours at this point. Like, you just don't listen to the fact that people have refuted what you're doing, and you just keep pushing. Exactly, like he's been doing it over and over and over. I've been refuting him over and over. He just doesn't understand. He's just missing the boat every single time. And it's like, damn, crazy. Are those splines on top of all your tables? That's neat. Reason to? Okay, yeah, they are on here. They're used to grab things, right? We gotta do this here. Let me hit it in the face. Any of the red areas are where you can grab and pull yourself up. I'm gonna close all these extra thingies here so that I can have less crap open and make the game run a little bit faster, but at the same time, it's only gonna go so quick. Yeah. Very exciting. I'm getting shot in the face. 1 second. I'll hide behind this plant here. Nah. You can't hit me. I will throw dice to heal up. Dice. These are magic dice. They heal me whenever they land. Based on what they roll. Unfortunately, those things that they're hard to hit with nails, but I have the bubble wand. The bubble wand can take them out. Get bubble! Get bubble! They're too big to bubble, but they do take damage from it. Man down! Man down! The other ones are just watching. They know better. That one can't seem to be... Oh, actually, I think its health bar is in the wall. Now I gotta fix that. The health bar is in the wall. We'll free the painting. Free it! Oh yeah, it rolls dice. It's Wheel of Fortune, right? It attacks by rolling dice. The black dice do damage, but they only do damage based on to things nearby. So you have to kind of bounce them off walls and stuff and try to get things nearby. And they do damage things, but you do have to be close, so they can be pretty hard hit with it. No, it's just purely random. What you can do to try to help the odds, though, is you can try to bounce them off walls, and if you bounce them off the walls, then you can try to manipulate the rolls. It's not like the best. Am I near a light? No, okay, there's darkness here. I was like, did the bug come back? Oh, you're not. There's no problems, Nemo. You ain't done anything wrong. What are you talking about? Would you say an inventory that pops up on the table is okay? Asking for your game? I mean, do you have a table you need to go to all the time? Because if so, sure. Why not, right? Crafting games often have tables where you pop up a menu. I don't see why that's bad. I have a save menu in my my toy boxes. Getting up here is I fell off, I'm terrible about game. The heads will commune. These heads judge you. They just silently judge you. Do I use normal to check the faces? No, I actually check for, like, they all have a text thingy. And whichever one has the highest Z is the one that gets picked. I check against all of them, see who has the highest Z. And it's like, okay, well, that one does. And that's it. That's a secret. I'll have to show you. It's not that tough. Oh, actually, I can go this way. I can go explore. I'll explore. Yay! Yeah, make it easy on myself. I mean, I made the dice for it too. I made the wand too. Like, geometry brushes are glorious and wonderful. I wouldn't know how to do it the way you described it. I'm going to say I have no idea. I have no idea at all. I'm sure it could be done. I would have to look up ways to do it. I just, yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'm just terrible at my own game. It could be the, like, you know, the fact that I'm now 9.5 hours into the stream and I worked like 6 hours before that. And so maybe the fact that I'm like 15 plus hours into my workday, or the extra alcohol I've been drinking, both those could probably be helping. Yeah. I'm just checking against the, it's not the rotation that I'm looking for, it's the fact that every one of the numbers on it is a text actor. It's a 3D text actor. So I'm just checking for which one of those has the highest thing. Not really their rotation because, well, that really won't make much of a difference for them. If that helps. The longer this engine's open, the worse the lag gets too. So since I haven't closed it in hours, it's probably not helping. There's a light there, right? I'm not stupid? Okay. Double jump makes this easier. Oh no, get away from me! Get away from me! Right, over here. Meh. Hello, how are you? I'm over here. You're over there. Good system, huh? Guy, Mikey. Also, screw Autorinos. What are these things? I might know, but at this point, my brain doesn't even work anymore. It's well past even knowing anything, and now I'm just bouncing around, killing time. It's really what's happening here. I don't know if you noticed this, but get away from me! Oh no, I did a pit! Run away! I don't know where she's at. I don't want to know. She's far away from me. That's all that matters. Wait, what? Wait, what? That's what I grabbed over here. That's literally what the key is supposed to be. Oh, wait. Never mind. No, it's not. This isn't the key. I'm dumb. You're supposed to go through here first, get the key, then come and loop back around. Duh. Anyway, as far as how the dice went. You saw nothing and proved nothing. Yes, nothing. Blah, 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 blah. Weapons, tarot weapons. Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, at this point, my memory is just gone. So yeah, we roll in the dice, then the relative rotation, get the velocity, like, you know, throw the thing. And it just keeps looping for a bit until, you know, it, the velocity hits less than the rectangle. Mostly when the Z hits less. Does a roll noise, gets all the childhood components and puts them into a, gets the world location for these for, I don't know why I'm doing this, whatever. There was a reason for it. But oh wait. Never mind. All the children components are these text thingies right here for the static mesh. So here's all the text thingies and I'm getting them right here. That's what it does. It gets the Z's right here. And then the max flow to the array. So whatever the max number is in there, like for this one here, it adds 1 because the array starts at 0, and that's the die roll result. No, that would be kind of funny. The game's set for like late 1920s. Yeah. It's supposedly full of all the bosses of the game, except for most of them aren't in there anymore. They've broken out, and only a couple of them are still in there. And some other NPC thingies that, you know, they're disturbing. You hope that you can forget all the keys in your own game too? Yeah, that's fair. I hope you achieve that dream too. Yeah, pretty much the only ones sitting here are Voodoo and Oliver. And Oliver spawns in, but... Oh! Hey there, Fane, how's it going? You're, I guess now I just have to show people game stuff or something, because... like 9 hours and 41 minutes into it. Everyone's wearing mechanisms? That's fair. Oh no, it's all good. I'll snooze the ads for a second here. Well, I guess I'll show off some stuff then, since, you know, I'll get like the short tour. The long tour takes about 2 hours for what I got, so, you know, I don't think I'm making it 2 hours, I'm sorry. I don't think that's happening. You might think it's happening. Probably not. I'm just saying. That whole happening thing, it's probably not. Let me mute this music here. Alright. So the game's called Poppet Quest, and it's set in a steampunky world, so, you know, here's the city we're in. Hey, city, it's cool. You're playing as a woman who's been killed and her soul's been stuffed into a toy, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store. And you start the game on the 5th floor, which is where I'll drop us at. And you can see as we run the tour. Who doesn't love a tour? Alright, so this is Poppet. And the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, I'm just gonna waste your curse power. If you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is basically your mana. It's what powers all the toys, it brings them to life at night and everything like that. If your sanity ever starts to get too low, you'll start to go insane and start seeing insanity messages just to make your life a little harder. But if you go back to, if your sanity ever at 0, you die. The curse wins, basically. If you go back to the light, you get your sanity back, but you don't gain any curse power. So, you know, that's, if you want to use your abilities, you're going to have to spend some time in the darkness. Oh, thanks. Yeah. She uses tarot cards for her abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Giant squeaky hammer. Oh, hide back here. Stealth mode. It's not actually stealth mode, you can just duck past things. Very sure invincibility frames, you suck. You got broke. I'll use some of the other ones here, just test these out. This is the Empress. It plays out a lot like Bomberman. Like, the blue mushrooms heal anyone nearby once they count to 10. They have to be triggered, so they'll just sit there until someone goes by. And the red ones deal damage. You can blow yourself up. That's why it's like Bomberman. Oh no! My sanity back real fast. I have all the dev stuff enabled, so I have double jump enabled. I'm trying not to use it. Ah, yes, the Alice Madness Returns vibes. Yes, this is the goal. Yes. They have invincibility frames, so that's why the hammer misses. You love it? Nice, nice. Alright, so normally this is where you would get the magician. You jump on the button and it will in fact open the way. And you jump inside and you get Mega Man boots. No, that's not what happens, but it looks like a Mega Man to me. So the magician is basically telekinesis, right? You can pick up small objects and throw them. You can also manipulate drawers, cupboards, flip lights on, also open doors by moving their handles, if you have the key, of course. I started putting little tutorials in to kind of explain things. This is actually only like the third room in the game, so there's a couple of them around. I put the hat away, dumb. You can put any of the objects away if you want by simply clicking on them again. I kept it for screenshot purposes. I don't know how useful it is, but it's cool for screenshots. The fool can also break stuff. Well, you can't leave the building. You can go outside on the pipes of the building and still be fine. But if you leave the building, the curse that's powering you would no longer power you and you just die. So don't leave. But you can take a look at the city while you're doing your things, living your life out here. You don't have very long, but you know, maybe get a little breath of fresh air before you run back in and battle points to the death, you know? Like a champion. I'll show off a lot of abilities because it's fun. This is a Wheel of Fortune. It rolls dice. The black dice deal damage to anything nearby, based on what it rolls. It's really good in close quarters. And the white dice heal you. You don't have to be near the white dice. But I'm probably going to change it where you have to be near the white dice, to be fair. This is currently my favorite overpowered weapon. Oh, I guess if it gets stuck forever, it never returns a result. I'll remember that for later. You can actually fall through those tracks, by the way. And then you will hate yourself, so it's a long way back around. Well, it's not long enough. Weapon is terrible up close. I don't know why I picked it. This is Temperance. It's a bubble wand. Breaks things in a funny way. Did you just jump off? Oh, nope. Ow. Thanks for biting me in the head, you jerk. I just came for this key. Get bubbled. You're not supposed to have this ability here, by the way. Yeah, it has the best hat. I just think it's funny. Oh no, double jump cheats. You're a double jump. Blah 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 blah. All these ones are terrible for where I'm currently standing. Oh well. I like the moon. The moon's fun. Double jump would make this way easy, but I don't even know where I'm handing out double jump in the game yet. Somewhere at some point you'll get double jump. I have little goodie boxes that tell you where there's a key somewhere. If you can find it, you get a free you get an upgrade that's like, you know, the good stuff. I don't think this thing can actually break those. Oh. We'll take this way because this way will let me show off the abilities faster. Actually, I guess I could go fight Patrick instead. I'll go fight Patrick, why not? Let's go fight a boss. I gotta get to him, but I guess I want my Sandy back before I run in here. The Empress has other ability. Oh, actually, no, I showed her abilities. It has a third ability, but we'll get to that in a second because it's contextual. There's certain abilities that are designed for traversal and then ones that are combat abilities, and Thanks for the follow, whoever followed. I'll thank you properly in a second. Probably whenever I switch out these earbuds because they're saying battery low in my ears again. I guess I forgot to charge these ones. I have 2 sets, so. Going after a key. Yay! Nope, not fighting you. I don't like you. Go away. I know the right way through the maze, so. There's a whole bunch of collectibles and things in here, but none of you get in a fight. I'm running by all you because you all suck. It's probably the worst weapon for running by things because it's a weapon that makes you wait like 10 seconds to deal damage to things. Making it like the worst speedrun weapon ever. The boss, I can get there, I know I can. There's 2 keys I need from inside this place, and then there's a painting world you can go into which lets you travel between worlds. Unfortunately, without the right game mode enabled, it doesn't let me travel back to where I went in at. The test mode won't do it, but you can just jump into the paintings and it travels there. I'll visit it at the end just to show people. So dodge. Very overpowered. I'll use the moon against these people. Get mooned. The moon makes clones of Poppet. Then you can detonate the clones or deal damage to stuff nearby. They will attack the clones, so, you know. It's actually the most bloody ability, really. Most powerful ability though is Dance Party. Where we all just dance. They don't hit me, thankfully. It'd be pretty hard to use if it hit me too. Hey, light cube. How nice of me to put that there. I forgot to put it there. Oh. I deserve that. Why does this light cube not do anything? Just left that door open so I don't have to get this key. Normally you have to... Actually, I can do the puzzle anyway, even though I technically don't need to do the puzzle. Puzzle's a strong word, you know? I didn't even throw it that time, huh? That's such a long grab range. Probably too long in all honesty if you can grab stuff from the table, on the floor while on the table. Kind of bouncing since you kind of have to jump first to make it land. Kind of got to work on it a little bit. Basically, I played Control and thought to myself, I need my own ability to lift things up and throw things. And that's what happened. And then from that point on, oh, you know, the rest is history. It became the most used ability in the game. I love it dearly. Even if it plays weird sometimes. Woohoo! I like jumping backwards for some bizarre reason. I don't understand it. I don't question it anymore. This ability doesn't have a hat or a weapon for it yet. I like to have hats and weapons everything. I'm gonna disable all messages real fast. I was testing a new flying AI. Yeah, it leaves little things behind you, little path thingies, and you can detonate them whenever you want. The best coward ability ever. Doesn't even have a sound effect yet. I'm still taking ideas on how to make it actually good though, or play well. Guess I can actually thank the people who followed me too. My Google Doc is blocking everything. Stupid Google Doc, why are you blocking everything? Where are you at? Thanks a lot, Ruton and Gabba Gaming. Thank you. Just about everything actually works in the menu too, with the exception of the audio, which does not work yet, but soon. A strange illusion happening with cards. A rectangular shape makes the left and right columns of the cards look elongated. Okay. You say so. I don't know. They look fine to me. So yeah, anyway. Well, Poppet normally dies to the water, but I have the Emperor on, which makes you immune to the water, so... Blame the fact that I've been streaming now for... Actually, I've been awake for... working for almost 16 hours a day, and, drinking at the same time. We'll go back to the light real fast, so I'm flubbing the easiest jumps in the game. Like a champion. Yeah. Okay. So anyway... Let's see if I can make easy jumps. Okay, yeah, I can grow and shrink plants. That one you want to jump onto before you grow up because it's too tall otherwise and you can't really jump on it. I should have rebooted the engine before running this playthrough. The speed of the game gets so much worse after hours and hours of streaming. This effect you said would take twice as long to do. It was so much worse. I sped it up and it's glorious. I find I overjump and then backpedal whenever I play this game. Boing, boing. I'm cheating, I use double jump. I'm a terrible person. Okay, though. I'm square with being a terrible person. It's in the name. Imaginary villain. I get to free. Oh, I get to jump in the water too. Whatever, I'm cheating. There will be underwater areas in the second biome. Go into secret rooms. It's secret. Wait, I don't want that one. I want this one. Sandy back real fast. I think I've been sitting here long enough that my chair is adhering to me. I'm just gonna keep cheating. I'm a terrible person. I'm just gonna keep being a terrible person. The thing is you jump by hitting the space bar, well, or the jump button, and you also grab ledges by hitting it too, but if you have double jump, it tends to favor double jump. The moon can also dispel like moon doors or anything with like moon symbols on it. Supposedly. That's letting you travel through areas you shouldn't be able to go to. I don't know why I have moon doors in that area, seeing as how it's, you know, the first area, but, you know, whatever. I could kill him with, like, justice or something. This doesn't even... Where are you even at? This can't even remember where it's at. Hanged man. Ah, yeah. I don't even have a thing for this. But currently it just fires a little projectile, but it has a cool hat. Got a little gun in your hat. Gotta make abilities for it, though. It does fire a little projectile, so you can just shoot him. Pew, pew, pew. Why are you just sitting there, buddy? I don't know if you can hit low on them. Does that work? I think their hit collision's higher than that, huh? But they just take a lot of damage. It fires really fast. That's a terrible hit thing, though. Costs a lot, too, so they need some abilities and everything like that, but I just want to wear the hat and have the little pistol. I found it in a pack. I was like, wait, what? A hat and a gun? Oh my god, I need this. And now I have it. This is really a game about hats. Apparently. Because I plan to give you 22 different hats. So it's basically a game about hats. Basically a Mad Hatter over here. I don't know why he did that jump. I could easily make that jump without cheating. I cheated anyway. One of the magician's like the most useful card because you basically just need it. There's nothing you do about it, you just need it. I'll probably play up to showing off Charlotte, and then after that I'll might call the stream because I'm at 10 hours now. Probably make some friends of those things here. My brain's just like, what are you even using? I need this because it's the fastest heal, I think. You're like, well, thanks for doing the game. Oh yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for the raid too. Yeah. You're gonna miss out on the boss though. How sad. Well, the first of the bosses. You stay over there. And I'll stay over here, buddy. Not. Ow. Okay, I had to take damage. I was like, wait a minute. You do have invincibility frames too. Whenever she turns white, she's invincible for that time. That's the dead giveaway. He does like basically 25% of your health on a hit, so that's rough. That's a lot. I'll use the star against him. Star trades sanity for health or health for sanity. Depending on which way it spins. This way it's spinning for, you know, sanity for health. So if you're in the light, you actually just gain sanity back, and it's basically just almost a free roll. If you're in the darkness, it will kill you very fast. So it's pretty bad in the darkness, but if you gotta do it, you gotta do it. But on the other hand, you can also spin it the other way and then gain sanity off it, so it's then therefore good in... Wait, that's the wrong one. It's good in the darkness then. You go... Suddenly you have infinite sanity. It's not infinite, but... What are you doing, buddy? You're killing a little moon clone. Why couldn't you hit it? Okay, you killed it. That's sad. You're not supposed to have the moon for this, so his AI is not really very capable of fighting it. It shows up like 2 hours later or something. You have the Fool, which I'm using now because it's the first of the tarot cards you get. You have the Magician. And you have two of the Empress abilities, the Heal and, well, the flower thingy. The grow flowers and stuff like that, or grow mushrooms and stuff. Plant growing, there we go. That's... Oh yeah, I get Temperance for the fight too, so I'm allowed to use Temperance for this fight to make it fair. He's got multiple phases. First one is it starts is until he has 75% health, and the next one's until he has 50% health. At 50% health, you're not supposed to use this. I'm cheating. I'm supposed to be using the Empress. The Empress can heal him, which is why the Empress is so much worse. But that's okay. Wheel of Fortune's overpowered. It's gonna get some serious nerfs. It's just a stupid ability. It's too good by far. I think the little contraption thingies have longer invincibility frames than Patrick. You're just not gonna do the other phases, huh, buddy? What you doing, pal? Oh, I guess we're gonna get locked in loop and I'm just gonna keep hitting you in a circle until you decide to do a different attack. Did I break your AI? That's awesome if I broke your AI, because, well, that's my goal, right? Break AIs. He's just caught up in that one attack. Okay, now he's doing a different attack. Confused me. He's like, I just like this one attack. What are you gonna do about it? I'm like, well, that's fair. I like my attacks too. He starts shooting projectiles. He also summons these little minions that explode. I recommend not getting hit. You can get hit if you want. They do a pretty good chunk of damage. I should be using the Empress. That's actually how you're supposed to do this fight, but not that I think it's any good against him. Well, he wouldn't have the explosives. I guess if there's a new game plus mode, right? Oh, they changed color. Like Patrick's changes color. The other ones didn't have that. The contraptions, which is true. I do need to add something to contraptions. I didn't think about it because it's rigged for the mesh to change. You see how he turns red? But the little contraptions don't have a regular mesh, so I need to figure that out. That's true. That I didn't think about. Definitely should have rebooted the engine before this test. The amount of slowdown is strong. Does deck cards have a cooldown? No, you can switch them to Heart's Content. They're entirely free to switch to until you get bored, you know. The downside is there's about a 2-second time frame to switch. And they have different costs for various things, so, you know. You wouldn't have this many at this point. You'd only have, you know, 4 of the cards at this point. 5 of the cards. There's like 3 versions of every card, but they basically get 3 attacks and you got 3 buttons to attack with, so it's usually pretty easy to figure out what does what. You just push the buttons, but it also will have things explaining what the abilities do. I need to write them. I had the ability to put them in the menu, but as you can see when you mouse over things it says though, but I just haven't written the other ones. But for testing purposes, I wrote like a couple of them. I swear I lose about 20 FPS over the course of the stream in this game. I technically have Temperance for this fight. I should be using it. Temperance will wreck those things. I keep forgetting I even have it because I added it as a late edition. You can't bubble Patrick. You can't bubble bosses. It will take damage from it, but it does like very little damage. It's not a very damaging weapon. It makes up for it by being great crowd control. Exactly. Yeah, you just have a mana pool and you have to go in the darkness in order to get it, so In this battlefield here, these corners of the darkness fields, you can turn the lights on and off too, and that does create more darkness if you want. And these are the light sides, and you basically need to go back between the two of them, because if my sanity ever hits 0, I just lose the fight, so we don't want that ever. I'm pretty certain Wheel of Fortune would just wreck Patrick. I'm trying not to use it, even though I'm cheating and using it as a heal. That time I just kind of missed him. I don't know why I missed him. Maybe I was just a little bit off range or something. I might need to have a thing where it stops time and does some sort of weird camera work or something when you kill the enemy. It's kind of a last final strike thing. I'll have to write that down. The idea is I'm obviously not doing that tonight. But it's an interesting idea, because I need fanfare for beating the bosses, which I really don't have. Wish you about. It's a lot easier when you have a million extra abilities that are way stronger than they should be. The Fool also has a super ability where it grows big too. It does like double damage. Like giant sized. I think it stayed giant sized, if it's even funnier looking. Okay. Shouldn't say that. It gets much larger than that, but it should. A couple more rooms to show off the other abilities. Most of the time, you're not in a serious danger in fights, except for, you know, the bosses where you're truly in danger. The boss of this Fort Voodoo is like, gosh, it'll take you like 20 minutes to beat her. Maybe longer. She's pretty brutal. Maybe too brutal. I'll have to, in testing, I'll have to see if she's just like too brutal for words. She might be. In which case, you know, maybe some changes will be made. Probably. It's got a TV. Oh yeah, it's totally laggy. Between the fact that I'm like 10-hour stream, so Unreal Engine hasn't been restarted in forever, and that does not help because it doesn't ever clear its memory, as far as I can tell. The fact that I'm streaming itself is eating a bunch of my resources, and, well, it's not a package game since it's running Unreal Engine on top of it. It's just kind of... But I'm kind of, you know, nearing the end of the stream, so I'm going to restart the engine just to... at this point. You can get about 60 FPS when the game is packaged and not streaming it. That's about the best I got. This is the Hierophant. There's possessed objects in the game, and they make the objects behave. It costs courage to use, so you better hurry. Or stand in, you know, the darkness the whole time. You'll drain your sanity then, but you know. Oh no, I'm terrible, Mounker! You have to say it like you're falling. Important. Huh. I grabbed nothing there. Perfect. Out of 10. Haha, your cannon shot missed me. You suck. Use the suck. I don't really get my curse back. have a meeting. I left an area here where you can get both of them back, because this is where you get this item. It's actually sitting on the altar over there. But since I already have it, it doesn't appear. Lag makes the jumps way harder. I'm pretty good at most of the jumps, though, and I say I suck at my game, but the reality is I'm so used to varying amounts of lag that I have to try to vary my jumps to deal with that, and I've gotten pretty good at dealing with it, but it's a lot. I just took the hotkeys out. The reality is that it just more key presses, right? Like at first I had them for the longest time. Then it's like, okay, well, you open this menu and then you assign a bunch of hotkeys and then you have to keep changing it because you need all these abilities. For combat, you don't need them all, but for traversal, you'll need them all. This is my Annabelle reference. If you ever know anything about the Warren Museum, warning positively, do not open. Yes. So I switched to just basically what amounts to a radial menu, which is what I'm just opening over and over. It's where you encounter Charlotte. I'm going to go up now really fast and hope that I don't get eaten by, well, not eaten, but killed by Charlotte. Oh no, quick, get up, quick. Oh no, faster, 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 a little faster. Oh no, you stay over there. I'm over here. A good system. Haha, I'm high enough you can't get me yet. So this is Ghost Girl who runs around this place, well, crawls around this place. She's like the de facto ruler of the place. And if she's around, you probably shouldn't get caught. She's like a roving death trap. You end up get sent back to a respawn, basically. However, because I have not saved, because I'm just playing, you know, wherever I'm at, we're just playing hardcore mode, or I like to call it popcorn mode, where, you know, it's one life to live. Yes, one life to live indeed. You'll start switching between the abilities a lot more the farther in you get, which is why the hotkeys don't work out that great. Because a lot of the traversal abilities become necessary to swap between all the time. There's actually a secret area down there, but you gotta lure her away if you don't want to die. I actually don't want this light on at the moment. Have I really been playing for an hour since that can't be right. I wonder about these internal clocks there. I think it might be ticking oh, it's ticking seconds, so maybe. I don't know, I'll have to check. I was gonna have those tell you the time you've been playing as you're just going along. But yeah, I may change how the selection goes for the things. I don't 100% know on the things. Currently the radial menu is the newest thing they have, where it just slows time and lets you pick them, because there's 22 of them. And currently they're all visible, so you can know which ones you have and haven't found, with the dots representing how many versions of the card you found, with all three being necessary to have all the abilities. So it's very much a find game. There's no level ups or anything like that. It's find upgrades. Find, you know, HP, find curse skip upgrades, sand upgrades, all the tarot cards, everything. But with so many of them to switch between and their usefulness being like for traversal, yeah, I don't know. I was just sticking with a full radial because it's just annoying to have to go through multiple menus to select the cards all the time. I don't feel the square layout. What there is 22 cards. That's the problem. There's 22 cards. It's so hard to place 22 cards in a way that's easy to get for a controller. That's the issue. That's why they get arranged in a square. Because when you use a controller to select the things, you just push the direction you want. And you can easily switch between them. But if with a mouse, it wouldn't matter, which I'm using a mouse because I just play mouse and keyboard because, well, I was programming on those, so it's easier. But otherwise, it's like, I haven't found a good layout otherwise. I could have them like, you know, originally they were set in a normal layout where they were just in a row, just rows and columns. Yeah. It was actually, I originally was going to keep it the other way, but it was actually someone who mentioned a controller, and I was like, you're right, I tried to select it with a controller and it became really hard to do. And you see I have controller support. That's why they're in this, because if the buttons aren't next to each other, like if let's say like there was a button here and then a button, like if this one wasn't here, then it's really hard to go between these two. So that's why there's 4 of them, so you can donut it or just jump straight across to things. It's still not as efficient as, you know, having a mouse. Yeah. Well, a lot of people like controllers for Metroidvanias, so that's why I did it. And the game has full controller support already. It's just I don't play on it very much because, well, one, I think the keyboard mouse plays better, but two, like I said, I'm making the game on the keyboard and mouse, so they're just right here. Yeah, that's why they're there. If someone comes up with a better system for it, let me know. Like I say, I've tried the hotkeys, and it just came down to having to switch them all the time. So it was just so many extra keys to like button presses to set it up that it was. Well, that's what this is. This is a radial menu. It's just like that. That's literally what this is. It's just there's 22 cards, so you can't really arrange them in a circle because there's 22 cards. I mean, is that better than pushing a button to bring the thing up and then just clicking the card you want and it going away? You want to hold 2 buttons to select cards? That sounds way worse. I don't know why you'd hold 2 buttons, at least in my mind. Time is only slowed too. You can see time is still moving. It's just slowed. So this is not like a free roll menu. The only reason I'm safe up here is because I'm by a light and there's no one around. But otherwise, you can see it slows time. You aren't really safe. You just think you're safe. Where are you at? Over there? Alright. Run for it! Oh no! Run for it! It's dangerous because she can teleport to the smoke. That's how you get to secret areas. Secrets. There's actually a sign that says no secret here and a giant arrow pointing to this pipe. So if you happen to be paying attention, it really doesn't actually just tell you there's a secret down here. Even got a smiley face. This is my shop. My Amazon reference. Yes. Have you joined Amazon Prime? Everything for sale, even you. You're stuck in the ground. Why are you stuck in? I don't know. Yeah, you can buy stuff by simply. I don't have pictures for anything yet. I don't have any money apparently. That seems incorrect. I guess I'm not gaining money. Okay. That doesn't seem right. I know I picked up money. I need to write down all these bugs. You write that down. Bold not working? Question mark? Fix, create a time stop, camera, spin around, and killing a boss. What's the other thing I was thinking? Tell a gamer to do something, it's a coin flip if they'll do it, and opposite. Tell a gamer not to do something. I mean, yeah. That's where I put little signs everywhere. Like Charlotte talks to you in the form of signs that are left places. She doesn't ever really talk to you. So I might have her like whisper your name, maybe creepy. But you're not gonna have a big conversation with her at any point because, well, if there's like a big bad and you have a long sit down with the big bad, suddenly they don't seem so bad anymore. Like, you know, not so scary. And that's lame, right? Like, that's not cool. But yeah. I don't know, I mean, I'm down to try various ideas. If someone has a better menu idea, I'll try that. So I tried the hotkeys. This is basically a radial setup as is, so I don't know about that. I can't think of the last thing I was going to add to the list. What is it? There's the cool thing when you kill a boss. You can tell that I'm like half awake now at this point. Also, this thing's running out of power anyway. This one goes here. I have two sets of earbuds because the charger broke on them. So to get a new charger, I had to buy new earbuds. They were like $20, but I was like, okay, well, just gonna go ahead and replace these earbuds and get the exact same brand. Now I have infinite earbuds. In all reality, I should be logging off now, but here I am. Every time you kill an enemy and die at the same time, they always drop health. It's pretty much the secret, yeah. I could troll it to have that where I check if the player is dead and then set their drops to health thingies. Max health would be funny. But I get the feeling I'm probably not doing that, but you know, I might. Killing people is kind of fun. Go to DMC3 and I'm like, that would be fun, and now I'm livid. Too close to exploding. Oh, dope. You know, the exploding enemies explode. Just saying, don't get close. Bad plan. I guess I'll take this area first. I don't actually do this yet, but take this secret route. So many secrets in the game. Like I said, I over reward people. I'm terrible about it. Let's keep over rewarding. Ooh. Wing. Wing. I don't know why I backpedal when I do this. I always back up a few steps from a ledge. I don't know why. I kind of hate when double jump's enabled because I'm so used to playing the game without it. When it's enabled, it screws me up. Oh, I gotta reboot this thing. It's so bad. Oh no! Ooh. Ugh. And there's still 50 people watching on YouTube as well, jeez. Multi-streaming on YouTube and Twitch is great. There's like always people. So many. Wonderful. I'm almost out of sanity. Run faster! Jump off like an idiot. Same thing. Okay, I can use the sun. Apparently the sun just summons a light. Actually just summons a giant sun card. But it's a light. It's Rain's curse, but you have a light while it's running. And also hang out in the shop. I wonder if the treasure chest actually cost me money. I wonder if that's a thing. Me with both characters? Nah. Is there a hot chick in it? Is that why I'm not supposed to ask? I'm just saying, waifus, man. There have been non-zero times I've played the game because of waifus. I'm just saying. I'm shortcutting to this room. Facing the lag fiesta. I'll go visit the painting world and show people the painting world, and then maybe call it after that. I don't know. I had the landmines in here now too, which are awesome. So Charlotte chases you through here. Now there's these strategic landmines where you go, look, they're very helpful. They just blow you right up to the top. Or I could go flying over because I aimed it proudly. You know, whatever. There's other ones. Those are great. Oh my god, I'm gonna use those all the time. Turn the light on before you switch, thank you. I recommend against falling in any area where Charlotte you're in trouble if you fall. If you fall, you're probably just dead. That's usually what happens. You get sent back to a respawn, and with the rich and creamy knowledge that you should not have tried to jump on the ghost girl. Also, there's things in the pipes up there waiting for me, but you know, it's fine. I put it away. Dumb. Yeah, this plant is glitchy. I'm also almost out of sanity. The landmines almost ruined the stress. I think, of course, they don't come back, so you don't get to have them for long. But they are a thing. I don't want to get caught in this plant. Like, sometimes it just bypasses you, and you just kind of get stuck in it. I fell off. But this one kind of sucks. Like, it's not a very good way up in there at all because you don't have a little light thingy to take with you. I'm gonna run over and grab one. Man, the FPS gets horrible the longer this goes. Gosh, you Unreal Engine, why don't you ever clear your memory? Oh well. I wanted this light cube. So it's still pretty psychedelic even with the change to him, but that's okay. They went off and like, nope, I got it. Push the cube. Push the cube. Okay, it's getting really laggy. That's the way. Maybe too laggy to even play at this point, but that's okay. The poor computer's like, but why? Question, buddy, good question. Okay, well. I think the demonstration is fast approaching its end. Ah, yes. You want to turn on? Is that kid? Oh. I'll have to make her more threatening and interesting. Since I just gave you the ability to get higher up in the air, that kind of makes her less threatening and less interesting, which is kind of stupid. I'll go over to the painting world just to show that off. Mostly my world traveling thing, or like, you know, this. Fast travel, I should say. I'm going to die at this point. I guess I have double jump. I could have just jumped up. I'm terrible. Man, the lag is so horrible at this point. My poor computer. Whatever. All right. I want to hear him. Yeah, this is my way of linking all the paintings, and this is the ghost in the paintings. Tinka, the Discord's favorite waifu. Doing her thing. I don't spend much time on this map because it's pretty well good enough for what it is. Comes with a save box, and the knowledge is you can just travel wherever you want, as long as you've opened the paintings. You have to find all the paintings and unlock them. They're just kind of hanging out, doing the thing, just like her. She's like, yep, floating there, doing her thing. Of course, it'll random me to the player starts because of the fact that I had the wrong game mode on. Or it'll put me on top of the building. I don't even know how that does that, but here we are. Now I'm on top of the building. That's exciting. That's a reasonable place to finish up anyway. Where's the moon? The moon is gone. They stole the moon. Oh, fly. There's a glitch you can do with the infinite speed. And a perfect way to end it. It will eventually put me back because it's rigged to do something if you get too low through it. Now I'm in the Forbidden Toys room? Jesus. Speedrunner strats. Yeah, okay. But yeah. Anyway. I'll probably end up calling it around then. I've yeah. I'm at 10 hours and 38 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, sure, anytime. So I'll be back a couple days from now. I usually take a couple days off my weekend anyway. I guess for everyone else, it's actually like there was Sunday and Monday, but I'm in California. I'm like behind everyone in time. So for me, it seems like I'm taking the weekend off. Just saying. But yeah. And then when I wander back, I'll probably work on, well, I still have to get to the sound stuff. I've pretty much gotten all the way to, I've gotten basically every room done. There's not much left I want to do on the rooms, unless I'm going to add stuff for the Upside Down world, which I don't know if I'm going to do for the demo. I might add that later, if I do it. I may tweak this area a bit, add some enemies in. This room I'm pretty happy with at this point. Pretty reasonable. It's not like super hard, but it's just interesting. I don't think I'm doing anything with Charlotte's room for the demo. I think the demo will end after beating Voodoo. And maybe with a cutscene involving Oliver. So, and I'm completely happy with this room. So there's not many rooms I'm unhappy with. This room is maybe a little weak. The library is a little weak. It's not like horrible, but it's a little weak. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the layouts of most things, so I'm probably not changing those. It's mostly going to be add VFX and sound effects to everything and continuously try to improve the FPS as well. And then tell all that to go screw itself and work on the second area because, yeah, I got to put it in dialogue and everything too, but I got to do a bunch of writing. So, yeah. Anyway, like, follow, comment, subscribe, or whatever. Join the Discord, if you want. If not, cool. And thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging. And I'll send YouTube off first and then go raid with the Twitch people, and that'll be that. I'll see everyone who wants to 2 days from now. Yeah. I'll see you, YouTube. And then